Chapter 4195. Did you see that? As long as they're willing to help, Qin Feiyang will definitely die. Yu Lao smiled proudly. Yes, yes, yes. Neptune and the other two nodded. So this was Lu Yuntian's true strength. It was indeed terrifying. Following that, the two looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered, "Did you see that? My divine kingdom also has a monster that is no worse than you. This is the foundation of my divine kingdom. No matter how hard your sky cloud realm works, you will never be able to catch up." But for this, Qin Feiyang just smiled faintly. Ignorant people were really terrifying. But then again, what kind of difficulties did the inner demons and big cousin have that they wouldn't even give him a chance to communicate secretly? You dare to be distracted in a battle with me? Looking at the worried Qin Feiyang, the inner demons frowned and took the opportunity to slap Qin Feiyang's chest. Qin Feiyang suddenly came back to his senses, but it was already too late. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew deeper into the Star River like a meteorite. The inner demon's murderous aura was monstrous. The 3,000 demon king true bodies were all tens of thousands of feet tall. They were like gods from hell as they charged towards Qin Feiyang. They were really ruthless. Seeing this scene, the Black Tortoise Realm's madman and the others couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. In the nick of time, the 3,000 incarnations rushed over and activated their ultimate mysteries. The white-eyed wolf breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This bastard inner demons is still the same as before. If it weren't for our relationship, I would have gone out now and taken away his law of life and death. Let's see if he can still be so arrogant." The madman and the others couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Although the white-eyed wolf spoke so fiercely, he actually cared about the inner demons very much. Outside, Yu Lao and the others who were watching the battle were more and more shocked. The battle that was originally between two people had now become a chaotic battle between 6,000 people. The most important thing was, these 6,000 people all grasped the laws of life and death, the ultimate profundities of the six supreme laws, and the will of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, they finally had a comprehensive understanding of the strength of Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. With such people and such means, who would be able to fight them? Just like them. In the face of Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, they could only be killed in an instant. This was because once the 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King true body were activated, they would be surrounded and beaten up. No matter how strong you are, there's no way you can fight against 3,000 Qin Feiyang, 3,000 inner demons. Qin Feiyang finally recovered. He went all out and attacked the inner demons. This time he showed no mercy. The battle between the two was undoubtedly even more intense. Blood rained down and dyed the surroundings red. Haha. Watching you fight with your life on the line is really a pleasure. The inner demons laughed. Aren't you the same? After so many years they finally met. Both of them were happy from the bottom of their hearts. Because this friendship between them was really hard to come by. Scenes of the past involuntarily appeared in their minds. Back then, when the inner demons were just born, Qin Feiyang tried all means to strangle the inner demons. The inner demons also used all means to erase Qin Feiyang's consciousness and replace him. For this, they hated each other and viewed each other as enemies. And they repeatedly confronted each other in their inner worlds. But as time passed, they slowly began to rely on each other and trust each other. Later, when Qin Feiyang became a god, he was shackled and restrained, and the inner demons even wanted to dissipate on their own. It was the same as Long Chen's ice dragon soul. Because if the inner demons didn't disappear, Qin Feiyang couldn't become a god. But in the end, Qin Feiyang relied on his strong will to go against the heavens and successfully stepped into the path of becoming a god. At this time, the friendship between the two was irreplaceable. Later, when they fought with the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang, no matter how dangerous it was, the two never gave up on each other. They walked side by side and fought to the death. Even in the end, the inner demons also wanted to replace Qin Feiyang to open the gate of rebirth and save the world. Although they were stopped by Qin Feiyang in the end, in order to save Qin Feiyang, the inner demons stepped into the miracle without hesitation to find their common enemy, Ice Dragon. The inner demon's sacrifice for Qin Feiyang this time was not something an ordinary person could do. In this world, as long as there were benefits, the other party would help you. But if there were no benefits, who would know you? The friendship between them was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. So both of them were enjoying this moment. However, the others were watching with trepidation, killing the other party by any means. If they were careless, they might be smashed to pieces. What a tough guy. But we can share everything. Why don't we strike first? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He was ready to share the inner demon's demon king true body. However, in the next moment he was dumbfounded. He couldn't share the inner demon's demon king true body. He tried again and shared the heart demon's nomological profundities. But it didn't work. The invisible connection between them in the past seemed to have been cut off. What was going on? The inner demons seemed to have seen through Qin Feiyang's plan. They grinned and said, "Don't make any more useless efforts. Surrender as soon as possible." When the others heard this, they thought they were persuading Qin Feiyang to give up resisting. But Qin Feiyang knew that the inner demons were hinting that they could no longer share each other's laws and methods. This made Qin Feiyang extremely confused. They could before, so why not now? But he didn't dare to ask. Because now, no matter what the inner demons said, they were extremely vague. Obviously, they were guarding against something? In this case, if he wanted to defeat the inner demons, he could only find an opportunity to open the eye of heaven. That's right. The inner demons were very strong. If they could share everything like before, then they wouldn't be able to tell who was better. Because whether it was strength or methods, they were the same. But now, in the face of the situation where they couldn't share, the inner demons were no match for him. Because he still had the eye of heaven. If they couldn't share, the inner demons couldn't open the eye of heaven. Then, Qin Feiyang's advantage would naturally be revealed. Senior brother, little Qin, white-eyed wolf, open the ultimate mysteries. With that thought, Qin Feiyang decisively sent a message to the white-eyed wolf and the other two. This battle had been going on for a long time. It was time to end it. The white-eyed wolf and the other two were stunned when they heard this. They jokingly said, "Wouldn't it be a little unfair for you to do this? Then are we really going to fight until both sides suffer? In the end, people like Neptune and the dragon god will take advantage of it?" Qin Feiyang secretly thought. That makes sense. The white-eyed wolf nodded. If they continued to fight like this, the final situation would inevitably be mutual destruction. Boom. The three looked at each other. The 6 ultimate mysteries appeared, all containing the will of the heavenly Tao. Outside, Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons. His eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, the 3,000 clones disappeared without a trace. The inner demons were stunned. But in the blink of an eye they understood. This must be to open the eye of heaven. A trace of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. His divine sense emerged and locked onto the black tortoise world in an instant. Following closely, the various ultimate mysteries appeared and went straight to the black tortoise world. Although the black tortoise world had evolved, it couldn't withstand the inner demon's ultimate mysteries. 6 ultimate mysteries, the life and death mysteries, and 2 heavenly Tao wills, plus the demon king true body. This was already far beyond a mid-grade dominator weapon. Even a high-grade sovereign weapon would be destroyed in the face of an inner demon. However, just as the various ultimate laws were about to reach the black tortoise world, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air with 3,000 incarnations behind him. Above him were more than 50,000 ultimate laws. This was the ultimate secret of the replication maniac, white-eyed wolf, and Long Qin. So fast. The inner demon's expression froze. Otherwise, do you think that I would be so bold as to expose the black tortoise realm to the outside world? The entire black tortoise realm is enveloped in a time array. Even if it's only been an instant outside, a long time has passed in the black tortoise world. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. 3,000 clones, and he had activated his 7 ultimate meanings. In the blink of an eye, the number reached more than 70,000. Apart from the 3,000 realms of life and death, the rest were all ultimate profundities of the strongest laws. What kind of scene was this? Even the inner demons couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in their eyes. Not to mention Yu Lao and the others. As spectators, they couldn't help but feel a sense of despair when they saw the 70,000 ultimate profundities. The outcome has been decided, Qin Feiyang said. The 3,000 clones waved their hands, and the 70,000 ultimate profundities instantly turned into a torrent that rushed toward the inner demons. Eye of Heaven. If not for the Eye of Heaven, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Lu Yuntian. Neptune and the dragon god clenched their fists tightly. Why was the heavens so unfair? Not only had this person comprehended the law of life and death, but he had also activated the 10 strongest war souls. All the good luck had fallen on this person's head. Don't be impatient. We still have one more prodigy. Yu Lao sneered. Hearing this, Neptune, the dragon god, and the king were stunned and immediately looked toward Lu Jiejin. As expected. At this time Lu Jiejin looked very relaxed. He didn't even feel nervous. He's so calm. What kind of heaven-defying means does this person have? The 5 of them were surprised. One must know. This was more than 70,000 ultimate profundities of the strongest law. Even the dragon god's domain wouldn't be able to withstand it. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the 20,000 ultimate profundities of the inner demons were no match for Qin Feiyang's side and were crushed into pieces. Right at this moment, Lu Jiajin moved. He took a step forward and instantly landed in front of the inner demons. Seeing Lu Jiajin appear, the inner demons couldn't help but laugh. Qin Feiyang also looked at Lu Jiajin with anticipation. Boom. The next moment, a gray wave of air surged out and soared into the sky like a roaring ocean. A mysterious aura surged out as well. What is this? Qin Feiyang frowned. Is this the Eye of Nothingness? However, the Eye of Nothingness shouldn't be in this form. He remembered that when Big Cousin had activated the Eye of Nothingness in the past, a fire wave rushed into the sky and then evolved into a huge fiery red eye. The strongest war soul, the Eye of Nothingness. Lu Jiajin let out a calm smile as a gray eye appeared in the sky. Immediately, a shocking aura burst out from it. It's really the Eye of Nothingness. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. Chapter 4196. But why was the current Eye of Nothingness different from the previous Eye of Nothingness? Could it be Big Cousin's Eye of Nothingness had evolved? At the same time, the king and the other two couldn't help but tremble. This Lu Yunfeng was actually the owner of the Eye of Nothingness? It was really unexpected. No wonder Yu Lao was so calm. One Lu Yuntian was already so terrifying. Now with Lu Yunfeng who had the Eye of Nothingness, wouldn't Qin Feiyang lose without a doubt? As for whether the Eye of Nothingness had evolved or not, they didn't doubt it at all. Because if it hadn't evolved, this person wouldn't have opened the Eye of Nothingness now. Because an unevolved Eye of Nothingness was useless against Qin Feiyang. In other words, as long as Lu Jiajin opened the Eye of Nothingness now, it must have evolved. The dragon god and Neptune's hearts were also in turmoil. But then, they became excited. This was excitement. The divine kingdom finally had a person with the strongest battle soul. If even the owner of the Eye of Nothingness was beside Qin Feiyang, then the divine kingdom was really in danger. In my name, everything in the world will turn into nothingness. Lu Jiajin opened his mouth, his voice was ethereal and dignified. The next moment, the Eye of Nothingness opened, and waves of invisible aura surged like a tide. What? Black Tortoise World. Frenzy and the others who were sitting on the chairs suddenly stood up. The others also opened their eyes wide in anger, including Qin Feiyang outside. After the Eye of Nothingness opened, the more than 70,000 ultimates that were attacking the inner demons and Lu Jiajin all turned into nothingness in an instant. They didn't see wrong. They all disappeared in an instant. There was no fluctuation. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. No, it was even more shocking than evaporation. It was really the law that followed the words. Everything in the world turned into nothingness. This is impossible. I must be dreaming. Even the king and the other two in Neptune couldn't help but doubt the scene in front of them. So many ultimates had all disappeared in an instant? Was it magic? That's not right. Back then, the Eye of Nothingness could only nullify the fighting soul's gifted superpower. How is it possible for the ultimate profound to disappear now? Black Tortoise World. The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses and asked in surprise. It might be related to evolution. In other words, this is the true Eye of Nothingness. Long Qin said. It has already evolved. The true Eye of Nothingness, the white-eyed wolf muttered. Did that mean that the other half of the Eye of Nothingness was in the Central Dynasty? And Lu Jiajin had stolen his Eye of the Void in the Central Dynasty? This is a good thing. The inner demons are so strong, and Lu Jiajin's Eye of Nothingness has evolved. Our overall strength has increased by a large margin. Madman laughed loudly. When the others heard this, they could not help but reveal a smile on their faces. That was right. No matter what difficulties the inner demons and Lu Jiajin had, they would return to them sooner or later. At that time their team would be even stronger. Destroying the sovereign of the divine kingdom would be much easier. Hee. You didn't expect to encounter one of the 10 strongest battle souls, the Eye of Nothingness. Outside, the inner demons stared at Qin Feiyang and laughed. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and nodded. Indeed, I didn't expect this. What he meant by didn't expect was that his cousin's Eye of Nothingness had evolved. In the past, he was still looking for the Eye of Nothingness and wanted to help his cousin. Who would have thought that his cousin had already obtained the other half? Wasn't this equivalent to wasting his efforts? So now, do you still want to continue? We are not gentlemen. The inner demons smiled sinisterly. In other words, if they continued to fight, he would join forces with Lu Jiajin. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them. One-on-one, whether it was the inner demons or his cousin, he was confident. However, if the two of them joined forces, it would be a different story. He glanced at Yu Lao and the others standing at the entrance of the Star River. It seemed that this battle couldn't continue. The inner demons actually had the same intention. After fighting for so long, it was about time. If they continued to fight, Qin Feiyang would definitely lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. Therefore, it was better to find a chance to slip away as soon as possible. After all, there was still the dragon god eyeing them covetously. They didn't care about the strength of the dragon god himself, but they had to care about the power of origin. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He suddenly looked at the entrance of the Star River and seemed to have discovered something. He exclaimed, "The Sovereign of the Divine Kingdom." "What? Lord Sovereign?" When Elder Yu and the others heard this, a trace of pleasant surprise instantly crawled up their faces, and they hurriedly turned around to look. However, when they turned around and looked outside the Star River, they found that the Sovereign of the Divine Kingdom was nowhere to be seen. "Oh no, we've been fooled." They quickly turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. They found him. Qin Feiyang had opened a space-time passage and entered it. "Stop him!" Yu Lao shouted at the inner demons and Lu Jijin. The inner demons and Lu Jijin were stunned. In fact, they knew very well that Qin Feiyang was trying to divert their attention. After all, they knew Qin Feiyang too well. In order to cooperate with Qin Feiyang and give Qin Feiyang time to leave, they also pretended to look at the entrance of the Star River. Now, hearing Yu Lao's roar, they were stunned at first. Then they looked away and looked at the space-time passage. "Bastard! How dare you trick us?" The inner demons immediately showed a furious look. They activated an ultimate profound meaning and blasted it at the space-time passage. Boom! The space-time passage shattered on the spot. Purple gold dragon blood spilled out from the shattered void, but there was no trace of Qin Feiyang. At the same time, in the sky above a mountain, Qin Feiyang ran out of the collapsed space-time passage in a sorry state. He was covered in blood. Looking around, except for some beasts, he didn't find anyone else. He turned to look at the collapsed passage and smiled bitterly. This bastard really doesn't know how to show mercy. The inner demon's ultimate profound meaning that collapsed the space-time passage had caused him some injuries. Fortunately, he had been teleported here at that time. Otherwise, he would have fallen out of the space-time passage and appeared in the Star River. Phew. After letting out a long breath, Qin Feiyang directly entered the Black Tortoise realm. Star River. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Yu Lao, Neptune, and the dragon gods stared at the inner demons and Lu Jijin with heavy expressions. The king and the other two were also very angry on the surface, but they were relieved in their hearts. Fortunately, they escaped quickly. Otherwise, if the dragon god attacked, they would be in big trouble. "You can't blame us for this. He's too cunning." The inner demons coughed and looked at Yu Lao awkwardly. It would have been better if he didn't speak, but once he did, Yu Lao went berserk. "You stop." The inner demons quickly stretched out his hand and said with a dark face, "Don't scold people. Besides, if you want to blame someone, blame the dragon god." "Blame me?" The dragon god looked at the inner demons in a daze. How did this matter involve him? "Nonsense. You have the power of origin. When my brother opened the Eye of Nothingness, you should have attacked." The inner demons said. "How would I know that he would suddenly slip away?" The dragon god said angrily. The inner demons and Lu Jijin suppressed Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's death was a foregone conclusion. He didn't even need to do anything. And he never thought that Qin Feiyang would be able to escape. After all, there were so many of them here. But the other party's cunning was completely beyond imagination. He knew that they respected the ruler, so he used the ruler to divert their attention. "That's right. You fought with him for so long, and even you didn't think that he would suddenly slip away. We just met him officially for the first time. How would we know that he was such a cunning person?" The inner demon said it so methodically that Yu Lao and the others couldn't refute. "Sigh. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's a pity that we missed it. I don't know how long we'll have to wait for the next time." The king sighed deeply, his words full of regret. "Next time? You're thinking too much. Qin Feiyang already knows about Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. They definitely won't show up again until they're 100% sure." The human sovereign shook his head. "It's all someone's fault. The opportunity was right in front of them. I don't know why they hesitated at that time. Could it be that they're really colluding with Qin Feiyang?" The divine king glanced at the dragon god gloomily. "Who are you talking about?" The dragon god immediately glared at the divine king. Did he think that he deliberately didn't make a move? You know who I'm talking about. The divine king snorted coldly. The dragon god was burning with anger. He had already explained. What else did he want? Enough. Elder Yu roared as he gloomily swept his gaze over the group. Let's think of another way. After saying that, he removed the seal on the entrance of the Star River and left without looking back. The king and the other two looked at each other and also turned to leave. Bastard. The dragon god clenched his hands and stared at the shattered Star River. His eyes were burning with anger. What's the use of being angry? Let's go. The Sea King patted him on the shoulder, sighed deeply and left. I won't let you go. I definitely won't. The dragon god gritted his teeth and roared. He also turned around and left the Star River angrily. Only the inner demons and Lu Jiajin were left here. I didn't expect this guy to be like a loach. I've really underestimated him. The inner demon shook his head and smiled. Actually, we should have thought of it. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant in the divine kingdom for so long? Lu Jiajin sighed. Now you understand. No matter who the opponent is, we can't underestimate them. Suddenly, a dignified voice resounded. Following closely, a stream of light rushed out from Lu Jiajin's body and turned into a blurry figure. Greetings, Emperor. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin actually bowed to this person. And this title was shocking enough. Emperor. This was probably the emperor in charge of the central dynasty. You're not weak, but unfortunately you're too arrogant. Especially you, Lu Yintian. You're arrogant and don't put anyone in your eyes. Now look, you've suffered. There was a trace of dissatisfaction in the emperor's tone. Got it. I'll be more careful next time. You're so long-winded. The inner demons snorted. You're still in the right? Looking at the attitude of the inner demons, the emperor was angry. Emperor, please calm down. Lu Jiajin hurriedly came out to smooth things over. He smiled and said, You've seen Qin Feiyang's strength with your own eyes. What do you think of him now? He's a talent. If he can be used by us, that's the best. But if not, then he must be eliminated. The emperor pondered for a while and said. The first half of the sentence had a trace of appreciation, but the second half of the sentence had a shocking murderous intent. Chapter 4198. At the same time. The Black Tortoise World. I didn't expect the inner demons to become so strong. If it weren't for the Eye of Heaven, little Qin Zi wouldn't have been able to defeat him. In the tea garden. The white-eyed wolf said in disbelief. Yes. Madman nodded in agreement. The Demon King's true body, the law of life and death, and the 6 strongest laws. He was not inferior to Qin Feiyang at all. No. The inner demons haven't shown their full strength yet. Long Chen suddenly waved his hand. Everyone looked at him in surprise. The inner demons and Qin Feiyang are the same person. Their methods can be shared. So the inner demons can also open the Eye of Heaven. Maybe because they are afraid of exposing their identities, they didn't share Qin Feiyang's methods. Long Chen said. Yes. The white-eyed wolf patted his head. The inner demons and Qin Feiyang's methods could be shared. No. But Qin Feiyang suddenly waved his hand. No. Everyone was stunned. What did he mean? I tried to open the Demon King's true body of the inner demons, but I found that I can't share it now. The inner demons also responded at that time. Now we can't share it. It was also because I found that I couldn't share it that I decisively opened the Eye of Heaven and won an overwhelming victory. Qin Feiyang explained. Can't share it? What's going on? It can't be. The white-eyed wolf frowned. He knew the situation between Qin Feiyang and the inner demons better than anyone else. Thinking back to the demonic Dragon Island, after the inner demons succeeded in transcending the tribulation, the inner demons could open both divine arts and battle souls. But now why couldn't they? Swish. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf glanced at Long Chen and Long Qin. Why are you looking at us? Long Qin was suspicious. The white-eyed wolf snorted. It must be your father's doing again. Long Qin and Long Chen looked at each other and immediately rolled their eyes. How could anything be related to their father? According to what you said, the inner demons being able to comprehend the Demon King true body and the evolution of Lu Jiajin's Eye of Nothingness must be related to my father. Then shouldn't you be thanking him? Long Qin said with a sullen face. How could this be related to your father? The white-eyed wolf sneered. Yeah. Then how do you know that the changes in the inner demons are related to my father? If you have a mind to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You're just making wild guesses without any evidence. Long Qin glared at him. Who knows? The white-eyed wolf pouted. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. After Long Qin finished speaking, he turned around and left angrily. This question. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the white-eyed wolf, shook his head and said, "Without evidence you really can't talk nonsense. Besides, it's not a bad thing that you can't share." It's not a bad thing? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Yes. Didn't the inner demons always want to be independent? Isn't it just what they want now? Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The inner demons now were equivalent to completely getting rid of the fate of the inner demons and becoming a true independent self. This should be happy for the inner demons. That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then shouldn't you apologize to Long Qin?" Apologize? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and laughed angrily. "Do you think that's possible?" Madman patted the white-eyed wolf on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Wolf, you're a man. A man should be able to pick up and let go." Get lost. The white-eyed wolf glared at him. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Is it possible that this inner demons is not the inner demons we know at all? In other words, he's a fake?" Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf. Fake. Wasn't this line of thought jumping too quickly? He couldn't keep up with the pace. Fake, impossible. After all, no one can replace the connection between Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. Besides, Lu Jiajin's eye of nothingness is unique. Who has the ability to fake it? Long Qin shook his head. That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded and glanced at the direction Long Qin left without leaving a trace. He bared his teeth and said, "Brother is going for a stroll." Fire Dance had been paying attention to the white-eyed wolf from beginning to end. When she heard the white-eyed wolf's words, her eyes flashed slightly as she said with a smile, "I'll accompany you." The white-eyed wolf's expression suddenly became a little flustered as he laughed awkwardly. "What's there to accompany? Hurry up and go into seclusion. If I tell you to go, then go. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Fire Dance's eyes turned cold as she twisted the white-eyed wolf's ear and walked towards the direction Long Qin left. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister Feng, be gentle," the white-eyed wolf immediately wailed. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. The others also dispersed one after another. At the scene, only Qin Feiyang, Long Qin, Frenzy, Mu Qing, Demon Ancestor and Mu Tianyang were left. Frenzy looked at Demon Ancestor and asked, "How long do you need to master the will of heaven?" "It's hard to say." Demon Ancestor shook his head. If it was just fusing, it would be quite fast. But the problem now was that they needed to comprehend it first. Only after comprehending the corresponding laws could they fuse the ultimate profound. This depended on one's talent and comprehension ability. Hurry up. The current situation is getting worse and worse. Frenzy sighed. If the Central Dynasty didn't interfere, they could still deal with it with their strength. But now, it was a bit tricky. Especially the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, who knew what they were afraid of. Originally, they planned to ask the inner demons and Lu Jiajin about the Central Dynasty's foundation. It would be easier to deal with it if they knew the foundation of the Central Dynasty. But now, even if they were face to face, they couldn't communicate. Tell me, what difficulties do they have? Frenzy frowned. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin weren't weak now, so there was no reason for them to be so timid. Maybe they are being monitored. Qin Feiyang sighed. Because from the current performance of the two, they met the conditions of being monitored. Monitoring? Mu Qing was taken aback and frowned. With the inner demon's character, who would dare to monitor him? Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang, and Demon Ancestor were naturally very clear about the temper of the inner demons. Dare to monitor him? Even if it was the Emperor, he would dare to resist. Demon Ancestor pondered for a while and said, "I guess the biggest possibility is that they should be planning something?" "What are they planning?" everyone murmured. "Let's not talk about this first." Long Qin waved his hand, picked up the teacup and took a sip. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Seeing that the inner demons and Lu Jiajin didn't die, did your hatred for my father in your heart disappear a little?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head in silence. Frankly speaking, when he saw the inner demons and big cousin appear in front of him alive, the hatred in his heart for Ice Dragon did indeed fade a lot. But to really let it go, he couldn't do it now. If back then my father left the inner demons and Lu Jiajin behind, not to hurt them but to train them, in that case would you still hate him? Long Qin asked with a smile. Train them? Qin Feiyang frowned. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin's talent are definitely not bad. But, think about it carefully. If no one trained them carefully, could they grow so fast? And the person who nurtured them is definitely my father. Long Qin said with a smile. Qin Feiyang's heart was in a mess. Ice Dragon had targeted him time and time again. Would he be kind enough to train the inner demons and Big Cousin? Wasn't this a fantasy? But now, the strength of the inner demons and Big Cousin was indeed in front of him. Without the careful training of a supreme expert, it was impossible for them to grow so fast. Then all of this must be related to Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon, what was this old thing trying to do? This matter, Demon Ancestor pondered for a while and said with a smile, let's wait for the inner demons and Lu Jiejin to come back and hear what they have to say before making a decision. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, now the Eye of Nihility, Eye of Heaven, Eye of Evil, Eye of Despair, Eye of Life, Eye of Destiny, and Eye of Heaven have all evolved. The Eye of Destruction and Eye of Oblivion have also been found. Only the Eye of Reincarnation is left. Speaking of the Eye of Reincarnation, Long Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light. But it disappeared very quickly like a flash in the pan. No one noticed. Frenzy frowned and said, could the other half of the Eye of Reincarnation also be in the Central Dynasty? It's possible. Demon Ancestor and the other two nodded. If the other half of the Eye of Reincarnation is really in the Central Dynasty, then the inner demons and Big Cousin will definitely know. Seems like we have to find a chance to ask them. Qin Feiyang said thoughtfully. How do we ask? Frenzy was suspicious. Even voice transmissions were taboo, let alone directly asking. There's a way. But I'm thinking if the Eye of Reincarnation isn't in the Central Dynasty, where should we find it? Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Qing said, if it's not in the Central Dynasty, then it's very likely in the Sky Cloud domain. It's just that this person hides very well so no one knows. Then is it possible that it's in the Ancient Realm? Mu Tianyang asked. Impossible. Qin Badian has been in the Ancient Realm for so many years. If the other half of the Eye of Reincarnation is really in the Ancient Realm, it would have been discovered by him. Demon Ancestor waved his hand. That's true. Mu Tianyang nodded. Back in the Ancient Realm, as the sovereign of the Dragon Slayer Palace, Qin Badian could be said to be an existence that could cover the sky with one hand. What could escape his eyes and ears? Let's look in the 4 great continents first. We'll ask the monarch, the divine king, and the human race for help. With their help, no matter how low-key this person is, he won't be able to escape the monarch's pursuit. If there's no one in the 4 great continents, then we'll target the Central Dynasty. If there's no one in the 4 great continents and the Central Dynasty, then when we return to the Sky Cloud domain, we'll do another round of investigation. Qin Feiyang said. That's the only way for now. The Demon Ancestor and the other two nodded. That's fine. Hurry up and cultivate. Senior brother, let's go find the white-eyed wolf. We'll go out later. Qin Feiyang finished the tea in his cup and stood up with a smile. Where are we going? Frenzy was suspicious. After this battle, Yu Lao and the others will definitely think that we'll be quiet for a while. So, they will more or less relax their vigilance. This is undoubtedly an opportunity for us. Qin Feiyang said, his eyes flashing. When Frenzy heard this, he suddenly came to a realization and the corner of his mouth raised into a playful smile. Chapter 4199. On the other side, the white-eyed wolf was suffering. Fire Dance kept pulling his ear, making him beg for mercy and pain. After a while, Fire Dance finally loosened her grip and snorted through her nose. The white-eyed wolf rubbed his ear and complained, Sister Feng, can't you talk nicely? There are so many people watching. How embarrassing would it be for me if I had to resort to violence? You're so thick-skinned. Do you still need face? Let's talk about it later. I'm giving you face. Have you ever given me face? Fire Dance glared at him angrily. Why didn't I give you face? The white-eyed wolf felt wronged. She didn't fight back when he was hit or scolded. What else did she want him to do? Fire Dance said angrily, You're flirting with Long Qin in front of me. Is this giving me face? Flirting? What do you mean? As soon as she said this, the white-eyed wolf felt wronged. There was no such thing. What do you want me to say about you? Go and ask everyone. Who didn't see that unusual relationship between you two? Only the two of you didn't notice it. Fire Dance rubbed her forehead. Why did she fall for such a fool? An extraordinary relationship? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Was there? No way. He was against Long Qin from the bottom of his heart. They usually didn't like each other. How did it become unusual? It's indeed a mystery of the authorities. The onlooker sees more clearly. Fire Dance shook her head and sighed. Don't say that. Don't misunderstand. There's really nothing between me and her. The white-eyed wolf hurriedly explained. I didn't misunderstand. Besides, even if there's really something between you two, it doesn't matter. Because we're not married yet. We're free to love. Fire Dance said lightly. What do you mean? Don't tell me that you've fallen in love with someone else? The white-eyed wolf's face turned slightly pale. What nonsense are you talking about? Fire Dance glared at him. He made it sound like she was a promiscuous woman. That's good. White-eyed wolf heaved a sigh of relief. He hugged Huo Wu's slender waist and bared his teeth. Little sister Feng, don't worry. In this life I will only marry you. If anyone dares to stop me, I will exterminate their entire family. You're not being serious. Fire Dance rolled her eyes, but she was touched. She snuggled into the white-eyed wolf's embrace and smiled. Actually, I won't object if you're interested in Longqin. But you can't abandon the old for the new. White-eyed wolf was taken aback. He lowered his head to look at Fire Dance's face and asked cautiously, Are you testing me? Fire Dance rolled her eyes again. After being in love for so long, he still didn't understand her. Was she such a cunning woman? Ha! White-eyed wolf knew that he had said something wrong and quickly smiled apologetically. Actually, Longqin is not bad. But the key is her identity. She is the apple of Ice Dragon and Long Zun's eyes. Ice Dragon and Long Zun will definitely not allow the two of you to be together. Taking a step back, even if the two of them agree and you and Longqin really get together, how will you choose your side when Qin Feiyang and Ice Dragon fall out? Fire Dance furrowed her beautiful brows, looking rather annoyed. However, White-eyed Wolf was speechless when he heard that. He comforted her. Don't worry. That will never happen. Don't say that too early. Fire Dance shook her head. White-eyed Wolf rubbed his forehead helplessly. Why didn't she believe it? All right. Fire Dance shook her head and got up. Let's not talk about this for now. Hurry up and apologize. Apologize for what? White-eyed Wolf asked guiltily. Still pretending? Didn't you find an excuse to leave so that you can apologize to Longqin? Fire Dance looked down on him. Ha! White-eyed Wolf laughed dryly. It didn't seem to be a good thing for a woman to be too smart. You're a man. Don't dilly-dally. Also, you're a man. You have to be more open-minded. Don't be calculative with women. Fire Dance glared at him. Okay. I'll listen to you. White-eyed Wolf nodded and kissed Fire Dance's cheek unexpectedly. Then he ran away without a trace. Fire Dance's cheeks turned red. But then she sighed bitterly. Although she said it very generously, which woman in the world didn't want to have a complete love? The Devil's Land. In the West. Bastard. You're simply unreasonable. A woman sat on a rock, grabbed a small stone next to her, and kept smashing the medicinal herbs in front of her. Her red face was full of anger. It was Longqin. Cough cough. Suddenly, there was a cough behind her. Longqin was shocked. She turned her head and glared at the person who came, saying angrily, Are you trying to scare me to death? If you're angry, just come at me. Don't waste the medicinal herbs here, okay? White-eyed Wolf was unhappy. I'm happy to. Besides, Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. Why are you interfering? Just looking at you makes me upset. Get lost. Longqin snorted coldly. White-eyed Wolf smiled awkwardly, walked to Longqin's side and braced himself. I'll apologize to you. Apologize? Longqin was surprised. I'm telling you, don't push your luck. Lowering my head and apologizing is already my greatest limit. For White-eyed Wolf, apologizing was indeed quite difficult. Because he was a person who cared about his face. You're not sincere. Longqin snorted coldly. Then what do you want? White-eyed Wolf frowned. Were all women so difficult to deal with? Apologize. Shouldn't you have the attitude of an apology? Look at you now. Do you look like you're apologizing? People who don't know will think that I owe you a debt. Longqin glared at him angrily. White-eyed Wolf was stunned. He controlled his temper, bowed and said, I'm sorry. I sincerely apologize to you. Please forgive me. That's more like it. Longqin muttered, but his attitude was very arrogant. His attitude was that he didn't accept his apology. White-eyed Wolf couldn't help but feel angry. You said that my attitude isn't good. Fine, I'll change my attitude. My attitude now is good enough, but you're giving me a cold shoulder. What do you mean? If you don't answer, I'll take it that you've accepted my apology. White-eyed Wolf asked. Whatever. Longqin waved his hand indifferently. But his expression did soften a lot. I can't understand a woman's mind. White-eyed Wolf shook his head. After pondering for a while, he looked at Longqin and said, Well, there's something I want to discuss with you. What's the matter? Long Qin was suspicious. Let's bicker in the future, White-Eyed Wolf said. Long Qin turned to look at White-Eyed Wolf. I'm afraid that everyone will misunderstand. Now everyone is already discussing that we're suspected of flirting. So I think we should calm down in the future. Don't quarrel so easily. It doesn't matter to you. After all, you're single. But I'm different. I'm taken now. What if Sister Feng misunderstands? White-Eyed Wolf said. She's taken? Long Qin rolled his eyes. How shameless. He didn't know where he found the confidence to praise himself like this. What do you think? White-Eyed Wolf asked with a smile. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with praising himself like this. You have the nerve to ask? Even if everyone misunderstands, I'm the one who will suffer the most. After all, I'm a woman. Besides, is it wrong for me to be single? Do I deserve to be unlucky because I'm single? Long Qin said angrily. Aren't men and women equal now? White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth. Get lost. Long Qin's face darkened. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Okay. I'll get lost. White-Eyed Wolf nodded and quickly turned to leave. He was afraid that if this continued, they would quarrel again. Looking at White-Eyed Wolf's back view leaving without looking back, Long Qin felt a trace of disappointment in her heart. Even she was a little confused by this inexplicable emotion. What are you thinking about? Not long after, Qin Feiyang in frenzy came over. Seeing White-Eyed Wolf, who was absent-minded and silent with his head lowered, and didn't even notice that he had stepped on the herbs in the herb field, they couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Ah. White-Eyed Wolf quivered. He looked up at Qin Feiyang in frenzy and asked in confusion, Why are you here? You still haven't noticed us? The two looked at each other. This wolf cub seemed a little strange. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? White-Eyed Wolf glared at the two. What did you say to Long Qin? Frenzy was curious. Nothing, White-Eyed Wolf shook his head, but then he glared at Frenzy and said, Why are you like a woman, so gossipy? What does it have to do with you? Frenzy was stunned. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, Did he suffer some kind of stimulation? Who knows? Qin Feiyang shrugged. What's the matter? White-Eyed Wolf looked at the two impatiently. In fact, when he turned to leave Long Qin, an inexplicable emotion rose in his heart. It seemed that something was missing. Moreover, this inexplicable emotion was getting stronger and stronger, so he was a little irritable. It's nothing serious. I just want you to go out for a walk. Qin Feiyang laughed. I'm not in the mood. White-Eyed Wolf shook his head and brushed past the two. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at each other. But after taking a few steps, White-Eyed Wolf suddenly stopped, pondered for a moment and muttered, It's good to go out and relax. He then turned around to look at Qin Feiyang and the other man and urged, What are you standing there for? Let's go. The two were stunned. Wasn't he not in the mood? Qingtian City. He was no longer unfamiliar with this city. However, it was the first time Qin Feiyang and the other two entered this city. The three of them changed their appearances and rushed to the sky above the city. The city guards came forward to interrogate them, but when they took out the Mount Supreme Law Enforcer token, they didn't dare to ask anything and immediately let them go. Back then, Qin Feiyang had always kept the identity token given to them by the human race supreme being, because it would definitely be useful in the future. Although this time they didn't wear the uniform of the law enforcers, as long as they had the token, it was enough to pass through unimpeded. In a restaurant, the three of them sat in the hall. Because they weren't wearing the uniform of the law enforcers and had put away the token, no one paid attention to them. All kinds of discussions were endless. What was the result of the battle between Qin Feiyang and the king in the Void Land? Doesn't anyone know? I do know a little. Really? Of course, I was in the Void Land at that time, but the entrance to the Star River was sealed, so I couldn't enter the Star River to watch the battle with my own eyes. As soon as these words came out, it immediately aroused the curiosity of everyone in the hall. Chapter 4200. Qin Feiyang and the other two also looked over with interest. It turned out to be a burly man dressed in ordinary clothes with a face full of stubble, looking a bit sloppy. You can, but today's wine? The bearded man glanced at the people in the hall. Although he didn't finish his words, the meaning was quite obvious. Uncle, I'll treat you to this wine. A young man in a brocade robe laughed proudly. How can I accept? The bearded man quickly waved his hand. Just when the young man in brocade thought that the burly man was going to be polite to him, the bearded man beckoned to the waiter not far away. Everyone looked at the burly man in confusion. The waiter ran to the burly man's table. "Give me 10 jars of God's nectar," the bearded man said with a smile, and then pointed to the young man in brocade. "Put it on that little brother's tab." The young man in brocade's mouth twitched. He really thought that he was going to be polite to him. It seemed that he was too naive. The waiter was also stunned and couldn't help but look at the young man in brocade and ask, "Young master, you see, go go go." The young man in brocade was helpless. Since he had already said it, how could he take it back? "Okay. 10 jars of God's nectar will be sent right away," the waiter immediately shouted and turned around to leave. "Brother, can you tell me now?" The young man in brocade was very distressed. He often came to this restaurant and knew the price of God's nectar. 10 jars of God's nectar would cost him half a month of pocket money. "No hurry, no hurry." The bearded man waved his hand. The young man in brocade's face darkened. Still keeping people in suspense? After a while, several waiters ran over with 2 jars and neatly placed them on the burly man's table. The burly man couldn't wait to open the jar. Wine dragon. The white-eyed wolf and the madman's eyes lit up. It was divine wine. This divine kingdom was really unusual. To think that such a small restaurant would actually have divine wine hidden in it. The bearded man held the jar and gulped it down like a whale. After a while, the jar was emptied. The bearded man finally put down the altar in satisfaction and turned to the young man in brocade and said gratefully, "Thank you, little brother." "You're welcome." The young man in embroidered clothes waved his hand with a fake smile. "No one knows about the battle in the Milky Way. Because the entrance to the Star River is sealed, no one can enter the Star River," the bearded man said. "Then what are you talking about?" The brocade-robed youth's face turned black and he immediately stepped forward to take away the rest of the God's nectar. "Little brother, don't worry, don't worry. Let me finish." The bearded man hurriedly stopped the golden-robed youth and said with a smile, "Although I didn't witness the battle in the Star River with my own eyes, when the monarch and the others came out of the Star River, I could still see many clues." The youth in embroidered clothes withdrew his arm and frowned. "What clue?" The bearded man said, "Your Majesty, the divine king, the sovereign of the human race, was in a remnant soul state at that time." "What? Remnant soul state?" Everyone's face was filled with shock. "That's right. According to our speculation, they must have been seriously injured by Qin Feiyang. Think about it. Even the monarch and the other 2 were beaten to the point that only their souls were left. You can imagine how intense the battle in the galaxy was," the bearded man said. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. In fact, they didn't know that the monarch and the other 2 had been seriously injured before entering the Star River. It was just that no one could get close to the central area in the Void Land, so they thought that the monarch and the other 2 were seriously injured by Qin Feiyang in the Star River. And Neptune, the dragon god, and the old man from the Central Dynasty, although they didn't have any injuries, their faces were extremely ugly. Obviously, Qin Feiyang must have the upper hand in the battle in the Star River. The bearded man smiled. "Your Majesty, the divine king, the sovereign, Neptune, the dragon god, and the experts from the Central Dynasty. Such a powerful lineup, but they couldn't do anything to Qin Feiyang. What kind of monster is this man?" Everyone was in disbelief. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's a monster. But, previously, another piece of news came from the East Continent. It seems like Qin Feiyang was defeated in this battle. The bearded man frowned. "What? Qin Feiyang lost?" Everyone was stunned. "Yes. It said that the news was released by the beast race. They said that there are 2 great geniuses in the Central Dynasty, one called Lu Yuntian and the other Lu Yunfeng, who are a pair of brothers. According to the news released by the beast race, the 2 brothers are very powerful. In the end, it seems that Qin Feiyang was defeated and fled in panic." The bearded man said. "No way. Qin Feiyang has 3,000 incarnations, the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, and the eye of heaven. How could he be defeated?" Many people were in disbelief. "So, I can't tell whether the news released by the beast race is true or false. But no matter what, the ones who suffered in this battle are definitely the monarch and the others." The bearded man shook his head and sighed. "Why are you sighing? It has nothing to do with you." The brocade-robed young man rolled his eyes. "This news was not worth 10 jars of God's nectar. Although I'm not strong enough, I'm still a member of the divine kingdom. As the saying goes, we're bound together for good or ill. The fact that the monarch and the others were defeated by Qin Feiyang is also a trampling on me. I feel sad and indignant." The bearded man sighed. Then he hugged another jar of wine and gulped it down. Hearing this, the people around fell silent. Yes, they were all members of the divine kingdom. They were bound together for good or ill. Why don't we all go and crusade against Qin Feiyang? Suddenly, someone shouted. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched. And it aroused public indignation? It seemed that everything he was doing now was for the good of the people of the divine kingdom. Logically speaking, she should have thanked him. Crusade? Forget it. Although there's strength in numbers, Qin Feiyang's strength has far exceeded the limit of this sentence. It's no exaggeration to say that his strength alone is now enough to destroy the entire human race. So we ordinary people shouldn't join in the fun. The bearded man shook his head. Yes. With our strength, we'll only add to the chaos. The brocade-robed young man nodded. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. These people were still a little bit rational. There's breaking news. At this time, accompanied by a hurried roar, a black-clothed young man hurried over from the gunship. In an instant, the people in the hall all looked up. The black-clothed young man took a few breaths, glanced at the people in the hall, and walked to the brocade-robed young man and said, Brother Zhao, just a while ago, there was news from the East Continent that a man named Qin Badian appeared on the Sea God Island. What? Qin Badian? The brocade-robed young man stood up suddenly. The others were also excited. This Qin Badian was actually Qin Feiyang's ancestor, and his strength was also extremely terrifying. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the other two's eyes were also full of doubts. Qin Badian? Why was the ancestor in the East Continent? Wait. The Qin Badian this person mentioned was not the ancestor, but the mysterious young man, because this young man had always been pretending to be Qin Badian. Since entering the divine kingdom, the young man had left alone, and there was no news about him until now. But they never expected that he would appear on the Sea God Island now. Why did he go to the Sea God Island? Could it be that he heard about the inner demons in Lu Jiajin and wanted to experience it for himself? Are you really Qin Badian? The madman stood up, looked at the black-clothed young man and asked. The black-clothed young man glanced at the madman and nodded. Yes, because I have a friend who has already rushed to the Sea God Island. The Sea God Island? The madman muttered, took out a few hundred soul stones, threw them on the table, and got up to open a space-time passage. Everyone looked at the madman with surprise. They didn't expect that he had mastered the space-time law. Let's go. The madman looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and said. The three immediately walked in. Brothers, take us with you. The brocade-robed young man shouted, threw away the wine cup in his hand, and hurriedly ran toward the space-time passage. The black-clothed young man also quickly followed. The bearded man rolled his eyes, put away the remaining 8 jars of God's nectar on the table, and ran toward the space-time passage. Young master, you haven't paid the bill yet. Seeing this, the waiter of the restaurant hurriedly shouted to the brocade-robed young man. Put it on my bill and I'll pay it another day. The brocade-robed young man said without turning his head. Chapter 4202. East Continent. Sea God's Island. At this moment, the core members of the oceanic race were all gathered in the sky and looking at the sky. Terrifying ripples of battle surged out from the Star River like a tide. From the sounds of the battle, one could tell that the battle was in the depths of the Star River. Even so, it was like the end of the world outside. This showed how terrifying the battle in the Star River was. In the distance, as a space-time tunnel appeared, Qin Feiyang and the other two walked out one after another. They immediately raised their heads and looked at the sky. The black-shirted young man, the brocade-robed young man and the bearded man also walked out. Their faces were filled with shock when they felt the shocking waves. Why are you following us? The white-eyed wolf glanced at the three of them. The brocade-robed young man was dazed. He turned to the three and smiled, just to watch. You don't know what's good for you. Is this something you can watch? The white-eyed wolf said in disdain. What did you say? The brocade-robed young man raised his eyebrows with a hint of anger. We just borrowed the tunnel. What's there to be proud of? The white-eyed wolf took out the enforcer's token. The brocade-robed young man's expression changed when he saw the enforcer's token. Although he was also from a famous family, he didn't dare to act recklessly in front of the enforcers of Mount Supreme. The black-shirted young man and the bearded man were also shocked. They quickly bowed and said, Greetings, enforcers. The brocade-robed young man's face turned pale and he hurriedly said, I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me. The white-eyed wolf looked around in disdain. Buzz. Clang. Time tunnels and time teleportation divine artifacts appeared in the sky. Figures flew out one after another. There were the human race, the celestial race, the beast race, and the purple-gold divine dragon race. Because this was the sea god's island, the sacred land of the oceanic race, they had to be able to protect themselves. Boom. Suddenly, a few powerful auras appeared. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked over and saw Heavenly Lord Ji, the god race and the human race, step out of the time tunnel. Why are they here? Monarch, Divine King, where is Ji Zun? White-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. Are you stupid? Didn't old Qin destroy their bodies in the land of nothingness? Right now I'm repairing my body. Madman rolled his eyes at him. Yeah. The white-eyed wolf smacked his head and laughed dryly. What a stupid question. Let's go. Follow them. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He brought the white-eyed wolf and the crazy one to the front of the human Great Venerable. He bowed and said, Greetings, Venerable. You are? The Great Venerable was looking at the sky. When he heard this, he couldn't help but size up the two of them with suspicion. The three of us are law enforcers. Qin Feiyang took out the law enforcement token. There were a lot of enforcers in Mount Supreme. All enforcers belonged to the Law Enforcement Hall and were led by the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. The Great Venerable was second only to the Supremes of the human race in Mount Supreme. He basically wouldn't ask about the matters of the Law Enforcement Hall. Even if there was something, the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall would meet the Great Venerable in person, so he wasn't familiar with the law enforcers below him. Seeing Qin Feiyang take out the token, he didn't suspect anything. However, he frowned and said, What are you doing here? Qin Feiyang put away the token and said respectfully, We received news that Qin Badian has appeared, so we came to investigate. I see. The Great Venerable nodded and asked, What's the situation now? I don't know. I've just arrived. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Let's go up and take a look. Heavenly Lord Ji didn't pay much attention to Qin Feiyang and the other two because they had changed their appearances. Dangerous here. Leave quickly. The Great Venerable said to Qin Feiyang and the other two, then flew into the sky with Heavenly Lord Ji and the Great Venerable of the God race. Well, Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened. He wanted to get close to the Great Venerable because he wanted to enter the Universe River with the Great Venerable to watch the battle. Because the entrance to the Universe River must have been blocked. With their current identities, Neptune and the others wouldn't give them any face. But unexpectedly, the Great Venerable was so concerned about his subordinates that he wanted them to leave this place as soon as possible. Uncle, take us with you. The mad scientist rolled his eyes and said. Huh. Heavenly Lord Ji was startled. Uncle? Who was talking to him? It's us. Me, mad scientist. The mad scientist thought. Mad scientist? Heavenly Lord Ji was startled and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. The mad scientist immediately winked, which was very funny. Heavenly Lord Ji immediately realized and the corner of his mouth twitched. It was these three little bastards. They're really bold. Not only did they pretend to be the enforcers of Mount Supreme, but they also secretly came to the Sea God's Island. What's wrong? The two venerables looked at Heavenly Lord Ji suspiciously when they saw him suddenly stop. Nothing. Heavenly Lord Ji waved his hand and waved at Qin Feiyang and the other two. You three come with us. They're coming with us. The venerable of the human race was startled. Yes. If there's an emergency, they can also ask for help on behalf of us. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. That's true. The venerable of the human race nodded. After all, the one who appeared now wasn't an ordinary person but Qin Badian. He was someone who wasn't any weaker than Heavenly Lord Ji. When the time came, Qin Feiyang and the others might even come after hearing the news. So, Qin Feiyang and the other two followed Heavenly Lord Ji and the other two and flew into the sky. Seeing Heavenly Lord Ji and the other two, the members of the Oceanids gathered in the sky all bowed and then retreated to the side, making a path for them. Although the three of them weren't as powerful as the king, the Divine King and the 9 Supremes, they still had a lot of prestige in the Divine Kingdom. The closer they got to the Star River, the more intense the battle became. I say, you three brats, why are you guys everywhere? Heavenly Lord Ji flew towards the Star River and said with a helpless tone. It's such a big matter, of course we have to come and take a look. The madman snickered. Heavenly Lord Ji rolled his eyes and thought, then why are you calling me uncle? Aren't you messing up the seniority? Is that so? Qin Badian and I are brothers and you're Qin Baishan's uncle. Although it's a bit rude for me to call you uncle, the seniority isn't messed up. The madman snickered secretly. What? You're brothers with him? Then what's your relationship with Qin Feiyang? Heavenly Lord Ji was a bit confused. What was going on? Old Qin and I? The madman paused for a second and snickered. Of course we're brothers. Heavenly Lord Ji's mouth twitched. He was brothers with Qin Badian and Qin Feiyang. What a messy relationship. Actually, according to seniority, Qin Feiyang should also call me ancestral patriarch. But there's no other way. He's very unruly and has no respect for his elders. If you have time, you can teach him a good lesson. The madman snickered. Heavenly Lord Ji couldn't help but show a look of disdain. You're talking as if you're very well behaved. You're just trash and you still have the cheek to talk about others? Finally, the 6 of them arrived at the entrance of the Star River. Yu Lao, Neptune, the dragon god, Lu Jiajin and the other 8 elites of the Central Dynasty were all there. Why are you here? Where are the king and the others? The dragon god raised his eyebrows. Heavenly Lord Ji frowned and looked at the dragon god with a cold face. Father was seriously injured by Qin Feiyang in the Void Land. Don't you know about this? The dragon god was startled and then looked a bit embarrassed. Heavenly Lord Ji snorted and bowed. Greetings, Senior Yu Lao. Father knew that Qin Badian had appeared, so he asked me to come and help. Emichim. Yu Lao nodded and glanced at the 2 overlords, then glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others. He didn't pay much attention to them and looked into the depths of the Star River. Qin Feiyang and the others stood behind Heavenly Lord Ji and looked into the depths of the Star River. On the battlefield, thousands of figures kept colliding. They were the inner demons and the young man. The thousands of extra figures were their 3,000 incarnations and their demon king true bodies. Ultimate intents collided crazily, causing the Star River in all directions to collapse. The battle was extremely fierce. Are you sure you're Qin Badian? The inner demons laughed. If I'm not Qin Badian, where would I get my 3,000 incarnations? Even though he was fighting with the inner demons, the young man still looked sleepy and yawned. I didn't expect Qin Badian to be so strong. The Qin clan is really impressive, but you're all defeated in front of me. The inner demon's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness. The ultimate intent of life and death roared and the will of heaven burst out. As Qin Badian's inner demons, how could he not know what Qin Badian looked like? Although he hadn't entered the ancient world when he entered the divine ruins for the 2nd time and hadn't seen Qin Badian's true body with his own eyes, there were statues of Qin Badian in the sacred land of the great Qin and the mermaid race. So, he immediately recognized that the man in front of him was an impostor. However, he had also heard of the matter regarding the young man and Qin Feiyang barging into the Scandinavia. Since the young man had impersonated Qin Badian, he had already obtained Qin Feiyang's approval, so he didn't expose him. Of course, he didn't dare to expose it in front of him. After all, there was still a consciousness in his body that was monitoring him. The moment the inner demons activated the ultimate intent of life and death, the 3,000 demon king true bodies also activated the ultimate intent of life and death. Their combat strength instantly soared. Heavenly Lord Ji and the 2 supremacies couldn't help but narrow their eyes when they saw this scene. After the king and the other 2 returned, they had told them about the strength of the inner demons. But even though they already knew in advance, they couldn't help but shudder when they saw it with their own eyes. Qin Feiyang's strength was already obvious to all. However, at this moment, a man who wasn't inferior to Qin Feiyang at all was born in the divine kingdom. What kind of monsters were these? They had actually comprehended the rarely seen intent of life and death. If it were them, they wouldn't be a match for the inner demons at all. No, it was a complete suppression. A complete suppression without any power to fight back. How can he break the ultimate intent of life and death? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 also looked at the young man with anticipation. The young man's strength had always been a mystery. No matter how strong they had become, they could always feel an invisible pressure when facing the young man. Perhaps this time, the battle between the young man and the inner demons could let them completely see his strength. Chapter 4203. Rumble. 3001 Ultimate profundities of the law of life and death shot towards the young man. The laws of life and death. The young man raised his head and glanced at the 3001 ultimate laws, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up slightly. Seeing this expression, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 shuddered. This was a display of confidence. And it was not ordinary confidence. There was even a trace of contempt in his eyes. Seeing that the 3001 laws of life and death were about to come, the young man raised his arm and crossed his index finger and thumb, and a crisp finger snap sounded in the galaxy. The next moment, the dog's tail grass in his mouth suddenly erupted with a monstrous power. A colorful origin force rolled out from it. What? Origin energy. The appearance of this scene shocked everyone. That's right. This was the origin energy. Last time when the young man used the origin energy in the void, Heavenly Lord Ji and the 2 supremacies were present, so they knew how powerful the origin energy was. Neptune, the dragon god, and Yu Lao could not help but show a trace of horror on their faces. Because this matter was not unfamiliar to them. Although they did not see it with their own eyes back then, they had long heard of it. It was said that the origin energy this person controlled was even more powerful than the origin energy of the divine kingdom. At that time, even the sovereigns were helpless. How could they not be afraid of this kind of source energy? As for Qin Feiyang and the other two, they were more furious. That bastard. Back then in the void, he had clearly told them that he only had one source of origin energy. But now, another source of origin energy had popped out of nowhere. No, it was not just one but a whole bunch. This was obviously a bluff back then. Unreliable guy. At the same time, the smile on the inner demon's face also froze. Origin energy? Who exactly was this guy? Rumble. A large amount of origin energy turned into a huge wave and rolled out. A shocking scene appeared. The heart demon's 3001 life and death laws couldn't even withstand a single blow, instantly collapsing apart like a piece of dead wood. Poof. The inner demon spat out a mouthful of blood. And here I was wondering how strong he was. The young man shook his head. Damn you. If you have the guts, then fight me with your true abilities. The inner demons roared. The source energy had already far surpassed the limits of the laws. What was there to be arrogant about relying on this kind of power to defeat him? Isn't this true ability? The young man waved his hand, and the origin energy flooded the sky and surged toward the inner demons. Lu Jiejin's face darkened. He took a step forward and landed in front of the inner demons, opening his eye of void. A fighting soul wants to shake the origin energy? Brat, you're too naive. The young man shook his head and sneered. Boom. Before he finished speaking. With a loud bang, the source energy roared out and the Nihility Eye was destroyed on the spot. Lu Jiejin vomited a mouthful of blood as his face paled. He was greatly shocked. How did this little cousin know such a terrifying person? Just this source power was completely capable of insta-killing anyone. The origin energy did not stop and continued to attack the inner demons and Lu Jiejin. Dragon God save them. Yu Lao's expression changed. The dragon god instinctively took out the origin energy, but he hesitated. He only had this one source of origin energy. If it was destroyed here, how could he fight with Qin Feiyang in the future? Because he knew very well. The reason why Qin Feiyang did not come to find trouble with him was because of this source of origin energy in his hand. Once he lost it, Qin Feiyang would receive the news and immediately come to kill him. When the time came, wouldn't that be a dead end? Qin Feiyang and the other two could not help but look at the dragon god and laugh in their hearts. Why don't you try? Let's see if today will be your death anniversary. What are you doing? Yu Lao glared at the dragon god. Yu Lao. Hearing this, the dragon god suddenly panicked and hurriedly said, "This source of origin energy of mine is not his opponent." What he meant was, it was useless to make a move. Instead, it would be a waste of this source of origin energy. Selfish scoundrel. Yu Lao was furious. How could he not know the dragon god's plan? Grabbing that source of origin energy, he went to rescue the inner demons and Lu Jiejin. Yu Lao. The dragon god's body stiffened. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other, and a trace of killing intent flashed in their eyes. Neptune and the dragon god were standing in front of them. If they did not make a move now, when would they? Stop. However, at this moment, a majestic voice sounded. Qin Feiyang and the other two were startled and quickly looked in the direction of the voice, because this voice was very unfamiliar. When they looked up at Lu Jiejin and the inner demons, a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. They saw a beam of light flash out of Lu Jiejin's body, and the next moment, it turned into a blurry figure in front of Lu Jiejin and the inner demons. My lord. Yu Lao was shocked. Greetings, my lord. The 8 elites of the Central Dynasty also hurriedly bowed. My lord. Qin Feiyang and the other two were shocked. This was the lord of the Central Dynasty? Heavenly Lord Ji and the two overlords looked at each other with shock in their eyes. It seemed that this lord was also quite unfamiliar to them. This is not the real body of the Lord, but a consciousness, the white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist nodded. This was something that they had already noticed. I understand. The reason why the inner demons and Lu Jiejin didn't dare to communicate with us must be because of this consciousness of the Lord. The mad scientist said. Yes. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf also felt refreshed after hearing this. The doubts in their hearts were finally solved. No wonder the inner demons and the mad scientist didn't dare to talk to them. It turned out that the Lord was monitoring them. Stand down. The Lord looked at Yu Lao and stopped him. Yes. Yu Lao nodded respectfully and retreated to the dragon god and Neptune. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and had to suppress the murderous intent in their hearts. Let's talk. The Lord looked at the young man and said. His tone was very gentle. Because this origin power made him very wary and he didn't dare to be aggressive. Talk about what? The young man waved his hand and the origin power stopped. The Lord heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it stopped, there was still room for negotiation. However, the next moment, the corners of the young man's mouth rose, and the origin power moved and instantly drowned the Lord. The Lord was furious. You think you're qualified to talk to me? If you want to talk to me, let your Lord come. The young man's lazy expression was full of disdain. The Lord's consciousness was annihilated on the spot. What? Yu Lao's expression suddenly became dull. Even if the Lord came, it was useless? But it wasn't over yet. The origin power also mercilessly drowned the inner demons and Lu Jijing. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at this scene, and their hearts jumped out. Don't move. I know their identities. I'm doing this for your own good. Just when the three were about to stop the young man's voice sounded in their minds. What's the situation? The three looked at each other. How did this person know the identity of the inner demons and Lu Jijing? The most ridiculous thing was, why did he say that killing the inner demons and Big Cousin was for their own good? Accompanied by a painful scream, the bodies of the inner demons and Lu Jijing were directly shattered. Qin Feiyang and the other two were burning with anxiety. But they didn't dare to be impulsive. Because they really didn't know what the young man wanted to do. If the young man had any plans, if they acted rashly now, they might make the young man's plan fall short. Qin Badian, you're too presumptuous. But at this time, another angry roar sounded. The Lord? Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. Hadn't the Lord's consciousness been destroyed by the young man before? Why was there still his voice? They quickly looked up and found that there was also the Lord's consciousness in the shattered head of the inner demons. However, as soon as this consciousness appeared, it was obliterated by the origin power, leaving only a roar that echoed in the Star River for a long time. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang and the other two seemed to understand something. Have mercy. Yu Lao roared, his eyes full of anger. Because the souls of the inner demons and Lu Jijing were also about to be obliterated. The two of them were the heavenly talents carefully cultivated by the Central Dynasty. If the two of them died here, there would be no one in the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom who could compete with Qin Feiyang and the others. The young man's eyes flashed, and as he waved his hand, the origin power spread out like a tide, forming a barrier that imprisoned the inner demons and Lu Jijing's souls. Then he looked towards Elder Yu and said playfully, if you want me to let them go, I can. Yu Lao's eyes trembled and he quickly asked, what do you want? Do you think there's anything in this world that can catch my eye? The young man's face was full of ridicule. Yu Lao fell silent. Indeed. He even had such a terrifying origin power, what else would he want? Actually, you can easily give me what I want. Kneel down and kowtow to me 99 times. The young man grinned. What? Yu Lao's body stiffened. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other, and their faces couldn't help but twitch. 99 kowtows? Wasn't this clearly making things difficult for Elder Yu? As a person from the Central Dynasty, even giants like Neptune and the monarch had to respect him. Making such a person kneel down in public and kowtow to him 99 times was probably worse than killing him. This method of torturing people is not bad, I can record it in my grimoire. The white-eyed wolf snickered. Grimoire? What grimoire? Qin Feiyang and the madman were suspicious. A grimoire for torturing people? It's better to live than to die. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Qin Feiyang and the madman were speechless. It was purely because they had nothing to do and were bored to death. What? Not willing? Seeing that Yu Lao was silent for a long time, a cold light flashed in the young man's eyes. Everyone looked at Yu Lao. They thought, does this Qin Badian have a grudge against Yu Lao? Why is he so against me? I can agree to any other conditions. Even if it's my life. Elder Yu enunciated each word clearly and forcefully. Your life is not worth a single cent. The young man shook his head. Bastard, Yu Lao glared and roared, why are you humiliating me like this? Not to mention his identity, just his strength alone. He had mastered the ultimate profundities of the 8 supreme laws and was stronger than any of the giants in the 4 great continents. The value of a person like him could not be measured by money. But at this moment, this person actually said that he was worthless? This was simply trampling on his dignity. I haven't fully recovered yet, so I'm writing very slowly. The 3rd chapter will be released later. Chapter 4204. Why? The young man's eyes turned cold and his lazy look was replaced by a fierce aura. Why don't you know? How dare you bully the descendant of Qin Badian? Who gave you the courage? This change startled Qin Feiyang and the other two. At this moment, the young man was like a ferocious beast baring its fangs, making them shudder. He's really here to avenge Qin Feiyang. The two supremacies whispered. It was really enviable to have such an ancestor. But they didn't know that Qin Feiyang, the person involved, was very upset. What kind of ancestor was this? They had nothing to do with each other. But then again he had so many people around him. Why did this guy pretend to be his ancestor? At the same time, Yu Lao couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He didn't expect to get into such a big trouble. If he really wanted to pursue the matter, he should go to the emperor, because it was the emperor who ordered him to bring the 10 elites to the 4 great continents. Kneel. You have no choice. You can't die even if you want to. The young man curled the corners of his mouth. Anyway, I'm going to defeat you today. Yu Lao struggled. He would rather die than kneel. Not to mention that he was in front of everyone. If he really knelt, he was sure that in less than an hour, everyone in the 4 great continents would know. He couldn't afford to lose face. But, if he didn't kneel, the price he had to pay would be unbearable. Because the other party had the origin energy. Even if he wanted to die, it was not up to him. You're quite stubborn. Fine. I'll kill you one by one. After killing all the elites of the Central Dynasty, I'll kill the Merfolk, then the Beast race, and then the Deity race. I'll let you watch how I massacre the Divine Kingdom. I'll make sure you can't get rid of the shadow of fear in your next life. The young man's eyes were full of murderous intent. The origin energy transformed into a giant sword and slashed towards the 8 prodigies. Yu Lao, the 8 sky prides roared in horror. Neptune, the dragon god, the god race's great venerable, and the human race's supreme being couldn't help but change their expressions. He actually wanted to massacre the entire Divine Kingdom. Heavenly Lord Ji couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart as he transmitted a message. Stinking brat, is he serious? Probably. Qin Feiyang thought. Estimate? Heavenly Lord Ji's mouth twitched. Why did it sound so unreliable? Seeing that the 8 geniuses were about to lose their lives, Yu Lao glared at the young man and roared, I kneel. However, the young man did not stop. The giant sword formed by the origin energy slashed forward madly. Along with cries of agony, the 8 of them splashed blood all over the sky. Even their souls did not dare to run for their lives as they shivered in fear. Could be seen that they were terrified to the extreme. However, just as the souls of the 8 people were about to dissipate, the sword formed from the origin energy suddenly retreated and returned to the young man. I've already promised to kneel before you, why are you still doing this? Yu Lao roared. He had to kneel. He had to kneel. Because, if blood flowed like a river in the 4 continents because of him, he couldn't bear the responsibility when the emperor investigated. This is the price of hesitation. Now, not only do you have to kneel and kowtow 99 times, but you also have to say loudly every time you kowtow, Grandpa Qin Feiyang, I'm wrong. The young man was full of ridicule. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was going on? Old Qin, congratulations, congratulations. You have a good grandson. Crazy laughed secretly. We have to congratulate ourselves too. White-eyed Wolf transmitted his voice. What does it have to do with us? Crazy was puzzled. We're brothers with little Qin Zi. Doesn't his grandson mean that he's our grandson? White-eyed Wolf secretly gritted his teeth. Crazy was stunned for a moment, then he chuckled and said, That's right. Then congratulations to the 3 of us and an old grandson. Aren't you childish? Qin Feiyang was speechless. At the scene, there was another person who was also quite speechless. That person was Heavenly Lord Ji. If Yu Lao really became Qin Feiyang's grandson, what should he call him according to seniority? But the others, for example, Neptune, the dragon god, and the 2 lords all glared at the young man angrily. Neptune and the dragon god didn't say anything. After all, there was a grudge between them. As for the 2 exalted, because they didn't know that the God King and the human clan's utmost exalted had formed an alliance with Qin Feiyang, they were still looking at Qin Feiyang with hatred. Besides, they were all people of the Divine Kingdom. They were bound together for good or ill. Humiliating Yu Lao was the same as humiliating them. I advise you to stop before going too far. The dragon god said gloomily. Are you teaching me how to behave? The young man slowly looked at the dragon god and asked. The dragon god's neck suddenly shrank and his body couldn't help but tremble. It was as if that look could destroy his divine soul. The young man looked at Yu Lao with disdain and shouted, Hurry up! Yu Lao quivered, his legs unconsciously bent down and knelt in the Star River. As long as he knelt down, no matter what dignity or face, it was all gone. Only shame and shame were left in his heart. Fiao. Grandpa, grandson. I was wrong. Under everyone's watchful eyes. In the end. He slowly lowered his head, closed his eyes in pain and began to kowtow and apologize. The entire Star River was dead silent. Only Yu Lao's voice echoed in the void. For him, today's encounter would follow him for the rest of his life and could never be washed away. After a long time, 100 kowtows were finally over. Ha! The young man laughed out loud and scrupulous and then withdrew his origin power, opened a space-time tunnel and left without looking back. But that arrogant laughter filled the Star River and didn't dissipate for a long time. It's finally over. At this moment, watching the young man leave and disappear from their sight, whether it was the dragon god, Neptune, or the two sovereigns, they all felt a sense of relief. Although from the beginning of the battle until now, not even half an hour had passed, but in their eyes, it was as if several centuries had passed. It was simply torturous. Hey, there will be a good show to watch later. The madman suddenly laughed secretly. What? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at him suspiciously. The madman signaled the two to lower their heads. The two looked down and found that in the madman's hand, there was a sound transmission god stone. Obviously this scene had been recorded. Damn. I actually didn't think of that. The white-eyed wolf was somewhat annoyed. Such a wonderful scene, how could it not be recorded? You're stupid. The madman smiled proudly. Pay attention to your face, you're about to reveal a flaw. Out of concern, Heavenly Lord Ji had been paying attention to Qin Feiyang and the other two. Seeing the white-eyed wolf and the madman's expressions become more and more exaggerated, he quickly reminded them. The two of them were startled and hurriedly looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, they let out a sigh of relief. They hurriedly put away the divine sound transmission stone, sorted out their emotions, and looked at Elder Yu who was still kneeling in the galaxy. Little old man, this lesson is deep enough. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant in the future. Haha, how satisfying. After a moment of silence, Neptune and the dragon god looked at each other and slowly walked forward, looking at Yu Lao who had his head buried in silence. They found that this old man was silently crying at this moment, tears flowing down his old face. Thinking about it, it made sense. After suffering such a great humiliation, even if he had an iron heart, he would definitely collapse. Yu Lao, get up, there are so many people watching. Neptune bent down and pulled Yu Lao's arm. Yu Lao turned a deaf ear. His face, which was buried in his hands, was almost twisted. This was hatred. Similarly, he didn't dare to look up now, because as soon as he looked up, he would see people around him. He was afraid of seeing ridicule on everyone's faces. Let's go. And today's matter, don't spread it out. Heavenly Lord Ji turned around and looked at the sea race outside the entrance. Don't spread it out? Was that possible? There was a lack of everything in this world, but there was no lack of gossipers. The great venerable of the human race looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and whispered, "You guys go too." Okay. The three nodded and bowed to Heavenly Lord Ji and the great venerable of the god race before turning around and leaving quickly. Brother, what's the situation up there? Is it over? How's Qin Badian? Because the sea race had blocked the entrance of the Star River before, the people of the other races couldn't get close, so when they saw someone coming down, they all swarmed up and kept asking questions. The young man in brocade, the young man in black, and the bearded man were also asking around curiously, but they suddenly noticed Qin Feiyang and the other two and immediately chased after them. Don't come over. Go wherever it's cool. The mad scientist noticed the three and immediately glared at them fiercely. Then he opened a space-time tunnel and quickly left with Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. A trace of disappointment appeared on the faces of the three. It wasn't easy to meet a few law enforcers and they wanted to curry favor with them, but the other party didn't give them a chance at all. As expected. So, the video recorded by the mad scientist was spread across the 4 great continents, causing an unprecedented sensation. Every living being who saw this video felt waves of shock surge through their hearts. People from the Central Dynasty were forced to kneel and kowtow to Qin Badian? And they even called Qin Feiyang Grandpa? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, would they dare to believe this scene? Ha! My grandson is indeed powerful. The Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan. In a secret chamber, the king who was rebuilding his body couldn't help but laugh when he received the news. Of course he was happy. Because he didn't know that this Qin Badian was fake and thought that it was really his grandson. The group of elders in the village were also very excited when they heard the news. Finally, someone has settled the score for us. Ji Laoshi laughed. Yes. This dog Yu Lao probably didn't expect that he would die in the hands of the descendants of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. We must celebrate. Laoshi, take out your best wine. Let's get drunk today. Ji Laoshi laughed heartily. Okay. Ji Laoshi nodded and waved his old hand, and dozens of jars of divine wine appeared. If the white-eyed wolf and the mad scientist were here, they would definitely drool. Because these divine wines were supreme-grade divine wines. And the black tortoise divine wine and the unparalleled divine wine were just ordinary divine wines. I'm sweating all over again while writing this. It's too uncomfortable. Brothers, be careful. Don't catch a cold during the changing of seasons. Chapter 4205. Ha, Black Tortoise World? Inside the tea garden. The frenzy and the white-eyed wolf were drinking the unparalleled divine brew and laughing loudly. Qin Feiyang was also drinking tea with a smile on his face. This time Yu Lao was completely defeated by the young man, and his reputation was completely ruined. From now on Yu Lao wouldn't dare to go out. Because he would be laughed at as soon as he went out. Although he didn't dare to laugh in front of others, there would definitely be a lot of gossip behind his back. Let's get down to business. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and looked at the two. Don't you feel that something is wrong with the appearance of the young man? Something is wrong? The two were stunned. Yes. I feel that he came out to help us. Qin Feiyang nodded. Help us? The two lowered their heads and pondered for a while. Suddenly they seemed to have thought of something and looked up at Qin Feiyang. The Emperor's consciousness? Yes. The inner demons and big cousin both have the Emperor's consciousness in their bodies. What does this mean? It means that they have always been under the Emperor's surveillance. Maybe it's because of this reason that they don't dare to recognize us. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Makes sense. The two nodded. Let's put it another way. This time the young man didn't challenge the inner demons and big cousin. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill the Emperor's two consciousnesses. As for forcing Yu Lao to kneel and kowtow, I think this is just the young man finding a reason for himself to let the inner demons and big cousin go. Because he is now pretending to be Qin Badian. The inner demons and big cousin are now monsters of the Central Dynasty. If the young man doesn't kill them, it will definitely arouse the Emperor's suspicion. After all, this is such a good opportunity. If it was anyone else, they would directly eliminate the source of trouble. How could they let go of such terrifying monsters? Qin Feiyang analyzed. Makes sense. Madman and White-Eyed Wolf nodded again. Humiliating Yu Lao and forcing Yu Lao to kneel was tantamount to an excuse. The inner demons and Lu Jijin could live on because Yu Lao had knelt down in exchange for his dignity. By then, the Emperor of the Central Divine Kingdom wouldn't think too much about it. You've really given it a lot of thought. Qin Feiyang sighed. Even though they still hadn't figured out the young man's identity, he was truly taking good care of them. Actually, what I don't understand the most is, how did he know the identities of the inner demons and Lu Jijin? Furthermore, how did he know that the Emperor's consciousness was lurking within the inner demons and Lu Jijin? It feels like he knows everything? Madman frowned. Indeed. And us. When we changed our faces previously, even people like Neptune and Dragon God couldn't recognize us, but he was able to see through our identities at a glance. This brother is suspecting that he has a pair of eyes of the Tao of Heaven and nothing in the world can hide from him. White-Eyed Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman and said, Eyes of the Tao of Heaven? The two froze and shook their heads with a bitter smile. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was indeed suspicious. Let's not talk about him first. Anyway, as long as he's not hostile to us, it's fine. Now that the Emperor's consciousness has been obliterated by the young man, the inner demons and big cousin should be coming to us after rebuilding their bodies. So now I can't wait. But before that, we still have one more thing to do. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Kill the Dragon God? Madman and White-Eyed Wolf asked in unison. Sure enough, we're brothers. Qin Feiyang laughed. He didn't even need to say it, the two had already guessed it. This kind of tacit understanding wasn't something that could be cultivated easily. White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth and said, Not only do we have to kill the Dragon God, but we also have to kill the Beast Gods and Beast Lords of the Beast Race. And the resources of the Beast Race. Now that the Black Tortoise realm needs a lot of spirit veins and crystal veins to evolve, this is a good opportunity. Madman chuckled. He was simply the incarnation of a bandit. Then let's get ready to act? Qin Feiyang asked. If we don't act now, when should we? Madman twisted the wine jar and stood up with a hearty laugh. Inner demons and Lu Jijin were severely injured by the young man, and the other 8 prodigies also had their bodies crushed by the young man. Now, only the dragon god, Neptune, and Yu Lao were left in the East Continent. Neptune and Yu Lao were strong, but Madman and White-Eyed Wolf were more than enough to deal with them. As for the dragon god, after obtaining Neptune's origin power, Qin Feiyang wasn't afraid at all. Therefore this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't think of the problem as too simple. At this moment, Long Qin walked out from the tea tree forest. Were you eavesdropping on our conversation? White-Eyed Wolf turned his head and looked with a trace of displeasure. Do I need to eavesdrop when you're speaking so loudly? Long Qin snorted coldly. White-Eyed Wolf still wanted to say something, but he suddenly remembered his promise with Long Qin to not quarrel in the future, so he lowered his head and drank his wine without saying anything. Long Qin was still a little unaccustomed to this attitude. The disappointment in his heart seemed to be stronger. Qin Feiyang looked at the two meaningfully and said with a smile, "What do you mean by that? Don't forget that the Protoss, the human race, and the purple gold divine dragon race haven't fallen out with the Central Dynasty yet. Now that we're going to the East Continent to deal with the dragon god, they definitely won't sit back and do nothing when they receive the news. Let's take a step back. Even if the monarch pretends not to know, Yu Lao and Neptune will definitely send them a message for help. If they receive the two's request for help, how can they not take action? So my suggestion is that before we kill our way to the East Continent, we should make arrangements for the 3 major races," Long Qin said. "Then in your opinion, how should we arrange for the 3 major races?" Madman was curious. "Anyway, we have to help them create an excuse for not being able to support the beast race. You have a lot of bad ideas, take your time to think about it," Long Qin said, then sat aside and fell silent. If one looked carefully, his eyes would occasionally glance at White-Eyed Wolf. An excuse for not being able to support them? Qin Feiyang and Madman murmured as they pondered. If only the young man was here, he alone would be enough to restrain the 3 major races. White-Eyed Wolf muttered. "This kind of thing, don't take it seriously." Madman shook his head. As long as the young man could help them at a critical moment, he would be satisfied. He didn't dare to ask for anything else. "Why don't we wait for my brother and the demon ancestor to come out of seclusion?" Long Qin spoke again. As long as Long Qin and the demon ancestor grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, they could restrain the 3 major races. No. By then, the inner demons and Big Cousin would have recovered their strength. If they still want to hide in the Central Dynasty, they will definitely attack us. With their strength, plus the Dragon God and the others, it won't be easy to deal with them. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What are they trying to do by hiding in the Central Dynasty? Long Qin was suspicious. You have to ask. Hearing this, the White-Eyed Wolf was about to retort Long Qin. He wanted to say that he had to ask his father because this was arranged by him. But halfway through he fell silent. Endure. Don't argue. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at the White-Eyed Wolf suspiciously. Why was this wolf cub acting so strange today? He couldn't have been possessed, right? What are you looking at? The White-Eyed Wolf stared at the two. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Long Qin and said, "They probably want to be spies. When the time comes, we can attack the Central Dynasty from the inside." Long Qin nodded. This was the only explanation that made sense. "What's wrong with you guys today? Something doesn't seem right?" Madman came to Long Qin's side and asked in a low voice. "Nothing." Long Qin panicked and shook his head. "Do you think I'm stupid? Nothing? It's so obvious. How can I not see it?" Madman rolled his eyes. "Then what does it have to do with you?" Long Qin looked at the madman seriously and said in a serious tone. Madman's face froze. He really couldn't refute this question. "How about this?" Suddenly, Qin Feiyang said with a flash of light in his eyes. The 3 immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Before going to the East Continent, let's go to Mount Supreme, the island of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan." "What are we going to do there?" Madman was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "We'll seriously injure all the overlords of the 3 clans. This way they won't be able to help, right?" The White-Eyed Wolf paused and nodded. "I think it's feasible." "Well," Madman pondered for a moment and said, "I'm afraid we have to inform the king and the others in advance. Otherwise they will think that we are going to break the alliance." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and took out the divine sound transmission stone. But the next moment, he was stunned. "What's wrong?" The 3 looked at him suspiciously. Their contract bridge disappeared? Qin Feiyang frowned. What? The contract bridge disappeared? What's going on? The three of them were surprised. There were only two explanations for the disappearance of the contract bridge. First, the other party erased the contract bridge. Second, the other party unfortunately died. Just as the three of them were imagining things, Qin Feiyang slapped his head and smiled bitterly. They are fine. Don't scare yourself. The reason why the contract bridge disappeared should be because I crushed their physical bodies in the void. The divine sound transmission stone shattered along with their physical bodies. That's right. The three of them also suddenly understood. They were really scaring themselves. It seems that I have to go there personally. You guys adjust your state first. Qin Feiyang said and left the Black Tortoise realm alone. After all, the battle with the beast race was not a trivial matter. They had to be fully prepared. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Boom. Mount Supreme. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. A terrifying wave of air swept out in all directions like a tide. Those who heard the commotion ran to Mount Supreme to take a look. They found that Mount Supreme had been razed to the ground. The experts of Mount Supreme, including the 10 sovereigns, were all heavily injured and their bodies were destroyed. Who did this? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Apart from that damn Qin Feiyang, who else could it be? The various venerables roared towards the sky, their anger overflowing to the heavens. This was not the first time this had happened. To Mount Supreme, this was a lifetime of humiliation. Chapter 4206. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave arose. Before the storm at Mount Supreme had subsided, another loud noise sounded from the mythical island. Half of the island was destroyed, and all the elites on the mythical mountain lost their bodies and combat power. In less than an hour, he destroyed Mount Supreme and the mythical island. What is this Qin Feiyang trying to do? Everyone was discussing. An ominous premonition arose in their hearts. Soon after, a terrifying wave of destruction also appeared at the purple-gold divine dragon race's ancestral land. Someone saw Heavenly Lord Ji and the other sovereigns joining forces to fight Qin Feiyang, but even so, they couldn't stop Qin Feiyang. Bus. Dragon God Mountain. The dragon god was meditating with his eyes closed. The voice transmission stone suddenly rang. The image of a red-haired old man appeared. It was the spy lurking in the purple-gold divine dragon race, Old Wu. What are you doing? Seeing that it was Old Wu, the dragon god's expression changed slightly. Don't panic. Now that Heavenly Lord Ji and the others are in danger, no one will notice that I sent you a message. Old Wu was very calm. He only had a few minor injuries on his body. In danger. The dragon god was stunned. You still don't know? The human race's Mount Supreme, the mythical island of the god race, and the purple-gold divine dragon race's ancestral land were all attacked by Qin Feiyang. Old Wu said. What? There's such a thing? The dragon god suddenly stood up and asked, when did this happen? Just now. This person is really ruthless. The elites of the three races were all seriously injured by him. Old Wu sighed. Why did he suddenly do this? Is he planning to officially declare war on us? The dragon god was surprised. I don't think so. Old Wu shook his head thoughtfully. What do you mean? The dragon god was puzzled. He had already attacked the three races' sacred lands and ancestral lands. Wasn't this an official declaration of war? If it was a declaration of war, Qin Feiyang would have taken the opportunity to completely annihilate the three major races. However, he has only seriously injured the experts of the three major races. Personally, I feel that he is planning a big conspiracy. Old Wu analyzed. Conspiracy? The dragon god muttered angrily. How long is this little bastard going to torment me? Don't be angry yet. I have a feeling that this has something to do with you. Old Wu frowned. Something to do with me? The dragon god could not help but shudder. Back then you schemed against Qin Feiyang and Longqin on Dragon God Mountain. Given Qin Feiyang's personality, he definitely won't let you off easily. In the past, he couldn't do anything to you because you had origin energy in your hands. However, it's different now. He also has a strand of origin energy in his hands. So, as long as he cuts off your path of retreat. Wait. Speaking of which, Old Wu's eyes were filled with bewilderment as he muttered, retreat? Could it be? What did you think of? The dragon god hurriedly asked. Old Wu looked up at the dragon god and said in a deep voice, if that's the case, then you have to run for your life. What the hell are you talking about? The dragon god was extremely anxious. Dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Old Wu was shocked. He turned his head to look at the closed door and asked, "Who is it?" "Old Wu, the patriarch asked me to invite you over," the person outside said. Old Wu frowned and asked suspiciously, "What's the matter, patriarch?" "Something big. Qin Feiyang has made his move again, and it's against the great ancestors," the person outside said. "What?" Old Wu's eyes trembled. The so-called great ancestors were Boss Ji and the others. It said that the great ancestors were also seriously injured. It was the origin energy that Qin Feiyang snatched from Neptune that injured them, the person outside said, his voice full of fear. Old Wu's face sank when he heard this. He said, "I'll be right there." "Okay." After the person outside left, Old Wu looked up at the dragon god and said in a deep voice, "You heard it too, there's definitely a conspiracy." "What conspiracy?" the dragon god said angrily. "If I'm not wrong, he's going to make a move on you." Brother Lu Yuntian was seriously injured by Qin Badian, and the great sea gods of the Sea clan were all crippled. Neptune's origin energy also fell into his hands, so now, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Qin Feiyang. But for you it's a disaster. Because Qin Feiyang has already thought that your current support, apart from Neptune and Yu Lao, is only left with the three great clans, so as long as the powerhouses of the three great clans are all seriously injured, they won't be able to come and support you. Old Wu speculated with a solemn expression. Hearing this speculation, the dragon god's face couldn't help but turn pale. If that was really the case, then his situation was equivalent to being isolated and helpless. Whether Qin Feiyang has this plan or not, you have to quickly avoid it. I'll go find Heavenly Lord Ji first. After saying that, Old Wu turned off the voice transmission stone and strode away. It had to be said. This old man was indeed smart. He could speculate the plan of Qin Feiyang and the others. No wonder the king valued him so much in the past. Dragon God Mountain. The dragon god put away the voice transmission stone and was a little hesitant. Could it be that Old Wu was thinking too much? No. It's better to be safe than sorry. It's better to avoid it. Making a prompt decision, he turned around, walked to the door and pushed it open. Just as he opened the door, his body suddenly stiffened. Under the hazy moonlight, under the stairs in front of the door, a black shadow was standing. It was only 2 to 3 meters away from the door. Silent like a ghost, it could be said that it was close at hand. Qin. The dragon god suddenly trembled. That's right. This person was Qin Feiyang. Are you surprised? Qin Feiyang spoke, revealing his white teeth. You. The dragon god couldn't help but panic. He actually came to Dragon God Mountain. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "Actually, I'm also quite surprised that Old Wu of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan colluded with you." You heard it? The dragon god's pupils constricted. I'm standing right here, it's hard not to hear it. You're really something. Such a secret conversation, and you didn't even set up a soundproof barrier first. It doesn't matter if I hear it, but if it's accidentally heard by the king, what do you think the consequences will be? Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule. He had just arrived, so he only heard the latter part of the conversation. But it didn't matter. Because he already knew that Old Wu was a spy. You want to threaten me? The dragon god frowned. Threaten? Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said with a smile, "You think too much of me. With the current situation, do I still need to threaten you? Besides, a mere Old Wu doesn't have that much value to threaten you." Although Qin Feiyang's face was full of smiles, the dragon god's heart was getting more and more nervous. "Let's talk." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Talk about what?" The dragon god was always on guard against Qin Feiyang. "Follow me from now on. As long as you nod, you'll still be the high and mighty dragon god respected by the world." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The dragon god clenched his hands and asked in a low voice, "What if I say no? Then tonight will definitely be the day of your death." Qin Feiyang smiled in a carefree manner. But between the dragon god's brows, a trace of hostility immediately crept up. What does he think he is? A lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Little did he know that in Qin Feiyang's eyes, he was indeed a lamb waiting to be slaughtered at this moment. 3 breaths. I'll only give you 3 breaths to consider. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and raised 3 fingers. 1. As his voice fell, the first finger contracted. 2. The second finger also contracted. 3. As soon as this word was blurted out, the dragon god suddenly exploded, and the power of origin appeared, turning into a 3-foot-long sword and slashing at Qin Feiyang. It seems that this is your choice. Qin Feiyang's eyes also instantly turned cold and he said word by word, "After tonight, there will be no dragon god in the divine kingdom. Clang. Accompanied by a loud noise, the power of origin hidden in his body also rushed out like lightning, turning into a 3-meter-long spear. Divine light illuminated heaven and earth, and fiercely collided with the long sword. Boom. A loud noise resounded in the sky above the Dragon God Mountain, shocking the entire East Continent. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave from the battle spread out in all directions like an invisible wave with the two of them as the center. Mountains suddenly began to collapse and dust and smoke billowed. The battle immediately began. "You little bastard, are you qualified to make me submit? What did you say after tonight? There will be no dragon god in the divine kingdom. Who gave you the courage?" The dragon god roared angrily. Grabbing the long sword, he madly slashed at Qin Feiyang as if he had lost his mind. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything, and his eyes were extremely sharp. Holding the long spear in his hand, he kept colliding with the dragon god, until the sky fell and the earth cracked. The two powers of origin were the same, so they were also evenly matched. However, the entire East Continent was boiling at this moment. It's Qin Feiyang's aura. He actually killed his way to the Dragon God Mountain again. Bastard, do you not take us seriously? Quickly inform all the beast venerables to go to the Dragon God Mountain immediately. These were the voices of the various beast gods. At the same time, God Island. A golden figure rushed into the sky and stood above the island, looking in the direction of the Dragon God Mountain. It was Neptune. The confrontation of the powers of origin was so terrifying that the entire East Continent could clearly feel it. Qin Feiyang. Neptune clenched his hands tightly, and his eyes were full of resentment. Whoosh! Another old figure rushed into the sky. Who else could it be but Yu Lao? At this moment, he stared at the Dragon God Mountain, his face full of resentment. Qin Feiyang was the descendant of Qin Badian, so the humiliation and resentment he suffered during the day in the galaxy were now transferred to Qin Feiyang. Immediately contact the 3 major clans and ask them to come to support. His eyes flashed. After speaking to Neptune, he opened a space-time passage and walked in without looking back. Wait. Neptune hurriedly said, but Yu Lao turned a deaf ear and quickly disappeared. He originally wanted to say that the experts of the 3 major clans had been seriously injured by Qin Feiyang. In other words, they had no support now. But he didn't expect that Yu Lao was so resentful at this moment that he didn't want to hear it at all. As for Yu Lao, since the battle in the galaxy, he had locked himself in a hall for the whole day. Neptune didn't dare to disturb him and wanted to wait for him to calm down before reporting. Therefore, Yu Lao still didn't know the situation of the 3 major clans. What should I do? Neptune struggled in his heart. In the end, he gritted his teeth and chose to rush into the space-time passage. Chapter 4207. Dragon God Mountain. The 19 beast gods were the first to arrive. Although they did not have the Eye of Life, they had the Time Array and Life Law, so it did not take long for them to reconstruct their bodies. After reconstructing their bodies, they returned to their respective lairs. It could also be considered as bait set by the Dragon God, to see if Qin Feiyang would hunt them down? But they did not expect that Qin Feiyang would actually come directly to Dragon God Mountain. The beast gods also hated Qin Feiyang to the core. However, when they rushed here they found that they could not get close to the battlefield at all. Because the battle fluctuations of the origin force were too strong, they could not withstand it. Countless beast venerables of the beast race were also rushing over. They gathered behind the beast gods, densely packed like a beast tide. If it were anyone else seeing such a lineup, they would have been scared out of their wits. But the funny thing was, a few beast venerables actually opened a space-time passage and directly descended above Dragon God Mountain. Wasn't this courting death? There was no suspense. These beast venerables that directly descended above Dragon God Mountain were killed by the battle fluctuations before they could react, not even leaving a hair behind. And Dragon God Mountain had long been reduced to ashes. High up in the sky, the Dragon God was already in a frenzy. The long sword in his hand burst out with dazzling divine light, and the sharpness covered the sky and earth. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang. He was calm and at ease. Swish. In the distance, 2 figures walked out of the space-time passage. It was Neptune and Old Wu. Looking at Qin Feiyang on the battlefield, killing intent surged in their eyes. Yu Lao shouted, "Beast gods of the beast race, listen to my order, immediately activate the ultimate meaning with me and kill Qin Feiyang." Yu Lao. Neptune. The beast gods were shocked as if they had found their backbone. Boom. Terrifying auras immediately erupted from all directions. The next moment, One after another, ultimate intents appeared out of nowhere. Almost all of them were ultimate profundities of supreme laws. Even for sovereign beasts, each of them had mastered one or two ultimate ultimacies of ultimate laws. Some sovereign beasts had even mastered 3 or 4 ultimate ultimacies of ultimate laws. How terrifying was this? However, Qin Feiyang's expression did not change. He looked at Yu Lao and Neptune. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he took a step back. "Where are you going?" the dragon god roared. He naively thought that Qin Feiyang was going to retreat. Qin Feiyang ignored him. With a wave of his hand, the madman, white-eyed wolf, and Long Qin appeared. He smiled faintly and said, "I'll leave Yu Lao and Neptune to you." "No problem." The white-eyed wolf bared its fangs and turned around to attack Yu Lao and Neptune. Madman chuckled and immediately charged over. "I don't want to be with them." Long Qin coldly snorted. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and activated his 3,000 incarnations. He looked at Long Qin and said, "Then lead 3,000 incarnations to kill those beast gods and sovereign beasts." "That's more like it." Long Qin looked at the beast gods and sovereign beasts in the distance. His eyes surged with coldness as he stepped into the air, and his 3,000 incarnations followed closely behind. "Be careful," Qin Feiyang warned. "You should worry about yourself." Long Qin smiled without turning his head. His tone was full of confidence. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. At this moment, the dragon god wielded his long sword and slashed furiously. "You think I'll run? Don't be naive." Qin Feiyang's eyes became as sharp as a blade once again. He waved the spear in his hand and blocked the dragon god's long sword. "Kill?" On the other side, the 3,000 incarnations roared. The ultimate profundities of the 6 ultimate laws of life and death were activated one after another. Their divine aura destroyed all directions. This was an army of tigers and wolves. The beast gods and sovereign beasts were scared out of their wits. Tianpeng was naturally not there. Its current strength was not even comparable to the weakest sovereign beast. But the remaining 19 beast gods were extremely powerful, and each of them had grasped the will of heavenly Tao. However, they were now facing Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations. The ultimate profundities of the laws of life and death were not something they could contend against. Even the 2 wills of the heavenly Tao were not something they could contend against. More than a dozen incarnations stayed behind to deal with the 19 beast gods. The rest of the incarnations charged toward the sovereign beast. Even the beast gods could not stop 3,000 incarnations, let alone these sovereign beasts. This was a one-sided massacre. "All of you die for this princess." Long Qin seemed to be venting something. He specifically targeted the weaker sovereign beast. His ultimate profundities of the ultimate laws could kill a large number of them. It was simply brutal to the extreme. Whether it was the sovereign beasts that were there before or those that came later, they were all scared out of their wits and frantically fled for their lives. Accompanied by a merciless massacre, in less than a minute, there were corpses everywhere and blood flowed like a river. On the other side of the battlefield, the frenzy was fighting against Yu Lao, and the white-eyed wolf was fighting against Neptune. However, it was different from the battle at Long Qin's side. On this battlefield, the madman and the ingrate were being suppressed by the Sea King. Their bodies were even riddled with wounds and blood was flowing out. Bang! Yu Lao and Neptune looked at each other and attacked with all their might. The frenzy and the white-eyed wolf spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the ground below like meteorites. Golden blood. Looking at the blood that the white-eyed wolf spat out, Yu Lao and the frenzy were rather shocked. What kind of bloodline power was this? However, no matter what bloodline power it was just an ant. "I'll send you to hell now." The 2 of them sneered. The frenzy and the golden-winged wolf king were Qin Feiyang's best brothers. If they killed them, Qin Feiyang would definitely be in so much pain that he would wish he was dead. All the ultimate profound meanings were activated, and with monstrous killing intent, they charged toward the 2 of them. The frenzy and the white-eyed wolf got up and wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. There was no worry on their faces. Instead, they were full of ridicule. The white-eyed wolf bared its teeth. "It seems that they have been blinded by the joy of victory and have forgotten that you still have the power of all evil. There's no other way. They have been beaten by us like dogs all day long. Now that they can kill us, they naturally can't control themselves." The frenzy chuckled. "Then let them have a taste of despair?" the white-eyed wolf asked. The frenzy grinned and blood flowed out from the gaps of his teeth. His eyes quickly turned blood red as if a devil was awakening. Swish! All of a sudden, he raised his head to look at the 2 of them. The moment he raised his head, his eyes turned completely blood red. From those eyes, it was as if one could see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The next moment, his body swelled up with the wind. In an instant, the frenzy turned into a 10,000 feet tall giant. Accompanied by a bloody light, the seal of all evil appeared between his eyebrows. This is... Neptune's face changed and shouted, "This seems to be the seal of all evil that the monarch and the others were talking about. Yulao, be careful. Hee, the real battle has only just begun. Despair for this, daddy?" The frenzy laughed wildly. His entire body emitted a fierce and evil aura. Boom. The 6 ultimate profundities of the 6 supreme laws manifested. The power of the will of heaven and the seal of all evil erupted at the same time. Under the double support, the 6 ultimate profound meanings erupted with the power to destroy the world, shattering the void and colliding with the 2 ultimate profound meanings of Yulao. One must know. Neptune grasped the 7 ultimate profound meanings of the strongest laws. Yulao grasped the 8 ultimate profound meanings of the strongest laws. However, even so, these 15 ultimate profound meanings were unable to block the frenzy's 6 ultimate profound meanings. With a loud bang, it shattered on the spot. Yulao and Neptune both spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces turning pale. So strong? Their eyes trembled. It was almost on par with the Divine King's God race mark. What kind of monsters are these? Especially Yulao. In the past, he only cared about Qin Feiyang. But he didn't expect that another Qin Badian, who was even more terrifying than Qin Feiyang, would jump out. Alright, so be it if there are 2. But now, another lunatic actually came out and grasped such terrifying power. Among these people, is there no one ordinary? It was also at this moment, accompanied by a deafening beast roar. A golden light broke through the darkness and went straight into the sky. Accompanying it was a peerlessly terrifying pressure. This was a beast's aura. As if the king of all beasts between heaven and earth was born, whether it was Yulao or Neptune, they couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable fear in their hearts. The 2 hurriedly looked over. They saw a golden beast shadow between heaven and earth. And the person below the golden beast shadow was the white-eyed wolf. Deprive. As soon as the white-eyed wolf opened its mouth, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and an obscure aura rushed toward Yulao and Neptune. The 2 immediately felt their cultivation leaving their body uncontrollably. Deprive cultivation, the 2 murmured and were once again deeply shocked. There was no need to think too much, these people were a group of monsters. Although the white-eyed wolf's battle soul didn't deprive cultivation fast, if one really wanted to compare, it could be said that its lethality was greater than the strongest battle soul. To be exact, it was more terrifying than the strongest battle soul. Because at this level, no one was willing to have their cultivation taken away, and no one was willing to have their law profound taken away. Moreover, the white-eyed wolf's battle soul didn't only deprive a cultivation realm or a law. Instead, it deprived you of all your cultivation, all your law, and made you completely immortal. Just imagine. Who would be willing to lose the cultivation that they had painstakingly cultivated and the law that they had painstakingly comprehended? If they really lost it, it would be more painful than death. No. In the face of such a situation, no matter how determined one was, they would collapse and die. So, now in Yulao's heart there was one more name of a strong enemy. Whether it was Qin Feiyang, Qin Badian, the lunatic, or the golden-winged wolf king, they all had to die. Otherwise, the divine kingdom would sooner or later be destroyed in the hands of these people. Chapter 4208. Did you see that? They already have killing intent towards us. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. The killing intent of the 2 was too strong. It was hard not to notice it. How should I put it? The madman pondered for a moment and laughed. We should feel honored. After all, they only have killing intent towards us because they think highly of us. Ah. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Elder Yu and the Sea King heard the conversation between the 2 without missing a single word, and the space between their brows immediately became filled with hostility. This was a battle, not a joke. How could he still be in the mood to mock them in such an eccentric manner? Today all of you will die. Yulao spoke as if he was the king of hell giving his judgment. If it was anyone else, just these words would be enough to scare them to death. But the madman and white-eyed wolf didn't take it seriously. Many people have said these words to this daddy before, but in the end, they were all trampled under this daddy's feet and trembled in fear. Not to mention you 2 old men. The madman sneered. His 6 ultimate intents were filled with boundless divine light as they charged at the 2. Vast and mighty divine might shook the entire world. Don't be too arrogant. Sky extinction sword. Neptune roared. With a clang, 10,000 strands of sword chi erupted. A blood-red longsword shot out from his body, its sharpness tearing through the sky as it slashed towards the 6 ultimate mysteries. High-class sovereign weapon. The madman muttered, his eyes flashing. Boom. Clang. The next moment, the two collided. A high-class sovereign weapon was indeed extraordinary. Even with the support of the heavenly Tao and the power of 10,000 evil, the 6 ultimate intents couldn't resist and instantly collapsed. Do you think you are Qin Feiyang? Without 3,000 incarnations, what can you use to fight against a high-class sovereign weapon? Neptune's eyes were filled with contempt. The sky extinction sword fell, its sharpness toppling mountains and overturning seas. Even the madman and the white-eyed wolf didn't dare to take it head-on and decisively chose to retreat. Boom. The Jianghu sword slammed into the ground. Instantly, a scene of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking appeared. The abyss fissures quickly spread in all directions with loud cracking sounds. Several streaks of sword chi hit the madman and the white-eyed wolf. Both of them were instantly drenched in blood from head to toe. Their wounds were so deep that their bones could be seen. How terrifying. Madman broke out in cold sweat. As expected, only the 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King's true body could contend against a high-grade sovereign weapon. Now you know who the real ants are. Die. Neptune laughed and swooped down. At the same time he waved his hand and the Tianju sword flew in front of him. He grabbed the Tianju sword and charged towards the frenzied one and the white-eyed wolf. Without Qin Feiyang, no matter how powerful you are, you will only be a stray dog in front of us. High in the sky. Yu Lao also sneered. Clang. As his voice fell, a blood-red light surged out. In the next instant, a blood-red halberd appeared as if a peerless demonic creature had been born. There were even drops of demonic blood dripping from the blade. The moment this weapon appeared, the entire world was filled with blood clouds. The smell of blood enveloped the entire area. God-slaying halberd. This was also a high-grade sovereign weapon. Yu Lao grabbed the god-slaying halberd and spun in the air. His head was facing down and his feet were facing up. The god-slaying halberd in his hand emitted an aura of destruction. It was as if it could pierce through heaven and earth as it charged towards the frenzied one and the white-eyed wolf. 2 high-grade sovereign weapons. The frenzied one and the white-eyed wolf were excited. That's right. They were excited. Shouldn't they be afraid in this situation? After all, it was 2 high-grade sovereign weapons. Were they crazy? Of course not. Although the Black Tortoise world had many sovereign weapons, the strongest were the Inferno Magic Sword, Ancient Castle, Angel Sword, and Sky God Sword. However, these 4 divine weapons were merely mid-level dominator weapons. They didn't have a single high-grade sovereign weapon. The most important thing was, they didn't have powerful means like the 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King true body. If they did, it didn't matter if they didn't have a sovereign weapon. For example, the current Qin Feiyang. A sovereign weapon was just a joke in front of him. But they were different. Without the 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King true body, they had to find ways to increase their combat strength in other aspects. A sovereign weapon was undoubtedly the best choice. As long as they could obtain a high-grade sovereign weapon, as long as they didn't encounter the 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King true body, they could be considered invincible. So, in the eyes of the frenzied one and the white-eyed wolf, this Tianju sword and the god-slaying halberd were tailor-made for them. Die. Go to hell and repent. In your next life, open your eyes and see who you can provoke and who you can't. However, Neptune and Yu Lao didn't realize that they had been targeted by the white-eyed wolf. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. There were also smiles of victory. It's too early to be proud. The frenzied one and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and sneered at the same time. The two were surprised. They dared to laugh at them now? Where did their confidence come from? But soon they found out the source of their confidence. Whoosh! More than 1,000 figures streaked across the sky like lightning and rushed toward them. Above each person's head, there were 7 ultimate profound meanings. That's right. They were Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations. Although only half of the 3,000 incarnations came, the ultimate profound meanings of the law of life and death, the 6 ultimate laws, and the terrifying will of heaven made Yu Lao and the frenzied one tremble uncontrollably. Kill? As the 1,000 clones roared, thousands of ultimate intents turned into a torrent that charged at the two of them. Yu Lao and the frenzied one's expression changed. The Tianju sword and the god-slaying halberd left their hands and exploded with monstrous power. Boom. Crack. Accompanied by a loud sound, the 2 high-grade sovereign weapons shattered on the spot. So what if they had high-grade sovereign weapons? Against 3,000 incarnations they didn't have the power to fight back. They were worse than ants. The frenzied one roared, "Don't destroy them. Leave them for us." The 1,000 incarnations were stunned. The ultimate profound meanings in the sky scattered and turned into pure law energy that suppressed the two sovereign weapons. Why? What? Yu Lao roared. "I told you that you were naive, but you didn't believe me." The white-eyed wolf sneered. Yu Lao gloomily looked at the white-eyed wolf. We didn't know. But we investigated Neptune a long time ago. He has a high-grade sovereign weapon. So before the battle started, we had already planned it out. The frenzied one and I will stall you while the 3,000 incarnations deal with the beast god and sovereign beast. This way, when you show them your high-grade sovereign weapons, they will be able to send a portion of their incarnations to help us. The white-eyed wolf bared his fangs, his face full of mockery. Neptune said in a low voice, "So you didn't activate the seal of all evil and battle soul at the beginning because you wanted to stall for time? You're smart." "That's right. If we had activated the seal of all evil and battle soul at the beginning, you would have taken out your sovereign weapons without hesitation. Simply put, we were pretending to be weak so that you would have the misconception that you could kill us without using your sovereign weapons. You didn't let us down. You were so proud to see us being suppressed." The white-eyed wolf sneered at Neptune. Neptune's eyes trembled as he looked at the battlefield in the distance. As expected, the beast race's divine beasts were all lying on the ground, their bodies covered in blood. As for the sovereign beasts, there were countless casualties. The ground was already covered in rivers of blood. Although there were many sovereign beasts left, facing Long Qin and the remaining 1,000 incarnations, there was no way they could fight back. They could only be slaughtered. Could be said that. Now it could be declared that the beast race was completely finished. At the same time, Yu Lao's eyes were also trembling. He never thought that he had fallen into the trap of the two from the beginning. At this moment he finally realized that among this group of people, Qin Feiyang was not the only terrifying one. The others were also existences that made one despair. Gradually. He laughed bitterly. He really did not expect that after roaming the world for countless years, he would fall into the hands of a few young juniors. Ridiculous. Set. Lamentable. Let's go to hell together. Suddenly, with a roar, a destructive aura rushed out of his body. Self-explosion. Yu Lao. Neptune's face also changed. However, Yu Lao turned a deaf ear. His old face looked extremely ferocious. Self-explosion? Do you think it's possible? The lunatic smiled contemptuously. Activating instant time, his 10,000 feet body instantly landed in front of Yu Lao. Without a high-level sovereign weapon, even if Yu Lao had 8 ultimate mysteries, he was no longer his opponent. He punched out. The power of all evil roared out like a blood-colored wave. One must know. The power of all evil was able to fight against a sovereign weapon. A scream rang out. Yu Lao's body shattered on the spot. Blood dyed the sky red. Following closely, that mountain-like giant hand grabbed old Yu's divine soul with a single move. "Let me go." Yu Lao roared and struggled frantically. But with his current divine soul, he was unable to shake the lunatic's giant hand. The lunatic only used a little force and Yu Lao's divine soul was shattered by more than half. Neptune quickly self-destruct. Perish together with them. Yu Lao was very unwilling. But hearing these words, Neptune's eyes trembled. He raised his head and looked at the lunatic's 10,000 feet body. His face was full of fear. "You self-destruct, let me see." The lunatic also looked at Neptune. Neptune quivered and turned to flee. This was simply a demon king. "Did you see that? This is the person your central dynasty trained. You don't even have the courage to self-destruct." The lunatic smiled playfully. Another giant hand was raised. It was enough to cover the sky and the sun as it slapped towards Neptune. "No." Neptune raised his head and looked at the giant hand. At this moment, in his eyes, it was like a giant hand from the heavens suppressing him. He couldn't help but wail in despair. The next moment, accompanied by a scream, Neptune's body shattered on the spot. His divine soul was also grabbed by the lunatic. He screamed in horror. The two giants were captured by the lunatic just like that. Seeing this scene, the beast sovereigns in the distance who still had hope couldn't help but despair to the extreme. They all turned around and fled in horror. Neptune and Yu Lao were captured. The 2 superior sovereign weapons were trapped. The 19 beast gods were all seriously injured, and the dragon god couldn't even take care of itself. Could these beast sovereigns turn the situation around? Chapter 4209. Kill? Don't leave a single one alive, kill them all. Long Qin shouted coldly as he led more than 1,000 avatars in a mad chase. Everywhere they went, blood dyed the mountains and rivers red. Screams and wails could be heard endlessly. Did this woman take medicine today? White-Eyed Wolf muttered. You don't know if she took medicine or not. Frenzy glanced at White-Eyed Wolf. This matter must be related to White-Eyed Wolf. What do I know? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. White-Eyed Wolf glared at him fiercely. If it was before, he wouldn't deny it. But now, they hadn't even exchanged a few words. How could it be related to him? Frenzy chuckled and didn't pursue this issue further. He turned his head to look at the 2 high-grade sovereign weapons that were suppressed by the 1,000 avatars. Seeing this, White-Eyed Wolf also hurriedly looked over, his eyes emitting a green light. Boom. However, at this moment, within the Star River, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. That's right. Qin Feiyang and the Dragon God had already charged into the Star River. Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and rushed into the clouds like lightning, sweeping into the Star River. The two's origin forces collided like meteorites, erupting with an unprecedented terrifying aura. Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf saw this scene and immediately retreated from the Star River. Because the fluctuations were simply too terrifying. Even they could feel the threat of death. At the same time they retreated from the Star River, accompanied by a loud cracking sound, the 2 origin forces shattered in the sky. 5-colored divine light illuminated the world. This origin force is indeed powerful. Frenzy muttered. Not only the Star River, even the sky outside collapsed. It was like the scene of the end of the world, shocking the world. But immediately after, Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf revealed a trace of a smile in their eyes. Because after the 2 origin forces collided, they both dissipated into nothingness. In other words, in the end, the 2 origin powers ended up in mutual destruction. The disappearance of the origin force was equivalent to losing a protective talisman for the Dragon God. But Qin Feiyang was different. With the law of life and death and 2 will of the heavenly Tao, he completely had the capital to crush the Dragon God. The outcome was decided. In the collapsing Star River, Qin Feiyang and Dragon God stood in the air. Compared to the calm and composed Qin Feiyang, the dragon was in a sorry state. The Dragon God was also very well. What did the disappearance of the origin force's origin force? Therefore, when he came back to his senses, he hurriedly rushed towards the entrance of the Milky Way. Where? But then, Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf's the Dragon God was stunned. Why are Madman and the Golden-Winged Wolf King here? Could it, Elder the Sea King, the Beast Gods and the Sovereign Beasts were all wiped out? Your only choice now is to go all out and defeat old Qin. Because only in this way can you have a way to survive. Frenzy laughed. The Dragon God looked at the 2 of them, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang who was walking towards him step by step. A look of fear slowly crept onto his face. Come on. You can't escape, Qin Feiyang said. The law of life and death and the 6 ultimate mysteries continued to appear in the sky. The will of the heavenly Tao was like a tide, rolling in all directions. I surrender. Looking at this scene, the Dragon God finally slowly knelt on the ground and smiled bitterly. Not to mention the law of life and death, just the will of the heavenly Tao was enough to kill him. Even if he had the ability to resist the law of life and death, the other party still had the eye of heaven. There was no way to survive. Kneeling just like that? Hey, you're the Dragon God after all. Can you not be so shameless? Frenzy quickly shouted. Dignity? Hearing this, the Dragon God clenched his fists and roared in his heart. Who doesn't want dignity? But now, does he still have a choice? Even if he could defeat Qin Feiyang, there was still Frenzy and the Golden-Winged Wolf King. It would have been better if you had surrendered earlier. That way you wouldn't have wasted 2 origin forces for nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Was a pity? If the Dragon God was willing to surrender earlier, he would have 2 origin forces in his hands. Not to mention the Central Dynasty, at least in the 4 great continents, no one could shake him. I'm sorry, I was stubborn before, give me a chance. The Dragon God quickly looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of pleading. Because he could feel a strong killing intent in Qin Feiyang's words. I'm sorry. I don't care if you surrender now. Qin Feiyang shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the 7 ultimate mysteries instantly carried an aura of destruction as they charged at the Dragon God. Yes. If he had surrendered earlier, he could still accept it. But now, the origin forces had dissipated and the battle was nearing its end. The Dragon God's surrender had lost its meaning. Do you really want to force me to die together with you? The Dragon God roared. His eyes were blood red. The next moment, his whole body released a divine light, and a 10,000 feet long divine dragon appeared. It was the dragon god's original body, the holy dragon. Clang. Moreover, a dazzling divine pagoda rushed out of his body. High-level dominator divine weapon, Star Tower. Boom. Star Tower shook the sky and charged at the 7 ultimate mysteries. The 7 ultimate mysteries were immediately shattered in the starry sky. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth. He touched the corner of his mouth and looked at the blood on his hand. His eyes were cold as he stared at the dragon god and said, "It seems that you really don't know how to write the word death." Just a glance was enough to make the dragon god feel a chill in his heart. Kiki. Accompanied by a sinister laugh, the madman and the white-eyed wolf also stepped into the starry sky, their killing intent overflowing. The dragon god looked at the two of them, then looked at Qin Feiyang, his trembling heart unable to calm down. Any one of these 3 people was a master that could make people tremble in fear. But now all of them were here. He really didn't know whether to say that it was his honor or his bad luck. No. There is still a chance. Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations are not here. Suddenly, the dragon god quivered, his face suddenly filled with a sinister look and laughed, "All of you go to hell." Star Tower erupted with a shocking power. Like a tsunami in the ocean, it swept in all directions. Still so naive. Qin Feiyang shook his head. With a thought, the more than 1,000 incarnations that were chasing after the venerable beast with Long Qin dissipated in the void, leaving only a few hundred incarnations. This sudden turn of events caused Long Qin to be slightly stunned. But soon she understood, looked up at the sky, and continued to slaughter the beast race. At the same time, Star River. Behind Qin Feiyang, incarnations also appeared out of thin air. A total of 1,000. In fact, there was no need to use so many. But it didn't matter. Anyway, the beast race was now an arrow at the end of its flight. A few hundred incarnations, together with Long Qin, were enough to raise the beast race to the ground. The dragon god was immediately dumbfounded. Despair, like a tide, once again drowned him. All thoughts were gone. It could be said that all hope was lost. Are you going to take the initiative to give up, or should we make a move? The madman's face was full of ridicule. Give up, the dragon god murmured and suddenly roared, "Impossible." Boom. Star Tower attacked. At the same time, a destructive aura rushed out of his body. He also chose to self-destruct. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 sighed at the same time, including the 3,000 incarnations. The ultimate meaning appeared in an instant, overwhelming the dragon god and Star Tower. Crack. Accompanied by a loud noise, Star Tower shattered on the spot, followed by a scream, and the dragon god's blood splattered on the spot. However, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 did not erase the dragon god's divine soul. Because the ultimate meaning mastered by the dragon god could not be wasted. Star Tower was also suppressed by them. The battle was finally over. Let's go. Qin Feiyang glanced at the shattered Star River, took a deep breath, and looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf with a smile. The 2 bared their teeth. Immediately, the 3 took the dragon god's divine soul and the broken Star Tower and left the Star River. Below, 1,000 incarnations were still suppressing the Sky Extinction Sword and the God-slaying halberd. Not bad. Obtained 3 high-grade Dominator weapons. Qin Feiyang laughed. This was also an unexpected gain. Don't be happy too early, they haven't been subdued yet. The madman's eyes flashed coldly. High-grade Dominator weapons were not so easy to subdue. No rush. This brother has plenty of means to torture them. The white-eyed wolf laughed. The 3 Dominator weapon spirits couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and glanced at the surrounding land. At this moment, this land could only be described as corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. They actually didn't escape? The madman looked at the group of beast gods. You think they will be so obedient? They have long wanted to escape. But seeing us here, they didn't have the guts. One of the incarnations sneered. The white-eyed wolf nodded, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, looked at the 19 beast gods and said, "You guys go." What? The 19 beast gods looked at each other. What did he mean? Would the golden-winged wolf king be so kind? Go. Leave some seeds for your beast race. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand impatiently. Hearing this, the group of beast gods looked at each other, then suddenly turned around and fled in panic. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. He activated instant time and chased after them, attacking repeatedly. Every time he attacked, A beast god's body would be shattered and blood would dye the sky. He said angrily, "You guys ran when I told you to? Why didn't I see you guys so obedient before?" The group of beast gods' divine souls huddled together, trembling. "I knew he wouldn't be so kind. All of you lie down. If you dare to move, this brother will destroy both your body and soul." The white-eyed wolf coldly snorted and looked into the distance. This woman still hadn't returned. Was she planning to slaughter the entire beast race? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This woman was indeed savage. The madman's body had also returned to normal. Yu Lao and Neptune's divine souls were also suppressed together with the dragon god's divine soul. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Why don't we use this opportunity to wipe out the oceanic race in one fell swoop? No, I beg you, leave a way out for the oceanic race." When the Sea King heard this, he hurriedly pleaded, "Why didn't you leave a way out for us when you were dealing with us?" The madman sneered and continued to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. "Okay, you guys take 1,000 avatars with you, but leave the oceanic race that grasps ultimate power alive. Also, bring back the resources of the oceanic race." "Okay." The madman chuckled and looked up at the white-eyed wolf. "Brother Wolf, let's go." The white-eyed wolf also bared his teeth. After handing the divine souls of the 19 beast gods to Qin Feiyang, he followed the madman and opened a space-time portal, leading 1,000 avatars to kill the oceanic race. Chapter 42:10. "I beg you, don't do this. I'll do anything for you." Neptune was desperate to the extreme. They could only watch as the madman and the others went to the oceanic race. "If you had said so earlier, I might have considered it." Qin Feiyang glanced at Neptune indifferently. "You're a devil?" Neptune roared. Qin Feiyang couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He looked at the remaining 3,000 incarnations and said, "Go to the Black Tortoise realm and keep an eye on them. Don't let them find a chance." "With us around, will they have a chance?" All the incarnations showed a proud and arrogant attitude. Qin Feiyang smiled. With a wave of his hand, the remaining incarnations, the 3 sovereign divine weapons, Neptune, Yu Lao, the dragon god, and the souls of the 19 beast gods disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, he released his divine will, which surged in all directions. In the end, they all sank into the ground. Immediately, he frowned. The underground of the Dragon God Mountain had been severely damaged. He couldn't find a single spirit vein or crystal vein. Even if there was, it was incomplete. "If I had known, I would have gone to the Star River from the beginning." Qin Feiyang was helpless. Obviously, because the battle fluctuations were too terrifying, even the spirit vein and crystal vein underground were not spared. However, he wasn't discouraged. The Dragon God Mountain area was because it was in the center of the battlefield. There must be a large number of spirit veins and crystal veins in other places. So, he began to rush in the northwest direction. His divine will had been covering the earth. Sure enough, soon he found a lot of spirit veins and crystal veins underground and sent them all to the Black Tortoise realm. The battle was so fierce. The West Continent, South Continent, and North Continent had already received the news. Some bold people even sneaked over to check. They didn't know if they didn't see, but they were shocked when they saw it. The East Continent was no longer the same as before. The mountains and rivers were broken and blood was everywhere. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a purgatory. Many beasts even fled to the West Continent, South Continent, and North Continent when they learned that Longqin was still wantonly slaughtering. For a moment, the people of the 3 continents were in a state of panic and chaos. Another shocking news. What news? Could it be that the beast race has been exterminated? No. The beast race hasn't been exterminated yet. However, we're not far from it. What I'm going to tell you now is about the oceanic race. I heard that the mad scientist and the golden-winged wolf king led Qin Feiyang's 1,000 avatars to attack the sea race. What? They won't even spare the Oceanids? Absolutely. The divine sea island has already fallen. The sea folk on the other islands are also running for their lives. Many members of the sea tribe have fled to the West Continent, South Continent, and North Continent. These ferocious guys are going to flatten the entire East Continent. Not to mention the commoners, even the monarch and the others were shocked when they received the news. One was Qin Feiyang, one was Longqin, one was the madman, and one was the golden-winged wolf king. These 4 people had actually flattened the oceanic race and the beast race. If it hadn't happened in the divine kingdom, no one would have believed it. However, compared to the monarch, the divine king Jizun, heavenly lord Ji, and the others from the three major races were terrified. Because they were all thinking, after the oceanic race and the beast race were eliminated and the entire East continent was flattened, would these people come to attack the human race, the god race, and the purple gold divine dragon race? The overlords of the three major races were already severely injured. If these people were to attack, who would be able to stop them? So, at this moment, the beings of the three major races were also extremely terrified. Dong Xingyang, tell me, are they monsters? In the village, Boss Ji stared at Dong Xingyang and asked. Hearing this question, Dong Xingyang smiled bitterly. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that these guys were monsters. 3 days passed. There was not a single creature left in the East continent. Whether it was the land where the beast race was or the sea where the oceanic race was, they were all shrouded in a thick blood mist. At this moment, there was nothing in the East continent except for the pungent smell of blood. In the sky above a broken mountain, Qin Feiyang stood in the sky with satisfaction. Although the spirit vein and crystal vein of the Dragon God Mountain had been destroyed, he had searched all the territories of the beast race and found countless crystal veins. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, Long Qin finally came to meet Qin Feiyang with hundreds of avatars. You must have had a good time killing. Qin Feiyang smiled. Long Qin sized up Qin Feiyang and frowned. Are you a devil? Ha! Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did he scold him for no reason? Long Qin said disdainfully, the entire beast race has been flattened by us and you can still laugh. Don't you have any sympathy? Qin Feiyang was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he hurriedly said, wait a minute. Who was it that led my 3,000 avatars to kill the beast race? Well, Long Qin coughed and said awkwardly, I know what you want to do, so Anyway, I'm just doing it for you. The real executioner is still you. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He raised his hand and flicked Long Qin's forehead slightly. It hurts. Long Qin rubbed her forehead and glared at Qin Feiyang. You still no pain? Let's see if you dare to lie through your teeth in the future. Qin Feiyang glared at her. Moreover, with Long Qin's personality, would she have sympathy? Forget it. If she really had sympathy, she wouldn't have tried so hard to kill them in the ancient realm. Ha! Long Qin laughed dryly. But speaking of which, there's something wrong with these two people? Did the white-eyed wolf provoke you again? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. No. Long Qin shook her head and turned to look elsewhere. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seemed that it was really the white-eyed wolf's fault. However, these few days the white-eyed wolf seemed to be a little strange. Buzz. Right then. The voice of the divine sound transmission stone could be heard. Qin Feiyang took it out and a smile appeared on his face. As the divine sound transmission stone recovered, the phantoms of the white-eyed wolf and the lunatic appeared. They were covered in blood and exuded a shocking murderous aura. Where are you? The white-eyed wolf asked. Qin Feiyang told the two of them the coordinates. They immediately opened the space-time tunnel and came to meet him. Yo. Missy is here too. The lunatic grinned at Long Qin. I was here when you sent the message just now. Didn't you see it? Long Qin rolled her eyes. He was simply trying to find a topic to talk about. The lunatic grinned and looked at Qin Feiyang. How's your side? The soul vein and crystal vein are almost all looted. Even if there are some left, there aren't many left. As for the specific number, we have to wait for the Fire Lotus, Pai Lupi, and Theta Wang to count it. Anyway, there must be a lot. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's similar to our situation. The lunatic grinned and looked at Long Qin. Have you killed all the beast race? No. Many of them fled to the West Continent, South Continent, and North Continent. I guess there are still some beast venerables among them. Long Qin shook his head. It's the same for the sea race. After slaughtering the sea god's island, we ran to other islands. Many of them have become empty islands. The lunatic said angrily. What about the sea gods? Qin Feiyang asked. Is there a need to ask? They are recuperating on the sea god's island. They can't escape death. But, speaking of this, the lunatic frowned slightly. The inner demons, Lu Jijin, and the other 8 prodigies' divine souls, we haven't found them. I don't know where they went. There's no need to worry about the inner demons and big cousin. The 8 prodigy strength is similar to yours. There's no need to worry about them. As for the remnants of the beast clan and the sea clan, there's no need to go to great lengths to find them. The sea king, the dragon god, and the other higher-ups have all been annihilated. The remaining people won't be able to do anything. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. What do you mean by similar to us? What do you mean? Are you looking down on us? Not only the lunatic but the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin also stared at Qin Feiyang. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed. With a wave of his hand, the four disappeared without a trace. Not long after. Then many figures flew across the sky. Some of these people were from the human race, some were from the god race, and some were from the purple-gold divine dragon race. Along the way they glanced at the shattered and devastated land. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. The glorious beast race and the sea race were destroyed by Qin Feiyang and his group just like that? This isn't a dream, right? Black Tortoise World. 3 days outside, but 15,000 years had passed in the Black Tortoise World. In these 15,000 years, the 3 sovereign divine weapons and the divine souls of Yu Lao and the others had been suppressed by the 3,000 incarnations in the sky above the Devil's Land. At this moment, seeing Qin Feiyang and the other 3 enter, Neptune and the dragon god immediately looked at the 4. After 15,000 years, their divine souls had recovered a lot, but they were still far from rebuilding their physical bodies. Want to know the current situation of the beast race and the sea race? The white-eyed wolf stepped forward and looked at the 2 mockingly. Neptune and the dragon god didn't deny it. Don't worry. I left some seeds for you. It's still a little far from extinction. However, it's probably impossible to recover to the peak forever. The white-eyed wolf smiled. Bastard. I curse you, you won't have a good death. The 2 roared. Curse all you want, that's all you have. The white-eyed wolf didn't care at all. With a wave of his hand, a barrier thousands of feet long appeared. Imprisoned inside were all the remnant souls of the sea race. How many were there? Lord Neptune, quickly save us. I don't want to die. The resources are gone, the clansmen are gone, our sea race is completely finished. As soon as these remnant souls appeared, they immediately cried out in grief when they saw Neptune. What are you shouting about? Do you believe that I can destroy you right now? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. The barrier, which was originally noisy, quieted down in an instant. They all stared at the white-eyed wolf in horror. My clansmen, Neptune murmured. Looking at those remnant souls, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He slowly knelt in the void, looked at Qin Feiyang and begged, Kill me, let my clansmen go, I beg you, please be merciful, okay? Qin Feiyang looked at Neptune in silence. I will kowtow to you, Neptune kowtowed while begging. Where was the arrogant attitude from before? He had completely given up his dignity. Chapter 42:11. Looking at the painful Neptune, to be honest, if it were anyone else they would definitely sympathize with him. But facing Neptune, Qin Feiyang and the others really couldn't sympathize with him. This was because the Sea King would not have shown any mercy if it had been them instead. Where's your brother? The madman looked at Long Qin. Over there. Long Qin looked to the west of the Devil's Land. The madman followed her gaze and saw a white figure sitting cross-legged in the medicine field thousands of miles away. Who else could it be but Long Qin? At this moment, Long Qin's body exuded the power of time. Obviously, he was fusing with the ultimate meaning of the time law. Let's not disturb him now. Long Qin was a little hesitant. She knew the madman's purpose was nothing more than to let her brother help to seize the ultimate meaning now. A long night is fraught with dreams. The madman sighed. Long Qin nodded. It made sense. After all, Neptune and the others were too strong. If they didn't get rid of them quickly, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents. I say, don't tell me you really killed all the beast venerables of the beast race. The white-eyed wolf glanced at Long Qin and asked. One must know. These beast venerables all mastered the ultimate meaning. Even if it was just the ultimate meaning of an ordinary law, it was still very valuable. Do you really think I'm stupid? Long Qin glared at the white-eyed wolf. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a huge barrier appeared in the void next to her, suppressing countless remnant souls inside. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other. They really thought that Long Qin had killed all the beast venerables of the beast race, so they didn't ask. But they didn't expect that she would take out so many remnant souls now. It was estimated that there were at least tens of thousands. These are the beast venerables of the beast race. As for the other beasts, I didn't leave any alive. Long Qin said lightly. Qin Feiyang and the madman couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Other than beast sovereigns and beast gods, beast emperors and beast kings were of little value to the beast clan. There are so many members of the Sea clan and the beast clan. It's hard to imagine how many ultimate mysteries we can obtain. The white-eyed wolf whispered. Whether it was the ultimate profundity of ordinary laws or the ultimate profundity of supreme laws, they were all just numbers in their eyes. The only regret was that none of the beast race and sea race had grasped the law of life and death. Otherwise he would have really profited. Yu Lao has the law of light and darkness, right? Madman suddenly looked at Yu Lao. Yu Lao's eyes trembled when he heard this. Was he trying to steal the ultimate profundity of the laws of light and darkness? What? Now even your old life belongs to us, let alone your ultimate profound. White-eyed wolf sneered at Yu Lao. Kill me. Yu Lao roared. I'm sorry, but it's hard for you to die now. White-eyed wolf bared his teeth, causing Yu Lao to fall into the abyss of despair. Last time we obtained 5 laws of light and darkness. Me, White-eyed wolf, senior brother, Little Qin and Long Chen, 1 each. Then who are we going to give Yu Lao's law of light and darkness to? Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 of them and asked. Give it to me. Long Qin said. White-eyed wolf and Madman were taken aback and turned to look at Long Qin suspiciously. Didn't you already have it? Why do you need it? Just give it to me. Long Qin didn't explain. The 2 looked at each other. Long Qin seemed to only have one relative, Long Chen. Now that Long Chen and Long Qin had it, who were they preparing it for? Longzuan. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Longzuan? The 2 of them were taken aback for a moment, then patted their heads and suddenly realized. That's right. It must be prepared for Longzuan. Because the laws of light and darkness were very difficult to fuse, there was almost none in the sky cloud realm. You don't have any objections, right? Long Qin looked at the 3 of them. How dare we have any objections? Madman smiled bitterly and nodded. Okay, I'll give it to you. They still had to count on Long Chen's help. If Long Chen was unwilling, it would be useless no matter how many people they captured. That's more like it. I'll go and drag Big Brother here now. Long Qin smiled proudly and turned to fly toward Long Chen. White-eyed wolf pursed his lips as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it. Brother Wolf, what's going on between you and Long Qin? Madman was curious. It's nothing. White-eyed wolf waved his hand. Brother, are you still hiding something from us? Madman's face darkened. There must be something wrong here. Cut the crap. White-eyed wolf glared at him and looked at Long Qin's back. There was also an indescribable emotion in his eyes. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shrugged helplessly. He didn't know anything else, but he had already discovered one thing. These 2 enemies who had been quarreling endlessly had stopped quarreling in the past few days. This was quite rare. After a while, Long Qin dragged Long Chen over. Can't you let me master the will of the heavenly Tao first? Long Chen looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 unhappily. There were all kinds of ultimate profound meanings, but why was it so difficult to master the will of the heavenly Tao? This little sister was the same. It hadn't been long, but she had colluded with Qin Feiyang and the others and didn't consider him as her big brother at all. Thank you for your hard work. Madman smiled flatteringly. Long Chen rolled his eyes. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang helping him shamelessly get dozens of divine tea trees from Master Jijiu, he really didn't want to do these troublesome things. Let's begin. Looking at the remnant souls suppressed in the 2 barriers, Long Chen's eyes were filled with helplessness. This was another big project. Qin Feiyang also quickly called Xiao Shui, Li Zhongxing and Old Poison over to assist Long Chen. Madman asked, Old Qin, what are your plans next? I plan to, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, right now we have to think of a way to protect the human race, the god race and the purple gold divine dragon race. Protect them? Madman and White-eyed wolf looked at each other. What did he mean? This time, the sea race and the beast race are almost wiped out. However, although the experts of the human race, the god race and the purple gold divine dragon race were seriously injured by us, there were no casualties. Faced with this situation, what do you think the Central Dynasty's emperor will think when he finds out? Qin Feiyang's brows were filled with worry. That's right. Neptune, the dragon god, the sea gods and the beast gods were all captured by us. As for the king and the others, we only heavily injured them. This seems to be a little biased. The Central Dynasty's people aren't stupid. When they see this situation they might suspect the king and the others. Madman frowned. So, we have to think of a way. Qin Feiyang lowered his head, his eyes flickering. What way? We can't just run over and capture the king and the others. White-eyed wolf asked. I think it's possible. Since the Black Tortoise world is so big, the core members of the 3 races should be able to survive in the Black Tortoise world. Madman nodded. In other words, on the surface, we captured the core members of the 3 races, but in reality, we let them enter the Black Tortoise world to hide their strength and recuperate? White-eyed wolf said. Yes. Madman replied. We haven't reached that step yet, right? Qin Feiyang shook his head and chuckled. Moreover, only the king, the divine king, the sovereign of the human race and heavenly Lord Ji knew about the alliance. Everyone else was still in the dark. If they were all brought to the Black Tortoise world at once, it would probably cause quite a commotion. Then what do you have in mind? Madman frowned. I do have a way. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then tell us, don't keep us in suspense. White-eyed Wolf glared at him. We can put on another show with the king, the divine king, and the sovereign of the human race. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. What show? The two were suspicious. Qin Feiyang moved closer to their ears and whispered a few words. White-eyed Wolf and Madman heard this and hesitated for a while before asking, will this work? It should work. Qin Feiyang nodded. White-eyed Wolf pondered for a while and said, as long as you think it will work, it will definitely work. Then shall we release the news now? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Long Chen with a smile. Then you go ahead. Long Chen rolled his eyes at him. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and waved his hand, leaving the Black Tortoise world with White-eyed Wolf and Madman. Chapter 42:12. The horizon turned white. The sun gradually rose. Everything on the earth woke up one by one. After dawn, 3 figures appeared in the sky above Qingtian City. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden-Winged Wolf King. As soon as the 3 appeared, the entire city fell into chaos. What are they doing here? Are they really planning to slaughter the human race? No. I don't want to die yet. Run. Before Qin Feiyang and the other 2 said anything, the people in the city began to rush out of the city. Are we that scary? The corner of Madman's mouth twitched. He looked at these people as if they were demons. What do you think? In the eyes of the world, the sea race and the beast race are unreachable existences. But now, in just one night, the 2 races were destroyed by us. It would be strange if they weren't afraid of us. Qin Feiyang shook his head. But are we really protecting them? Madman pouted. The sea race and the beast race were different, because they were the subordinates of the divine kingdom. But the human race, the god race, and the purple gold divine dragon race were all targets they had to protect. But the key is that they don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at the fleeing people and said, please tell the king that the divine king, the sovereign of the human race, will come to Qingtian City tomorrow at noon. What do you mean? Not to massacre the city? Everyone stopped and looked at each other. If the divine king, the divine kingdom, and the sovereign don't come tomorrow, then we might really massacre the city. After Qin Feiyang said that, he opened a space-time tunnel. The 3 turned around and left. Quickly think of a way to contact the people of Mount Supreme, the Divine Island, and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race. How do we contact them? We can't even enter the Divine Island and Mount Supreme. We have to find the city lord about this. He can contact the people of Mount Supreme and the Divine Island. This news quickly spread across the 3 continents. Everyone was in danger. They all looked towards Mount Supreme, the Godly Island, and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon's territory. Whether or not the 3 continents could escape the fate of being massacred all depended on the decision of the 3 monarchs. In the past, they would not have believed that Qin Feiyang and the others had the ability to slaughter the 3 continents. But things were different now. The beast race and the sea race were examples. East continent. The broken earth, the bloody mist that filled the air, and the pungent smell of blood seemed to be telling a sad story. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 walked in the void without any ripples in their eyes. It wasn't that they were cold-blooded and heartless, but they were already used to this kind of scene. What are they doing now? The White-eyed Wolf was puzzled. Find the inner demons. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Even if the inner demons were only remnant souls, he could still sense the location of the inner demons. Originally, he had planned to wait for the inner demons to reconstruct their bodies before coming to him. But now, he had to find the inner demons to find out about many things. For example, the foundation of the Central Dynasty. For example, how long would it take for the people of the Central Dynasty to come out and reach the 4 great continents? He sensed that they soon entered the sea. The sea was boundless. But the sea had been dyed red with blood. Corpses of the sea race could be seen everywhere. This was the masterpiece of the White-eyed Wolf and the lunatic. Sometimes they would also encounter some remnants of the sea race. Because the news of the 3 of them appearing in Qingtian City had spread, the remnants of the sea race thought that the East continent was safe. But they did not expect to see the 3 of them in the sea. Were they here to kill them all? So, any remnants of the sea race who saw Qin Feiyang and the other 2 immediately fled desperately. However, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 did not chase after them. There was indeed no need. After losing Neptune, the sea gods, and the core members of the sea race on the sea gods island, the rest of the sea race were no longer a concern. The most important thing was. Now, whether it was the sea race or the beast race, those who had mastered the ultimate profundity had basically been captured. Even if there were some who escaped, they could be ignored. About an hour later, the three of them had already gone deep into the sea. A small island entered their line of sight. On the island, rocks were everywhere and the plants were withered and yellow. This was an inconspicuous island. The diameter of the entire island was only about 100,000 feet. There were no powerful sea beasts on the island, nor were there any members of the sea race living on it. But this time, Qin Feiyang came for this island. They are here? Seeing Qin Feiyang stop, the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and immediately scanned the island. Other than some weak sea beasts, there was not even a shadow of a person. Yes. I just don't know if the other 8 prodigies are with them. Qin Feiyang whispered. Wouldn't it be better if they are together? The lunatic bared his teeth. Once the 8 prodigies fell into their hands, they would be able to obtain dozens of ultimate profundities. The white-eyed wolf also snickered. Boom. Divine sense rolled out and instantly enveloped the entire island. The next moment, 2 streams of light rushed out from a hole on the island and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the other 2, gradually turning into 2 figures. That's right. It was the inner demons and Lu Jiejing. And at this moment they were not wearing masks. That familiar face, that familiar gaze, made Qin Feiyang extremely excited. The white-eyed wolf was the same. The lunatic looked at the 2 of them curiously. The inner demons looked exactly the same as Qin Feiyang. Lu Jiejing also had an imposing appearance and was a talent. Qin Feiyang spoke. But he seemed to have some concerns. It's okay. It's very convenient now, you can say whatever you want. Lu Jiejing smiled slightly. Cousin. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't control the emotions in his heart. He quickly ran over and his eyes were filled with tears. After so many years, why are you still like a kid? The inner demons looked at him with disdain. Who's a kid? Aren't I happy? Qin Feiyang wiped away his tears and glared at the inner demons. Haha. The inner demons laughed. But the next moment, killing intent flashed in his eyes, and a wave of divine sense gushed out and blasted toward the island below. Boom. With a loud bang, the island turned into ashes on the spot, and all the sea beasts on the island disappeared as if they had evaporated into thin air. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The inner demons said, we can't let these sea beasts know about our relationship. Otherwise it won't be good for both of us. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the 2 with a smile. How have you been these years? Haven't you seen it all? We've been living a better life than you. The inner demon snickered. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. You've been living a good life, but these years, we've been in so much pain that we wish we were dead, especially little Qinzi. He's been living in self-blame every day, knowing that he killed you. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. So, you're going to ask us to compensate you for your mental loss? The inner demons asked. Not bad. After so many years, you still know me so well. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Look at you. Even I know what you're going to do when you stick out your butt. The inner demons despised him. Ha. The white-eyed wolf laughed dryly. Lu Jiejing looked at the white-eyed wolf and the inner demons, and then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, it's good that you're all alive. The 3 of them were stunned and looked at each other. After a long time they nodded and said, yes. Could be said that. There was nothing happier than this. Lu Jiejing looked at Madman and said with a smile, little cousin, don't you want to introduce him? Yes. Qin Feiyang patted his head, hurriedly pulled Madman to his side and said with a smile, this guy is Madman Mo. We met in the ancient world and he is very familiar with the 2 ancestors. If he hadn't taken care of me in the ancient world, I don't know how many dangers I would have encountered. I've heard of Brother Mo's name a long time ago. Thank you for taking care of Feiyang, Brother Mo. Lu Jiejing cupped his hands and smiled. I'm also an ancestor-level senior. It's my duty to take care of a junior like him. Madman bared his teeth. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He was really thinking about taking advantage of him all the time. The white-eyed wolf smiled mysteriously and said, and this guy has another identity. What identity? The inner demons and Lu Jiejing were curious. The reincarnation of the Blood Demon King. The white-eyed wolf said. The Blood Demon King. The 2 looked at Madman in surprise. You also know about the Blood Demon King? This time it was Qin Feiyang and the other 2 who were a little surprised. We know a little. When we came to the four great continents, we inquired about the grudges between the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud Realm. Among them is the grudges between the Blood Demon King and Ji Yunhai. Lu Jiajin nodded and smiled, looking at Madman and said, I really didn't expect you to be his reincarnation. Brother Mo's righteous deeds in his previous life are admirable. It's nothing. Madman waved his hand, blushing. Qin Feiyang asked, Cousin Inner Demons, why don't we go to the Black Tortoise Realm? We also want to see what the Black Tortoise Realm has become after all these years. Lu Jiajin smiled. By the way, where are the 8 prodigies who came with you? The white-eyed wolf looked at the two suspiciously. They returned to the Central Dynasty. Lu Jiajin said. They went back so soon? The 3 were surprised. What can these trash do if they stay? The Inner Demon's face was full of disdain. Hearing this, the 3 were speechless. The prodigies who mastered the will of the heavenly Tao were trash? If these 8 people were trash, then what were Ryuko and the others? Were they worse than trash? Sure enough, the Inner Demons were as arrogant as ever. That's a pity. I wanted to deprive them of their ultimate meaning. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. When they returned to the Central Dynasty, they could only stare. Chapter 42:13. Deprive the ultimate profound. Lu Jiajin glanced at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, What exactly is this deprive the ultimate profound? You'll know when you go to the Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang smiled. With a wave of his hand, the 5 of them appeared in the tea garden of the Devil's Land. So many herbs? Looking at the current Black Tortoise World, the Inner Demons were dumbfounded. What rich energy. Lu Jiajin was also shocked. It's changed a lot. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's not just big, it's a completely different world from before. The Inner Demons was filled with emotions. He scanned the Devil's Land and asked, Where are we now? The Devil's Land. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. What? The Devil's Land? The Inner Demons was stunned. In his impression, the Devil's Land was an extremely dangerous and desolate place. But now here, the sun was shining brightly and auspicious vapors were rising. It was simply a paradise. Is this a place? Don't fool me. Over the years, he had imagined the changes of the Black Tortoise World. But now, the scene he saw was completely beyond his imagination. Why would I fool you? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed, but to be honest, it's not easy for the Black Tortoise World to grow to this point. It was a simple sentence, but it contained all of the bitterness. Definitely. The Inner Demons nodded. Not to mention the growth of a world, even the growth of a person had to experience countless setbacks and tribulations. Where are they? Madman scanned the sky suspiciously. Long Qin, Xiao Shui, and the others, why wasn't there a single person? Moreover, the countless remnant souls suppressed and the 3 high-grade sovereign divine weapons were nowhere to be seen. Qin Feiyang also noticed this, and a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. Just as he was about to release his perception to search for Long Chen and the others, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. It was Fire Lotus. Qin Dage. Fire Lotus smiled and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. The Inner Demons, Lu Jiajin, looked at Fire Lotus suspiciously. Where are Long Chen and the others? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. I sent them to Soul Seal Valley. After all, everyone is cultivating in seclusion. I don't want to be disturbed. Fire Lotus smiled. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said with a smile, You are so thoughtful. Wait a moment. Why do I feel like she's familiar? The Inner Demon said as she sized up the Fiery Lotus, her face full of suspicion. Fire Lotus also looked at the Inner Demons and smiled. Long time no see. We know each other? The Inner Demons was surprised. Fire Lotus pursed her lips and smiled. She looked at the Inner Demons and said, Think about it carefully. The Inner Demons lowered his head and pondered, but he couldn't think of anything. Let me give you a reminder. The land of the undead in the ancient world, the white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. The ancient world, the land of the undead, the Inner Demons murmured. You still can't think of anything? The white-eyed wolf said helplessly, Let me give you another reminder. A rusty axe. A rusty axe. The Inner Demons lowered his head and pondered. After a long time, a trace of surprise gradually appeared in his eyes. He looked at Fire Lotus and asked, You can't be that undead from back then, right? That's me. Fire Lotus nodded. The Inner Demons was dumbfounded. Back then, when Qin Feiyang first entered the ancient world, he met Fire Lotus. Later, when Qin Feiyang returned to the Great Qin and fought with the Demon Lord and the others, Fire Lotus had been in the Black Tortoise realm. At that time the inner demons were still around, so he knew about Fire Lotus. However, because Fire Lotus hadn't reconstructed her physical body at that time, the inner demons felt a sense of familiarity. How is it? You didn't expect that the little undead who shamelessly followed us back then was actually such a stunning beauty, right? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Brother Wolf, what nonsense are you talking about? Fire Lotus's cheeks turned red. Ah, the white-eyed wolf laughed. I really didn't expect it. It's too surprising. The inner demon shook his head and asked, so now you're no longer an undead? This was because he didn't feel the slightest bit of undead chi on Fire Lotus. She's already gone through her tribulation and got rid of her undead body. Qin Feiyang smiled. No wonder. The inner demons nodded in realization. All these years, it's all thanks to this girl. Do you know who's the one who made the Black Tortoise realm what it is today? It's Fire Lotus. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The Black Tortoise realm today is the result of everyone's hard work. I don't dare to claim this credit alone. Fire Lotus hurriedly waved her hands. Don't be humble. With this noble one's brain, how can I manage such a big world? The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain. You make it sound like I'm stupid. Qin Feiyang was speechless. I'm your inner demons. Don't I know you? The inner demons rolled his eyes. Can you give me some face? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. They started to undermine him as soon as they met? They were born from the same root. Why are you so anxious to destroy each other? Fire Lotus couldn't help but snicker at the side. Qin Feiyang pointed at Lu Jiejin and said with a smile, Girl, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, the owner of the Eye of Nothingness, Lu Jiejin. Hello. Lu Jiejin reached out his hand with a gentle smile on his face. Hello. Fire Lotus also reached out her hand. The white-eyed wolf sized up the two of them. His eyes turned slightly and he transmitted his voice. Little Qinzi, haven't you been worrying about Fire Lotus's marriage? Isn't this the best opportunity? Huh. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the white-eyed wolf. Look at them. How compatible. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He couldn't help but size up his cousin and Fire Lotus. Don't say it. At first glance they were indeed quite compatible. The man was dignified and had an extraordinary temperament. The woman was as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon. The most important thing was, Lu Jiejin and Fire Lotus were both his family members. As the saying goes, one should not let one's own fertile water flow into one's own fields. He could really matchmake them. What do you think? The white-eyed wolf snickered. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf chuckled and said, Cousin. Lu Jiejin turned to look at him. By the way, are you still single? The white-eyed wolf snickered. What do you mean? Lu Jiejin looked at him in confusion. Just answer me. The white-eyed wolf urged. Before Lu Jiejin could speak, the inner demon said first, even if he is single, he deserves it. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at the inner demons suspiciously. You don't know how popular he is in the Central Dynasty. The women who like him can line up from the West Continent to the East Continent. And those women are all God's favored daughters of the Central Dynasty. Even the princess of the Central Dynasty, the apple of the Emperor's eye, admires him. But this guy is just like an ice-cold rock, completely ignoring them. I'm even suspecting if there's something wrong with him in that aspect. The inner demons despised him. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at Lu Jiejin in astonishment. Was it so exaggerated? The line could line up from the West Continent to the East Continent? Even the Emperor's daughter fell in love with him? I'm not exaggerating at all. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Central Dynasty and have a look. The inner demons pursed his lips. Are you jealous? Lu Jiejin looked at the inner demons in amusement. What's there to be jealous of? The inner demons didn't care. Big cousin is indeed big cousin. His charm is unparalleled. Qin Feiyang bared his teeth. Lu Jiejin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could the inner demons be so exaggerated? In that case you're still single. The white-eyed wolf said. What? Are you going to introduce me to someone? Lu Jiejin asked jokingly. Yes. Far away on the horizon, close in front of you. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Suddenly he raised his naughty paw and pushed Fire Lotus hard. Caught off guard, Fire Lotus immediately fell into Lu Jiejin's arms. Lu Jiejin was stunned. He quickly reached out and held Fire Lotus, afraid that she would fall. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Who would have thought that the white-eyed wolf would do such a thing? They were all stunned on the spot. Fire Lotus and Lu Jiajin, who were hugging each other, were at a loss for a moment. When they came back to their senses, Lu Jiajin quickly let go of Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus also hurriedly got up from Lu Jiajin's arms. She turned her head and glared at the white-eyed wolf, saying, "Brother Wolf, what are you doing?" After saying that, she turned and left angrily, her cheeks flushed red. "Ha!" the white-eyed wolf laughed. The more he looked at them, the more compatible they were. Chapter 42:14. You're a little too much. Madman glared at the white-eyed wolf. The two of them had just met, how could he be so direct? Although Fire Lotus was the 9th Heaven Palace Master and had seen the world, she was still a woman and was thin-skinned. Don't you think they're a good match? The white-eyed wolf looked at Madman unhappily. A good match is a good match, but shouldn't they get to know each other first? Madman was furious. It was simply more of a hindrance. What's there to understand? We know Big Cousin's character and personality. We also know Fire Lotus's character and personality. There's no need to go through those formalities, just bow to heaven and earth and enter the bridal chamber. Big Cousin, don't you think so? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth at Lu Jiajin. Lu Jiajin hadn't recovered yet, and when he heard this, he couldn't help but be angry. How could he matchmake them like this? Bow to heaven and earth and enter the bridal chamber? Why didn't he just skip the bow to heaven and earth and enter the bridal chamber directly? After all, it was a major event in life. Why did he make it so childish? Don't mess around. Lu Jiajin glared at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at Fire Lotus's back and said with a smile, "To be valued by little cousin, she must be a good woman. I can't delay her. See, this is the standard of a good man. I'd rather be a bachelor than ruin her." Madman looked at the white-eyed wolf and said with disdain, "Wait, what do you mean? I'm a bad man? I'm in a relationship, so I'm ruining her? Little Madman, you have to make yourself clear today or I won't let you off." The white-eyed wolf grabbed Madman's clothes and roared fiercely. However, Madman ignored him. I really miss it. Seeing Madman and the white-eyed wolf fighting, the inner demons sighed. They hadn't seen this scene for many years. His last impression was the scene of white-eyed wolf, Lu Zheng and Ling Yunfei fooling around. But now it was a lunatic. But it could be seen that this lunatic had a very good relationship with Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. They were the kind of brothers who would risk their lives for each other. Where are Fatso, Ling Yunfei and Lu Zheng? The inner demons asked. They're all enjoying life in Great Qin. Now they have many children and grandchildren. The white-eyed wolf said. Children and grandchildren? The inner demons were stunned. Yeah. Many years ago, they already had children. Before coming to the Sky Cloud realm, we went back. Those little brats were already drinking and picking up girls everywhere. The white-eyed wolf bared its fangs. So you're saying that the student has surpassed the master? The inner demons were astonished. Of course. Can our descendants be bad? The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly, then looked at Lu Jiajin, bared its fangs and said, Big Cousin, you have to hurry up. Otherwise, when you go back, Lu Zheng's great-grandchildren will be everywhere. Lu Jiajin smiled bitterly and asked, Then who did he marry? You all know her, Little Hong. The white-eyed wolf said. Lu Hong? Lu Jiajin recalled a little and asked. Yes. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Not bad. Lu Jiajin nodded. What's not bad? He's a total henpecked husband. He's a disgrace to us men. The white-eyed wolf's face was full of disdain. Great Qin. A man in his 30s was sitting in the courtyard, leisurely drinking tea. Suddenly, he sneezed. What's wrong? Next to him, a beautiful woman was washing clothes. Hearing the sneeze, she raised her head and looked at the young man suspiciously. Needless to say, someone must be thinking of me. The man bared his teeth, looking like he was asking for a beating. You're old and indecent. The beautiful woman glared at him, looked up at the sky and muttered, I wonder how Qin Dage and the others are doing now. Yes. After so many years, they haven't come back to visit us. How heartless. The man shook his head and sighed. What are you talking about? You haven't gone back for so many years. Shouldn't you be worried about them? You still say that they have no conscience. I think the older you get, the thicker your skin becomes. The beautiful woman glared at him fiercely. If I wasn't thick-skinned, how could I have pursued you? The man bared his teeth and stretched out his knotty hand. Scram. The beautiful woman's cheeks turned red. She slapped the man's hand away and said angrily, The older you get, the more indecent you become. I'm not decent. Hurry up, let's go make another one. The man chuckled, picked up the beautiful woman and ran into the house. Black Tortoise World. Lu Jiajin and the inner demons looked at each other. Looking at the white-eyed wolf, they were speechless. After so many years, this wolf cub's character really hadn't changed at all. A few words could anger people to death. The inner demons was silent for a while. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he asked, "What about them?" "Them?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Mom and Dad." The inner demon stammered. Qin Feiyang couldn't help laughing and said, "My parents are your parents. Why are you being so shy?" The inner demons laughed dryly. "They're all very good. And they gave birth to many younger brothers and sisters for us." Qin Feiyang smiled. "What? Many younger brothers and sisters?" The inner demons were dumbfounded. Hey. Why are you so surprised? They're still so young. Is there a problem with having a few children?" Qin Feiyang stared at him speechlessly. No problem. I'm just a little surprised." The inner demons hurriedly waved his hands. "It's really quite surprising." Lu Jiajin also nodded and asked, "Have you seen them?" "Yes. The last time I saw them, except for the youngest pair of twins, the others had already grown up." Qin Feiyang nodded. "There are twins." The inner demons was stunned. "Yes. A younger brother, a younger sister, a pair of twins." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. "Damn. Our father is still vigorous despite his age." The inner demon's mouth twitched. "He could even make twins. Awesome." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The inner demons were becoming more and more like the white-eyed wolf. They couldn't even say anything nice. "What's their character like?" Lu Jiajin asked with a smile. "Some are okay and some are not. After all, they were born in the royal family. It's inevitable to fight for power. However, when I went back, I cleaned them up. Now they're not bad." Qin Feiyang nodded. "How did you clean them up?" The inner demons were curious. "How else can I clean them up? I taught them a good lesson." Qin Feiyang was speechless. Why were they like curious babies? "You taught them a good lesson? Don't joke. I guess they were tortured by you quite a bit." The inner demons rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. As expected of his inner demons, they knew him very well. He smiled and said, "Anyway, everyone has changed a lot. But no matter what, father and mother have always been worried about you. If they know that you're still alive, I don't know how happy they will be." The inner demons heard this and felt a lump in his throat. "It's okay. When the matter in the divine kingdom is settled, we'll go back together." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Okay." The inner demons nodded. "Tada." At this time, with a series of footsteps, 3 beautiful figures walked over. It was the mermaid princess, Fire Dance, and Zhuo Xiaoxian. "Why are you here?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. The mermaid princess smiled and said, "I heard from Fire Lotus that Big Cousin and the inner demons came to the Black Tortoise world, so we came to see." The inner demons and Lu Jiajin immediately looked at the 3 girls. Of course, they knew the mermaid princess. Not only did they know her, but they were also very familiar with her. But Fire Dance and Zhuo Xiaoxian were very unfamiliar with her. "Cousin." Inner demons. The mermaid princess walked over and stood beside Qin Feiyang with a gentle smile. Good. After all these years, you've become more and more beautiful. My little cousin, I don't know what good karma he accumulated in his previous life." Lu Jiajin nodded and was very pleased. "Ahem. I'm not bad either, okay?" Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and looked at Lu Jiajin unhappily. "Brat." Lu Jiajin scolded jokingly. Qin Feiyang hugged the mermaid princess and looked at the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, saying, "Let me formally introduce you. This is your sister-in-law, my wife." The 2 of them were stunned. "Sister-in-law? In that case, yes, we're married." Qin Feiyang nodded. The 2 of them looked at each other. "Already married? No way." They always thought that Qin Feiyang was still single. That was because in their memories, Qin Feiyang was a blockhead. Things like marriage were simply too distant. "Look carefully, don't we look very compatible?" Qin Feiyang bared his teeth. "Shameless." The inner demons immediately looked disdainful. Zhuo Xiaoxian and Fire Dance also looked at Qin Feiyang speechlessly. They hadn't realized that Qin Feiyang also had such a narcissistic side. Lu Jiajin shook his head and looked at Zhuo Xiaoxian and Fire Dance. He asked suspiciously, "Then who are these 2? The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and immediately stepped forward. They hugged Zhuo Xiaoxian and Fire Dance, declaring their sovereignty. They were afraid that Lu Jiajin and the inner demons would take a fancy to the 2 women and take them away. "Even you have found your other half?" The inner demons looked at the white-eyed wolf in shock. "Speak properly. What do you mean even I have found my other half? With my handsome and suave temperament, The women who pursue me can line up from the sky cloud realm to the divine kingdom. Even Sister Feng took the initiative to pursue me. The white-eyed wolf was showing off when Fire Dance pinched the flesh on his waist, causing him to grimace in pain. Brag, keep bragging. The inner demons mocked him mercilessly. Sister Feng, leave me some face. The white-eyed wolf begged for mercy. Fire Dance rolled her eyes at him. Looking at Lu Jijin and the madman, she smiled and said, then I will call you big brother like Qin Dage and this wolf cub. Okay. Lu Jijin nodded. Wait a moment. Why did the inner demons become big brother? The white-eyed wolf quickly interrupted the two and frowned. You have a problem? The inner demons looked at him with bad intentions. Of course, I don't. How dare I have a problem? Big brother, I will follow you from now on. You have to protect me. The white-eyed wolf grinned and grinned. With the demon king true body and the law of life and death, who would dare to be arrogant? The inner demon's mouth twitched slightly. Looking at the three couples in front of him, he nodded and smiled. Very good. Congratulations. Thank you. The three women looked at each other and smiled sweetly. Chapter 42:15. What's the point of a simple blessing? Give me something more practical. Do you think it's so easy to be the big brother? The white-eyed wolf grinned. The inner demons and Lu Jijin looked at each other helplessly. This wolf cub was really digging a hole with every step he took. The inner demons said, you don't need anything now, do you? Yes. For example, the demon king true form. Or the law of life and death. The white-eyed wolf grinned. Piss off. The inner demon's face darkened. Stingy. The white-eyed wolf grumbled. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. The inner demons glared at him, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, let's go. Take us to the Black Tortoise realm. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the mermaid princess and the other two and said, go and cultivate in seclusion. I have a feeling that the war between us and the Central Dynasty will erupt soon. When that happens, we won't be able to take care of you. Don't worry. I won't be a burden. Fire Dance said calmly. Of course. Why would my sister Phoenix be a burden? We still need Sister Phoenix to turn the tide in the future. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Stop flattering me. Fire Dance glared at him. Then the three girls left hand in hand. Zhuo Shaoxian looked at the mermaid princess and asked innocently, Big Sister Mermaid, is he really the inner demons? Yes. The mermaid princess nodded. The inner demons are so kind? This is the first time I've seen them. Zhuo Shaoxian was surprised. What kind of person did you think he was? The mermaid princess asked with a smile. I thought, Zhuo Shaoxian pondered for a while and said with a smile, I thought he was a cold-blooded, ruthless demon. The mermaid princess shook her head and laughed. The inner demons in the past were indeed like that. But now, if one didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that he was the inner demons. Little lunatic, how dare your little girlfriend talk about our inner demons like that? Big brother, are you tired of living? The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Stop trying to drive a wedge between us. Madman glared at him, then looked at the inner demons. Not to mention Zhuo Shaoxian, even he was wondering if those were Qin Feiyang's inner demons. How could the inner demons be so amiable? Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled. Hence. The group of five left the demonic land and headed to the central prefecture and the four great domains. Half a year passed. The half a year here referred to the time in the Black Tortoise realm. In the outside world, only a short while had passed. Half a year later, the five of them traveled around the Black Tortoise world. Looking at the current Black Tortoise world, even Qin Feiyang was shocked. Because the current Black Tortoise world was comparable to two eastern continents. Its growth rate was too fast. In fact, he didn't know that the last time the Black Tortoise world and the ancient castle evolved, the Black Tortoise world instantly soared by a large margin. Whether it was the central prefecture or the four great domains, they had far surpassed the past. Even Qin Feiyang was like this, let alone the inner demons and Lu Jijin. The feelings in their hearts could only be described as shock. This was a completely different world from the Black Tortoise world of the past. It was already a real world. What surprised them the most was the local customs here. In the past half a year they rarely saw fighting and killing. Whether it was humans or beasts, everyone was as harmonious as a family. To be able to manage the Black Tortoise world like this Fire Lotus is really a capable woman. Old Lu, why don't you consider it? The inner demons couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The corner of Lu Jijin's mouth twitched and he said speechlessly, even you are fooling around? What do you mean fooling around? Haven't you seen my attitude towards Fire Lotus? If an ordinary man wants to touch Fire Lotus, he probably won't allow it. The inner demons chuckled. We'll talk about it later. Lu Jiajin waved his hand, looking a little helpless. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up and asked, "So, you're actually interested in Fire Lotus? Aren't you guys annoying? I just met her. What kind of feelings can I have? If you continue to fool around, you guys will send me out." Lu Jiajin's face darkened. What kind of people were these? It was as if he missed out on Fire Lotus, he would really be a bachelor for the rest of his life. Okay. Take it slow, take it slow. The white-eyed wolf hurriedly waved his hand. Unknowingly, the soul-sealing valley entered their sight. But they didn't approach. The group landed on the mountain peak and watched from afar. Long Chen was in charge of extracting the ultimate mysteries. Long Qin assisted from the side. Qiao Shui and the other two were even more busy. After observing for a moment, Lu Jiajin nodded in realization and said, "So that's how it's extracted. This Long Chen is really scary. He has another identity." Qin Feiyang smiled. What identity? The inner demons and Lu Jiajin were suspicious. Ice Dragon's son. Qin Feiyang said. What? He's actually Ice Dragon's son. Their eyes trembled. Immediately after, a hint of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the inner demons. Don't be impulsive. Now we've reconciled. Furthermore, Long Chen is a person worth befriending. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. Reconciled? The inner demons frowned. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, but soon understood what the inner demons meant. He smiled and said, "We reconciled with Long Chen and Long Qin. Ice Dragon hasn't." The inner demons nodded and slowly withdrew their killing intent. Lu Jiajin was more indifferent and asked, "So, you have a lot of ultimate mysteries now?" "Yes. Last time when we captured the core members of the Sea Clan, we obtained tens of thousands of ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws, and countless ordinary ultimate mysteries of the laws." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Then, everyone in the Devil's Land can master the will of Heavenly Tao?" The inner demons was surprised. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Your actions are a bit too big." The inner demons was amazed, then looked at Long Chen from afar and whispered, "It seems that this person is indeed different from his father. What happened back then?" Since the topic had changed to this point, the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but ask. "Let's go to the tea garden first and sit down and talk slowly." Qin Feiyang smiled and said. Without disturbing Long Chen, the group turned and left. Tea garden. Qin Feiyang brewed a pot of Bodhi divine tea. "This is supreme-grade divine tea?" Lu Jiajin tasted it and his eyes lit up. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Supreme-grade divine tea is rare in the Central Dynasty. Where did you snatch this from?" Lu Jiajin was curious. "Snatch? Cough cough. Don't be so rude." Qin Feiyang smiled and explained, "This is a gift from Lord Jiu." "Lord Jiu?" Lu Jiajin and the inner demons were stunned. "Lord Jiu of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan." Qin Feiyang said. "What? You have something to do with the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan?" The inner demons frowned. "We have long wanted to tell you about this, but we never had the chance. Actually, my lord, the Divine King, the sovereign of the human race, has secretly formed an alliance with us." Qin Feiyang said. "Alliance?" The two of them looked at each other. There was such a thing? It took us a lot of effort to persuade them. "So in the future, when you meet the Divine King, my lord, sovereign, heavenly Lord Ji and Lord Jiu, you have to be gentle." Qin Feiyang smiled. "We almost did more harm than good. If it weren't for you Lao, I would have killed the Divine King and my lord when we went to the mythical island last time." The inner demons smiled bitterly. If they had killed the Divine King and my lord, the alliance between Qin Feiyang and the three major races would have collapsed, and Qin Feiyang's plan would have been disrupted. There's no need to worry about things that didn't happen. Tell me, where have you been all these years? This was what Qin Feiyang was most concerned about. All these years. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It's a long story. After a long time, Lu Jiajin sighed deeply. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Back then on the third floor of the Divine Ruins, we also thought we would die. However, in the end, the Ice Dragon and the little critter didn't kill us. Not only did they not kill us, they even sent us to a place where the three of them were surprised. I don't know. A place we've never seen before. Apart from a statue, there was nothing else." Lu Jiajin said. "A statue?" Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. "Yes, a statue. This statue doesn't have a face. We don't know who it is. Ice Dragon and Small Beast didn't tell us either. They only told us that if we sat under the statue, we would get twice the result with half the effort. At first, we were skeptical, but when we really sat under the statue and began to cultivate, we found that it was really different. In just half a year, we broke through from War God to Divine Lord. And in less than a year, we broke through from Divine Lord to Paragon God. Even comprehending the ultimate profound was like the help of God. Lu Jiejin said with disbelief. It can't be. Qin Feiyang and the other two were shocked. In less than half a year, they broke through from War God to Divine Lord. This speed could only be described as abnormal. However, a lot of things happened during this period. That ice dragon would come looking for us whenever it had the time and beat us up until we were covered in wounds. Especially the inner demons. No matter how badly they were beaten, they were still arrogant. You can say that. Every time Ice Dragon appeared, it was the end of the world for us. Lu Jiejin smiled bitterly. Sooner or later I'll get even with him. The inner demons snorted, killing intent flashing in their eyes. Qin Feiyang frowned. Ice Dragon kept beating the inner demons and Big Cousin, but he also injured them and sent them to that magical place to cultivate. Was it really like what Long Qin said, that Ice Dragon was nurturing the inner demons and Big Cousin? We won't die anyway and we can't escape, so we just calmed down and cultivated. We became stronger day by day. Until we mastered the will of the heavens, Ice Dragon suddenly found us and gave us a mission. The mission was to sneak into the central dynasty. Lu Jiejin said. What? You already mastered the will of the heavens before entering the divine kingdom? The white-eyed wolf was shocked. Yes. Lu Jiejin nodded. This. Qin Feiyang and the other two were in disbelief. What kind of place could let the two of them comprehend the ultimate profound of the 6 ultimate profound laws so quickly? They had always thought that the two of them entered the central dynasty and were valued by the emperor, who gave them the inheritance. They didn't expect that they had comprehended it themselves. Chapter 42:17. 5 Unparalleled Geniuses? It's not that I'm looking down on them, but I'm afraid they aren't even qualified to carry his shoes. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Lu Jiejin and the blood demon looked at each other. Between the mysterious youth and the 5 unparalleled geniuses, they didn't dare to say who was stronger or weaker. Because they had never seen the 5 unparalleled geniuses before, they had no idea how strong they were. However, they had experienced the youth's strength. Apart from the 3,000 clones and origin force, the other means weren't very impressive. He hadn't comprehended the law of life and death. He only had one will of the heavenly Tao. The battle soul hadn't appeared. If the youth didn't have the origin force, the inner demons were confident in defeating him. Of course. It was also possible that the youth hadn't displayed his full strength. But there was one thing to be thankful for. The mysterious youth was their partner, not their enemy. If the youth became their opponent, to be honest, with these means of the youth, they would have a headache just thinking about it. How long will it take for the central dynasty to reach the 4 great continents? Qin Feiyang asked. About 3 months. Lu Jiejin pondered for a while and said. So long? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Between the 2 continents, not only is there a separation of origin force, but the 2 seas also have the power of law. We can't teleport or use voice transmission. Lu Jiejin explained. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang nodded. Since they couldn't teleport, they could only fly. 3 months wasn't a long time to fly from one continent to the other. Will the emperor of the central dynasty also be restricted by this? The madman asked. The only one who isn't restricted is the ruler of the divine kingdom. Lu Jiejin nodded. 3 months. The madman pondered for a while and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, saying, It seems that our plan will have to wait a little longer. And if the people of the central dynasty don't come, this plan will be meaningless. It's best to do it in front of the emperor. Qin Feiyang nodded. What plan? Lu Jiejin and the inner demons looked at the 3 of them curiously. A plan to protect the god race, the human race, and the purple-gold divine dragon race. You will know in the future. Now, do you still need ultimate profound? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The inner demons stared blankly for a moment before chuckling. If you want to give it to us, we won't hold back. It's better to be polite. The white-eyed wolf bared its fangs. Get lost. The inner demons rolled their eyes. The white-eyed wolf laughed and suddenly changed the topic. What do you think about the sky prides of the 3 major races? What else can I say? Just a bunch of trash. Back then, when I went to challenge them, I didn't even use a 10,000th of my strength. All of them fell to the ground like dead dogs. The inner demons were full of disdain. You've already grasped the will of the heavenly Tao. How can they compare to you? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Wasn't this bullying? Anyway, I just looked down on them. The inner demons waved its hand. If that's what you said, then I'll give up. I wanted to find a chance to train them. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You still want to train them? I don't want to criticize you, but you're worrying too much. Instead of wasting energy, it's better to train the people of the Black Tortoise Realm. The Black Tortoise Realm is so big. There must be a few geniuses born there. The inner demons glared at him. Ultimate Profound was a precious resource. Besides, Ryuko and the others were trained by the Lord. Why did an outsider like you worry about that? Qin Feiyang quickly reminded, we're outsiders to the human race and the god race, but you can't say the same about the purple gold divine dragon race. What? You really want to train the purple gold divine dragon race? The inner demons frowned. How should I put it? The Lord is the grandfather of our ancestor. Lord Ji is our ancestor's uncle. Even if he is the son of the dragon, he is still our ancestor's cousin. If the Lord is still the same as before, then there's no need to say more. But now we've formed an alliance with the purple gold divine dragon race, especially the elders like Lord Ji. They treat us like their own children, so there are many things we have to consider now. More. Our ancestor's birth mother, the daughter of the Lord, has contributed a lot to the sky cloud realm. If it weren't for her, the great Qin would have been destroyed. Qin Feiyang sighed. You mean our ancestor's birth mother is still alive? The inner demons were surprised. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Where is she? Is she in the Black Tortoise Realm? The inner demons were looking forward to it. It was because of this woman that the current Qin clan existed. The inner demons were born because of Qin Feiyang, and since the princess of the divine kingdom was Qin Feiyang's ancestor, she was naturally the ancestor of the inner demons. Oh, I'm afraid you can't imagine where she is now. Qin Feiyang smiled. Where? The inner demons were curious. The great Qin. Qin Feiyang smiled. The great Qin? The inner demons and Lu Jiajin looked at each other. This was indeed a bit unexpected. I have to thank Long Chen for this matter. Qin Feiyang smiled. What does it have to do with him? The inner demons were suspicious. Qin Feiyang explained in detail how the princess of the divine kingdom went to find Long Chen and went to the great Qin. So that's how it is. The inner demons suddenly understood and frowned. What is this Long Chen trying to do? Why do I feel that he's always thinking about you? That's why I respect and admire him. Qin Feiyang smiled. Don't think of the problem so simply. Isn't there a saying like that? One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. The inner demons snorted. You're measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. Damn, even you trust him so much? The inner demons looked at the white-eyed wolf in surprise. There's no other way. We've all seen what he's done. If we still suspect him after all this, then we'll be heartless. The white-eyed wolf said. All right. I'll reserve my opinion. The inner demons felt helpless. Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons and asked suspiciously, there's one more thing. Did you comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death after entering the divine kingdom? Yes. I comprehended the law of life and death a long time ago. But the ultimate meaning was comprehended in the Central Dynasty. It's also because I comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death and Big Cousin's Eye of Nothingness evolved that the Emperor values us so much. The inner demons nodded. The other half of the Eye of Nothingness is in the Central Dynasty? Qin Feiyang frowned. That's right. He's also a genius and is extremely arrogant. But I'm sorry he's unlucky to have met us. We beat him to the ground in a few moves. The inner demons smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. To have met the inner demons, that person was indeed unlucky. He continued to ask, then, did you find the other half of the Eye of Reincarnation in the Central Dynasty? Eye of Reincarnation. The inner demons pondered for a while and shook their heads. Not really. We haven't even heard of any information about the Eye of Reincarnation. So, the Eye of Reincarnation might really be in the Sky Cloud realm? Madman frowned. It's hard to say. Qin Feiyang shook his head. They still have to investigate thoroughly in the Divine Kingdom. Because they can't rule out the possibility that the owner of the Eye of Reincarnation has a low-key personality or has been hiding in the dark. You can ask the monarch and the others to help investigate the 4 continents. As for the Central Dynasty, wait for us to go back and investigate it carefully. Also, investigate the background of the Death God army. Lu Jiajin smiled slightly. Death God Army, Qin Feiyang murmured and frowned. From what you said before, if you don't have the trust of the emperor, I'm afraid it will never be possible. So this is where we are worried. Lu Jiajin sighed. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and his eyes suddenly lit up. The reason why the emperor doesn't trust you is because he doesn't know your origin. If we find an opportunity to let him know your origin, won't it dispel his worries? Can we let him know our origin? The inner demons was speechless. Of course it's not my true origin. Qin Feiyang smiled. The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, You mean create a fake identity? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. This wasn't the first time he did this. He was very experienced. Lu Jiajin shook his head and sighed. The idea is good, but the emperor is not stupid. How can it be so easy to fool him? If we can't fool him, it will make the emperor more suspicious of us. Then it depends on our acting skills. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, full of confidence. Lu Jiajin couldn't help laughing and nodded. Okay, since you are so confident, let's give it a try. But what if he asks the inner demons to take off their masks? That's easy. Just change your face. The white-eyed wolf said. Lu Jiajin smiled helplessly and said, Do I need you to remind me of this little trick? We have thought about it. What we are afraid of is that the emperor will ask the inner demons to take the face-restoring pill or use the Heaven's Eye Stone to investigate. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf's face froze. He laughed at his cousin for being stupid, but it turned out that he was the stupidest one. How about this? Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons and said with a smile, I'll have to trouble you first. Make your face scarred. Scarred? They looked at each other. Make your face unrecognizable and make up a sad story. Maybe it will not only dispel the emperor's suspicion, but also arouse his sympathy. Maybe he will even take you as his adopted son. Qin Feiyang smiled. Adopted son? The inner demon's mouth twitched. Adopted son or whatever, it doesn't matter. But this is a good idea. The white-eyed wolf thought for a while and nodded. This is a bit of a test of acting skills. Can you do it? The crazy man looked at the inner demons with a teasing smile. Who are you looking down on? The inner demons glared at the crazy man and then looked at Qin Feiyang saying, Okay, it's easy to make my face unrecognizable. But I'm not good at making up stories. You make it up. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, Let's talk about the specifics first. In short, they must gain the emperor's trust. Otherwise, they would never know the foundation of the central dynasty. Chapter 42:18. Time passed quickly. After formulating the plan, Qin Feiyang brought the inner demons into the ancient castle's cultivation room. What's up? The inner demons looked at him suspiciously. I want to show you something. Qin Feiyang smiled. So mysterious. What is it? The inner demons rolled their eyes, but their eyes were full of curiosity. Qin Feiyang took out his universe ring and carefully searched it. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he took out a jade scroll from his universe ring. The inner demons looked at the jade scroll suspiciously. I found this in the ancient world back then. I spent a lot of effort to get it. Qin Feiyang handed the jade scroll to the inner demons. The inner demons took the jade scroll and sank their consciousness into it. They were slightly stunned. Chaos Origin Divine Art? That's right. This primordial chaos divine art is a secret technique that was specially created for people with inner demons. After cultivating the chaos origin divine art, the main body and the inner demons can become one, greatly increasing their strength. Qin Feiyang explained. This is a legendary divine art. What can it do? The inner demons frowned. Qin Feiyang said, I'm also thinking about this problem. The level is definitely not enough. The inner demons pondered for a while and laughed. However, we can improve on the foundation of the chaos origin divine art. Improve? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Generally speaking, this kind of special secret technique is not divided into levels, only realms. For example, the 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King's true body. They don't have levels, but realms are. For example, at the initial realm, how many incarnations can be activated, and at the initial realm, how many incarnations can be activated. It's also because of this that we can still activate these two killing techniques after stepping into the sovereign realm. From the current situation, this chaos origin divine art is not much different from ordinary divine arts, so I think it still needs to be improved. In other words, it can be modified into the same killing technique as the 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King true body. The inner demons said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang felt a rush of excitement and asked, Are you sure? Of course. I can even comprehend the Demon King's true body, let alone this thing. It's just a matter of time. If we study, comprehend, and improve together, we can achieve twice the result with half the effort. The inner demon smiled confidently. Meh. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, I don't have much confidence." Hey. Are you still the sovereign that I know? Back in the day, wasn't raising the level of the various divine arts and creating new moves as easy as playing around? The inner demons were speechless. How did he become so unconfident after all these years? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and sighed. Ever since I stepped into the sovereign realm, other than the profundities of the laws, I haven't studied anything else. I can't find the same feeling as before. It's fine as long as your talent hasn't changed. We're all people who have unlocked the gate of potential, yet you're still so unconfident. It's a bit embarrassing. The inner demons looked down on him. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and nodded. All right, let's work hard together. Now, the inner demons were stunned. What else? Qin Feiyang asked. This. The people from the Central Dynasty will arrive in the 4 great continents in 3 months. At that time they will definitely contact me and my cousin. I'm afraid there won't be enough time. The inner demons were a bit worried. Don't worry. The Black Tortoise world has a time array. 5,000 years in 1 day. 3 months is a total of 450,000 years. 450,000 years should be enough for us to improve the Chaos Origin divine art. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. The inner demons nodded and asked, then shall we start seclusion? Let's do it. Qin Feiyang walked out of the castle and shouted, the inner demons and I are going into seclusion. Before we come out, no one is allowed to disturb us. Senior brother White-Eyed Wolf, I'll leave the matter of Clear Sky City to you. After saying that, he returned to the castle and closed the door of the cultivation room with a bang. What's going on? In the tea garden. Everyone looked at the castle, their faces full of suspicion. Why would they go into seclusion just like that? More importantly, why would they go into seclusion? Both of them weren't weak. If they wanted to comprehend laws and fuse ultimate mysteries, there was no need for them to do it together. If we can't go out, how are we going to go to Clear Sky City? The White-Eyed Wolf came back to his senses and looked at the mad scientist suspiciously. Are you stupid? Don't you know how to find the fire lotus? Madman rolled his eyes at him as a sinister smile flashed through his eyes. He said via voice transmission, we can also use this opportunity to matchmake Lu Jiajin and Huo Lian. Haha, you're so sneaky. The White-Eyed Wolf was stunned for a moment before laughing. The mad scientist suddenly thought of something and asked secretly, Brother Wolf, there's something I need to confirm with you. Do you really not have any thoughts about Longqin? How can I joke with you? The White-Eyed Wolf's face darkened. If that's the case, why don't we bring her and the inner demons together? The mad scientist thought. The White-Eyed Wolf was stunned and said speechlessly, you're bringing someone together whenever you see one. Were you a matchmaker in your previous life? Fuck. I was the savior of the world in my previous life, the Blood Demon King. The mad scientist cursed. Maybe the Blood Demon King is a matchmaker? The White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth. Scram. The mad scientist's face darkened and asked, what do you think of my suggestion? Facing this question, the White-Eyed Wolf couldn't help but feel an inexplicable emotion. The mad scientist blinked his eyes and looked at the White-Eyed Wolf. This wolf cub still said that he wasn't moved? If he wasn't moved, why would he hesitate for so long? Okay, it's just a joke. The mad scientist waved his hand. A joke. The White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. Hearing this, he felt a sense of relief in his heart, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. What was going on? Could it be that the unrestrained me really had feelings for this woman? Impossible. But the more he tried to deny it, the more he couldn't calm down. I say, what are you two whispering about? Lu Jiajin looked at the two warily. Nothing. The two looked at each other and quickly waved their hands. The White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth and said, Big cousin, let's go. We'll take you for a walk. A walk? No need. I still need to rebuild my body. Lu Jiajin quickly waved his hand. He definitely didn't have good intentions. You want to rebuild your body? That's good. Let's go find sister-in-law. She has the Eye of Life and can help you rebuild your body in minutes. The White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth and dragged Lu Jiajin to the courtyard. Frenzy looked at the White-Eyed Wolf's back. Should he find a chance to provoke the White-Eyed Wolf in Longqin? Otherwise, when would he be able to truly face his own heart? The next day. The sun was shining brightly in the west continent. The sky was blue and cloudless. However, at this moment, Qingtian City was covered by dark clouds, and the atmosphere was particularly depressing. Everyone gathered on the streets, their faces full of worry. Swoosh. At noon, 4 figures descended in the sky above Qingtian City. They were the monarch, the divine king, the human race's supremacy, and Heavenly Lord Ji. Because the monarch and the other 2 hadn't rebuilt their bodies yet, Heavenly Lord Ji played the role of a bodyguard. They're here. Qin Feiyang should be here soon. Seeing this scene, the people in the city felt even heavier. Would the 3 continents eventually follow in the footsteps of the East continent? Swoosh. After a while, a space-time tunnel appeared. 2 figures walked out. It was the Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf. He's here. Everyone immediately held their breaths and stared at the space-time tunnel. However, even when the space-time tunnel dissipated, they still didn't see Qin Feiyang come out. What was going on? Where was Qin Feiyang? Could it be that this was another trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, letting the Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf restrain the monarch and the other 2 here while he went to attack Mount Supreme, the island, and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan's territory? But thinking about it carefully, it was impossible. After all, with Qin Feiyang's current strength, he could directly kill his way to the 3 sacred lands. Qin Feiyang actually didn't come? Everyone immediately pondered. What was this person planning? The Frenzy glanced at the people in the city and said to the monarch and the other 3, "Old Qin is busy today and has no time to meet you personally, so Brother Wolf and I will be the representatives to negotiate with you. What do you want to talk about?" The monarch frowned. "Let's talk about the future development of the Divine Kingdom." The Frenzy said. "What does the development of the Divine Kingdom have to do with you?" The Divine King's face was gloomy. "Of course. We've already wiped out the beast race and the ocean race. I believe that the god race, the human race and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan don't want to be the same as them." The Frenzy looked at the 4 of them with a mocking smile. The 4 of them looked at each other and their eyes couldn't help but become gloomy. "Actually, Brother Wolf and I have always thought of wiping out the 3 races directly, but there's no other way. Old Qin is too kind. He wants to leave you a way out." The Frenzy shook his head and sighed. "Then shouldn't we thank him?" Heavenly Lord Ji sneered. "That's right. We really have to thank him properly. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here to negotiate with you, but to slaughter the 3 continents directly." The Frenzy's eyes flashed coldly. "So what do you want to talk about?" The Divine King said angrily. "Surrender to us and work for us." The Frenzy said word by word. "What? You want to subdue the 3 races?" Everyone was shocked. This ambition was really not small. Now that the ocean race and the beast race were destroyed, if they really subdued the 3 races, then the 4 continents would be ruled by Qin Feiyang alone. When the king and the other 3 heard this, their eyes couldn't help but tremble. "This is your only choice now. If you don't surrender to us, then you will die. Of course. We are also very fair. As long as you surrender to us, not only will we not harm you, but we will also help you to destroy the Divine Kingdom's rule over the 4 continents." The Frenzy said. "No need. Lord Ruler has been very kind to us, we will never betray him." The king roared. "Do you know what your name is? Foolish loyalty. With the current strength of the Divine Kingdom, you are no longer a match for the Sky Cloud realm." The Frenzy sneered. "Don't be complacent. No one in the 4 continents can control you, but we still have the Central Dynasty." The human race sovereign said in a deep voice. "The Central Dynasty? You mean Yu Lao and the others? They're just a bunch of trash. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, I will give you some time to think about it. 3 months later at noon in Qingtian City, give us a prepared answer." The Frenzy smiled disdainfully, opened a space-time passage and turned to leave. "Think about it carefully. Don't dig your own grave. Even if little Qinzi is related to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race, we will not show mercy." The White-Eyed Wolf also sneered, then followed into the space-time passage and soon disappeared without a trace. Chapter 42:19. Heavenly Lord, did you record it? The king sent a voice transmission as he watched the 2 leave. "Yes." Heavenly Lord Ji replied secretly. His hand that was hidden in his sleeve was holding a divine voice transmission stone. "All right. I'll spread this video later. When the people from the Central Dynasty come and see this video and see our loyalty to the Overlord, they will not suspect us." The king thought to himself. "Understood." Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, it was still in Qingtian City. But today most of the people in Qingtian City were gone. Because everyone was afraid of being killed by Qin Feiyang and the others. On the streets, there were also many people fleeing the city. However, there were 4 people who were particularly eye-catching. The 4 of them were 2 men and 2 women. They were not eye-catching because of their looks and temperament. In terms of temperament and looks, they were rather ordinary and the aura they emitted was not strong. They were the kind of people that no one would take a second look at if they were placed in a crowd. However, the 4 of them did the exact opposite. In short, not only did they not flee Qingtian City, but they also went deeper into the city and walked slowly on the streets. What's going on? But when the 4 of them saw this scene, they were suspicious. Soon, they came to the entrance of a tavern. There was no one in the tavern and it seemed extremely empty. The 4 of them looked at each other and walked into the tavern. Not even a waiter? Where is he? Are you not doing business? One of the young men shouted. Soon, a fat middle-aged fatso ran out suspiciously. He looked at the 4 of them and shook his head. What business? Run for your lives. After saying that, he did not care about the 4 of them and began to clean up the wine on the wine cabinet. Anyway, he kept it all in the black tortoise world and it seemed that he was planning to escape. Uncle, what's going on? The 4 of them were puzzled. You don't know? The middle-aged fatso was stunned and looked at the 4 of them strangely. Where did they come from? They did not even know about such a big thing. I don't know. The 4 of them shook their heads. The middle-aged fatso was helpless. After collecting the wine on the wine cabinet, he looked at the 4 of them in a hurry and said, You guys run with me or you will lose your lives here. So serious? The 4 of them looked at each other. You guys really don't know or are you playing dumb? The tavern owner frowned. I really don't know. We just came from the countryside and this is our first time in Qingtian City. Can you be more specific? One of the women girls said. What a freak. Even if you came from the countryside, you should know. The tavern owner was speechless. Who are you calling? These words seemed to have angered one of them. Inadvertently, he exuded a shocking baleful aura. The tavern owner. This murderous aura didn't seem to belong to an ordinary person. Out of fear and anxiety, he ran outside. The young man with a murderous aura stepped in front of the door and coldly said, Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Not an ordinary person indeed. The tavern owner's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the empty streets outside, he said anxiously, Can we talk as we leave the city? Let's talk here. The young man's aura became more and more terrifying. With an invisible majesty, the tavern owner could not help but tremble. Tell us clearly and we will let you go. One of the women smiled and seemed to be much gentler. Okay. The tavern owner gritted his teeth and said, 3 months ago, Madman Mo and Golden-Winged Wolf King invited the monarch and the other 2 to Qingtian City to judge. As the tavern owner continued to explain, the 4 of them finally understood. These people who fled were afraid of being implicated. So, Qin Feiyang and his group did not kill the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, the divine race, and the human race because they wanted to persuade the monarch and the others to betray the divine kingdom? The young woman asked. Yes. The tavern owner nodded. What about the monarch and the others? The young woman was curious. Of course they will not betray the divine kingdom. The tavern owner said. Why do you say that? The young woman was suspicious. You can ask around and you will know. Why ask me? The tavern owner was about to cry. If they did not leave now, it might really be too late. But if you don't speak, my companions will not let you leave. The young woman smiled. The tavern owner looked at the young man full of killing intent and his pupils shrank. He said helplessly, Fine, I will show you a video. After saying that, he took out the divine sound transmission stone and waved his hand. A video quickly unfolded in the void. It was the scene of the madman and the other 2 negotiating with the monarch and the others. Furthermore, even their voices could be heard clearly. At first, the 4 of them were very calm, but when they heard the monarch roar, The monarch has been very kind to me. I will never betray him. The 4 of them could not help but be moved. This monarch did not disappoint the central dynasty. Finished? Can you let me go now? The tavern owner looked at the 4 of them pitifully. It's just a few outsiders. Why are you so afraid? The young man full of killing intent said angrily, as if he expected better from the tavern owner. Just a few? The tavern owner's mouth twitched. This tone was too arrogant. Who did not know the strength and methods of Qin Feiyang and his group? Even the beast race and the oceanic race were wiped out overnight, let alone a small character like him. If he did not leave, only death would await him. Scram. the young man shouted. The tavern owner immediately put away the divine sound transmission stone and ran past the young man, fleeing out of the city. The beast race and the oceanic race were wiped out one after another. However, the god race, the human race, and the purple gold divine dragon race are still safe and sound. I originally thought that the monarch, the divine king, and the sovereign of the human race might have some tricks up their sleeves, but it seems that I misunderstood them. Another young man shook his head. What about now? The young man full of killing intent asked, his eyes surging with bloody light. Didn't Qin Feiyang and the others give the monarch and his group 3 months to consider? Now it's exactly 3 months. Who knows, they might come to Clear Sky City later. Let's just wait for them here. I want to see how outstanding they are. The other young man smirked, exuding an arrogant aura. The aura of the two women instantly changed. Although they were still wearing ordinary clothes, they were like stars in the sky, making people not dare to look at them directly. What about Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian? Do we still need to find them? The young man full of killing intent asked. The 4 great continents are so big. Without the divine sound transmission stone, how can we find them? Let's ignore them for now. Once we act, the news will spread. When they know that we have come to the 4 great continents, they will come to find us. The two women said. At the same time, the Black Tortoise World. Why haven't they come out of seclusion? The frenzied one and the white-eyed wolf sat in the tea garden, each holding a wine jar. Looking at the silent castle, their brows furrowed. What's the hurry? Although we agreed to meet today, it's not like we have to go. Lu Jiajin walked over. His figure was slender, his eyes were clear, and his black hair was like a waterfall. He exuded an extraordinary aura. Big cousin. How are you getting along with the Fire Lotus? The white-eyed wolf saw Lu Jiajin walk over and immediately asked with a sneaky smile. Lu Jiajin rolled his eyes. The white-eyed wolf and the frenzied one looked at each other and frowned. Don't tell me that you haven't developed feelings for each other after 450,000 years? What nonsense are you talking about? It has indeed been 450,000 years in the Black Tortoise World, but we haven't been together every day. Lu Jiajin was speechless. Haven't been together every day? Then what have you been doing all these years? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Playing in the Black Tortoise World. I also want to know what you have been through all these years. I say, don't think about it all day long. Feelings can't be forced. It depends on fate. Lu Jiajin shook his head. The white-eyed wolf was stunned and asked, You mean, you and the Fire Lotus are not fated to be together? You can't say that. Lu Jiajin said. Then you have made progress? The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. Are you done yet? Lu Jiajin's face darkened. They hadn't seen each other for so many years. Didn't they have other topics to talk about? I think you can't even compare to little Qinzi in terms of feelings. The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. Fine. Whatever you say is right. Lu Jiajin surrendered. He really couldn't win against the white-eyed wolf. This bastard must have been a woman in his previous life to be so talkative. Then why don't we make a trip to Qingtian City first? The frenzied one's eyes flickered. Sure. The white-eyed wolf nodded and laughed. 3 months have passed. The people from the Central Dynasty should be here. They might be waiting for us in Qingtian City. Don't be rash. They really come. If the 5 peerless geniuses come, the 2 of you might be at a disadvantage. Lu Jiajin's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly advised. Afraid of them? Let's just do it. The white-eyed wolf laughed proudly. How can it be so simple? Let's wait for little cousin and the others to come out of seclusion. Lu Jiajin raised his head and looked at the ancient castle. His eyes were filled with suspicion. What were these 2 doing? Chapter 42:20. Let's wait and see. Madman waved his hand helplessly. This big cousin of theirs was too careful in doing things. It was completely different from their style. Their style was to do it and be done with it. Another day passed outside. Black Tortoise World, 5,000 years ago. In the early morning of the Black Tortoise World, the morning mist lingered. Whether it was the medicinal herbs or the tea trees, there were crystal clear water droplets hanging on them. Boom. But suddenly, 2 auras erupted without warning. Madman and the white-eyed wolf immediately rushed out and stared at the castle in surprise. This was the aura of Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. But there was no change? Then what were the 2 of them doing in seclusion all these years? Do you think they are having a gay relationship? The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth. It's possible. Madman nodded. However, the next moment, The aura of Qin Feiyang and the inner demons changed. The two auras seemed to be fusing. What is going on? Madman and the white-eyed wolf became more and more puzzled. Boom. Gradually, the two auras dissipated and were replaced by an indescribable aura. It was like a god and a demon. It was like the combination of a god and a demon. What is this aura? Not only Madman and the white-eyed wolf, but Lu Jiajin, Long Qin, Dong Xingyang and the others were also alarmed. They all came to look at the castle in surprise. However, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons did not appear for a long time. The aura of the combination of a god and a demon had not changed. However, at a certain moment, an astonishing aura emerged, like the blooming of a night-blooming cactus. But at this moment, everyone present felt the aura of death descend. They could not help but break out in cold sweat. What just appeared? Why do I feel like I saw a demon standing at the entrance of the castle, opening its bloody mouth at me? Wang Xiaojie came back to his senses and muttered, "Did you see a demon? Why do I feel like I saw a god?" Qin Qin frowned. The others also had a different feeling. But whether it was a god or a demon, without exception, they all felt a fatal sense of crisis. Da-da. A short while later, with the sound of footsteps, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons walked out of the castle side by side. They all had bright smiles on their faces. I knew it. As long as we work together, we can definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. The inner demons bared their teeth. Ah, Qin Feiyang laughed heartily. The inner demons said, "The Chaos Origin Divine Art is no longer the same as before. From now on, it will be renamed the Chaos Origin Heart Sutra." Primordial Heart Sutra. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then nodded and said with a smile, "Sure." The inner demons looked at Lu Jiajin and the others who were flying towards them and secretly laughed. "We'll keep this a secret for now. We'll give them a surprise later." Qin Feiyang couldn't help laughing. "What are you doing?" Everyone gathered around him, their faces full of suspicion. "Nothing." The inner demons waved their hands. "If there was nothing else, would you have been in seclusion for so many years? If there's nothing else, would you be able to cause such a huge commotion? Who are you trying to fool?" The madman rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Long Qin and asked with a smile, "How many ultimate mysteries have we obtained? Go and ask Xiao Shui yourself." After Long Qin finished speaking, he looked at the inner demons. The inner demons raised his eyebrows. Was this a provocation? Thus, he stared at Long Qin without avoiding it. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just trying to see if there's any difference between you and Qin Feiyang." Long Qin smiled slightly. The inner demons was taken aback and said playfully, "Then tell me, is there a difference between us?" "No. Even his personality isn't what the inner demons should have. I really envy you guys." Long Qin smiled, then turned around and left alone. His back seemed a little lonely. "What's going on?" The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Maybe when he saw you he thought of the ice dragon's soul." Qin Feiyang sighed. "Ice dragon's soul?" The inner demons was stunned. "Once he had two souls. An ice dragon's soul and a sky dragon's soul. In short, his situation is similar to ours." Qin Feiyang said. "So that's the case." The inner demons nodded in realization. Looking at Long Qin's back again, they couldn't help but sympathize with him. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked at the crowd around and said with a smile, "Xiao Shui stays, the rest of you can leave." "Okay." Everyone nodded. Tea garden. Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, Lu Jiajin, the madman, the white-eyed wolf, and Xiao Shui sat around the table. "Big." Qin Feiyang said with a smile while making tea. Xiao Shui took out an account book, looked at it carefully and said, "The ultimate profundities obtained this time are more than the previous time. There are over 61,000 ultimate profundities of supreme laws and 420,000 ultimate profundities of ordinary laws." "So much." Not to mention the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Last time, he had gained 53,211 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities. There were more than 300,000 ordinary profound of the ultimate law. This time, there were 61,000 ultimate profound of the ultimate law. There were more than 400,000 ordinary profound of the ultimate law. In total, he had obtained more than 114,000 ultimate profundities of supreme laws in 2 tries. There were more than 700,000 ordinary profound of the ultimate law. How big of a fortune was this? Just the ultimate profound of the ultimate law. With more than 114,000 profound of the ultimate law, It was enough to cultivate more than 19,000 experts with heaven's will. Just thinking about it made one excited. The law of light and darkness this time also exceeded my expectations. I thought that only Yu Lao had a law of light and darkness, but in the end, two beast sovereigns also had a law of light and darkness. Qiao Shui smiled slightly. 3. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback, turned his head to look at the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, and said with a smile, "Give one to Long Qin, and the remaining 2 are enough to fulfill your wishes. If you can't bear to, you can also ignore us." The inner demons bared their teeth. Qin Feiyang was speechless. How could the inner demons not know what kind of person he was? Qiao Shui smiled and asked, "These ultimate profound are now in the hands of Sister Fire Lotus. Do you want me to go get them for you?" In the hands of Fire Lotus? Madman was taken aback. His eyes turned slightly and he waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. Go into seclusion." Okay. Qiao Shui looked at Madman suspiciously, then nodded, got up, put away the account book and left. "What are you planning now?" Lu Jiajin looked at Madman warily. "Nothing. I'm such a simple person. What can I do?" Madman looked innocent. Lu Jiajin's mouth twitched. "You're simple? Don't joke around, okay?" Birds of a feather flocked together. This sentence was indeed true. They were all shameless people. Madman suddenly grinned and said, "You heard it, right? The ultimate profound is in the hands of Fire Lotus. If you want, go find Fire Lotus yourself." As expected. Lu Jiajin sighed helplessly. The inner demons looked at Madman and Lu Jiajin and gradually understood. He smiled and said, "Take my share back too. Don't you have hands?" Lu Jiajin stared fiercely. "Isn't this something I can do on the way? Go." The inner demons got up, grabbed Lu Jiajin, and pushed him towards Fire Lotus's courtyard. Lu Jiajin's face was full of helplessness. Madman looked at Lu Jiajin's back and smiled. Love grows with time. Sooner or later they will like each other. I feel the same way. The inner demons nodded with a sneaky look. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. After all these years, the inner demons had changed a lot. They were like two different people compared to before. As Long Qin said before, the inner demons now were completely different from the inner demons. "Let's get down to business." The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "When are we going to Qingtian City? Is it the agreed time?" Qin Feiyang asked. "We should have gone to Qingtian City yesterday. But you guys haven't come out, so it's not good to disturb you." The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. "Looks like you can't wait. But let me give you a word of advice. Be careful." The inner demons advised earnestly. "Don't worry. No matter how weak the opponent is, I will go all out." The white-eyed wolf grinned. Not long after, Lu Jiajin returned. "How is it?" Madman looked at him expectantly. Lu Jiajin ignored him and looked at Qin Feiyang. "The Fire Lotus asked me to tell you that there are more than 280 million spirit veins and crystal veins snatched from the beast race and the sea race. They have all been settled." When Qin Feiyang heard this number, his eyes couldn't help but tremble. This was simply beyond imagination. He immediately closed his eyes and observed the Black Tortoise world. He found that after more than 400,000 years, the Black Tortoise world had grown a lot. It was basically comparable to 2 eastern continents. Last time. But it was only close. It was too fast. If this continued, they would soon catch up with the Sky Cloud world. As long as they caught up with the Sky Cloud world, they would only be one step away from the Divine Kingdom. Lu Jiajin looked at the inner demons and smiled. "It's about time we should go." "And?" The inner demons nodded, got up and looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "Protect yourself well, don't let me collect your corpse when the time comes." "You too." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Don't worry. You will definitely die in front of me." The inner demons laughed. "Get lost." Qin Feiyang glared at him angrily. He didn't say anything good. "Ha!" The inner demons laughed and glanced at the Black Tortoise world. There was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. He said, "Send us out. We will contact you if there is anything. Don't take the initiative to send us a message." Lu Jiajin spoke again. "Understood." Qin Feiyang nodded. After taking out 2 new transmission godstones and establishing a contract bridge with the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, Qin Feiyang resolutely sent the 2 of them out. There was no banquet in the world that didn't end. Parting was also for a better reunion next time. Chapter 42-21. Qingtian City. The monarch, the divine king, the human race's supreme being, and Heaven Lord Ji were all standing in the sky. They had already arrived at Qingtian City yesterday. And 3 months had passed and they had already rebuilt their physical bodies. After all, with the foundation of the 3 sacred lands, they naturally didn't lack time or raise. However, they didn't notice the 4 people in the tavern. The 4 of them were like ghosts, quietly watching the sky above the city. The people who had fled Qingtian City had also gathered outside the city, with a puzzled look on their faces. Didn't they say that they would make a final judgment after 3 months? But now it had already been a day. Why hadn't Qin Feiyang and the others appeared? Could it be to scare them? As soon as this thought came out, it was immediately denied. With the strength of Qin Feiyang and the others, was there a need to scare them? Father, what's going on? Heaven Lord Ji looked at the rising sun in the sky and finally couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart and asked. Don't be impatient. The monarch secretly said. These few brats didn't come to the appointment, they must have been delayed by something. Moreover, this was just a show, don't take it too seriously. In the tavern, the young man with a murderous aura frowned and said, Are we going to continue waiting like this? Be patient. The other young man smiled faintly. That's right. Patience is a necessary quality for a hunter. The 2 women also appeared very indifferent. The young man with a murderous aura frowned. Swoosh. Suddenly, the 4 of them seemed to have discovered something and their gazes suddenly fell on the void opposite the monarch and the others. At the same time, the monarch, the divine king, supreme being, and heaven Lord Ji also looked up. The void distorted. A space-time passage appeared. With the appearance of this space-time passage, the people outside the city couldn't help but hold their breaths and stare at the passage. Is it them? They all murmured in their hearts. They really know how to create an atmosphere. On the other side, a young man with a mask stood on the mountain peak, his eyes full of disdain. This person was the inner demons. Although he had been in the castle for the past 3 months, studying the mixed Yuan Heart Sutra with Qin Feiyang at the same time, he was also rebuilding his physical body. So now, his strength had recovered to its peak state. Next to them, Lu Jijin had a faint smile on his face. After leaving the Black Tortoise world, they headed straight for this place. Because they knew that after sending them off, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 would definitely come to keep the appointment. They were also curious about the people sent by the Central Dynasty. Was he an expert from the Death God army? Or were they those 5 peerless geniuses? Under the watchful eyes of everyone. Finally, a white figure appeared in the space-time tunnel. Following closely, a golden figure and a black figure also appeared. His appearance was extraordinary. His temperament was outstanding. They were as dazzling as the stars in the sky. That was right. It was Qin Feiyang, the madman, the white-eyed wolf. The 3 of them stepped out of the space-time tunnel. He's here. The people outside the city immediately became nervous. What would happen next? You said that you would come to Qingtian City yesterday. Why are you only here today? Are you messing with us? The monarch and the other 3 looked very angry. One is the monarch, one is the divine king, one is the human race's supreme, and one is a member of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. They are all people of high status. How would this junior dare to mess with you? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, following closely. He then transmitted his voice to the 4 of them and explained, Sorry, I was delayed by something and made you wait for so long. You know that we are waiting for you? But it seems that you are in a good mood. The monarch secretly glared at the 3 of them, but on the surface, he looked at them coldly and snorted, Stop being so sarcastic. There is no need to make the atmosphere so tense the moment we meet. Qin Feiyang smiled and transmitted his voice again, Of course we are in a good mood. Because this time, we have obtained many ultimate mysteries. Do you think that we will be happy when facing you? The divine king glared at him and then secretly asked curiously, How many ultimate mysteries are there? Take a guess. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. The divine king's mouth twitched slightly. How could he guess? He transmitted his voice and scolded, Don't keep us in suspense. I want to tell you guys, don't take advantage of the situation. Qin Feiyang secretly said. You brat, do you think we are people like that? The divine king was quite angry in his heart. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice and then looked at the monarch and heavenly Lord Ji, sighing, We are connected by blood. You don't have to be nice to me, but at least you don't have to look at me as if you are looking at a mortal enemy. You are from the Sky Cloud realm, and I am from the divine kingdom of the divine kingdom. We are enemies to begin with. The monarch snorted coldly. Fine. Qin Feiyang sighed sadly and said, Then tell me your answer. You want us to betray the Lord Ruler and join you in your evil deeds? Never. The monarch shouted in a sonorous voice. That's right. In this life we are from the divine kingdom, and in death, we are the souls of the divine kingdom. If you want to make a move on our three races, then you have to step over our dead bodies first. The divine king also shouted righteously. Clang. The human race's supreme being waved his hand, and the sword of faith appeared with an overwhelming sharpness. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "This is my position. Not bad, not bad. They didn't let us down." In the tavern. Looking at the firm attitude of the monarch and the other two, the two men and two women couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. High up in the sky, Qin Feiyang glanced at the monarch and the other two and sighed. Why do you have to do this? With our current strength you have no way to survive. What is there to fear about death? Heavenly Lord Ji shouted. 3,000 incarnations were activated, and a terrifying murderous aura suddenly roared in all directions. I admire you. But at the same time I can't see you. Because your so-called loyalty is nothing but blind loyalty. Boom. As his voice fell, Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations also appeared, and a shocking aura constantly collided with the aura of Heavenly Lord Ji's 3,000 incarnations. All of you go as far as possible. It's best if you leave the West Continent. The human race's supreme being looked at the people outside the city and shouted. Hearing this, everyone turned around and ran. Some of them really opened space-time passages and teleported to the North and South continents. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked at the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf and said, "Don't let a single one of them go. Kill." Boom. The two of them laughed. Ultimate intent, will of the heavenly Tao and mark of all evil were activated at the same time and attacked the people outside the city. Stop them. The monarch's expression changed. The divine king took a step forward, and the mark of the god race erupted. Ultimate intent appeared and attacked the mad scientist. The human race's supreme being grabbed the sword of faith and also attacked the white-eyed wolf. The people outside the city panicked. However, Qin Feiyang's group of 3 and the monarch's group of 4 were filled with doubts. They had already acted to this extent. Why hadn't the people of the Central Dynasty shown up yet? If they still didn't show up, they would really have to fight. Could it be the people of the Central Dynasty hadn't arrived yet? No. There's a murderous aura. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the city below. That's right. Just a moment ago, he had sensed a murderous aura somewhere in the city. They're hiding in the city? Boom. He waved his hand and the ultimate intent of the law of life and death appeared in the sky. On the surface it was to deal with the Lord and Heavenly Lord Ji, but in fact, it was to force the 4 people hiding in the city to show up. Terrifying divine might covered the sky and earth. The city below, including the surrounding mountains, was collapsing crazily. Dust and smoke were billowing. The power of the ultimate intent of the law of life and death is too strong. Looks like we can't hide it anymore. Then let's go out and kill them. Looking at the collapsed tavern, the 4 young men and women looked at each other. They no longer hid their aura and surged out like a volcanic eruption. They're really hiding down there. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. At the same time, the white-eyed wolf, the mad scientist, and the Lord also stopped and looked down. Qin Feiyang, mad scientist, golden-winged wolf king, who gave you the guts to be so arrogant in the divine kingdom? A sinister laugh full of murderous intent sounded. Then, 2 men and 2 women walked out of the dust step by step. With every step they took, the aura they exuded would become stronger. When they completely walked out of the dust and entered the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others, their aura had completely erupted. The world couldn't help but tremble. You are? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The Lord and the other 3 also looked at the 4 with vigilance. Don't be nervous. We're not enemies. We were sent by the Emperor to help you deal with Qin Feiyang's group of intruders. A woman looked at the Lord and the others and said, "The Emperor sent you? Then you're all from the Central Dynasty?" The divine king had a shocked expression on his face. Yes. The woman nodded proudly. We've been waiting for the Central Dynasty's reinforcements. Qin Feiyang, your time of death has come. Heaven Lord Ji roared with tears of joy. His acting skills were simply superb. If they didn't know in advance, Qin Feiyang and the others would have believed Heaven Lord Ji's words. The woman waved her hand and said, "You don't need to do anything. It's just a few pieces of trash. We're enough." Damn you. You actually called us trash? This is a bit too arrogant. The white-eyed wolf cursed. In front of this woman, even he who had always been arrogant felt inferior.